Dengarkan It's day 3 here in the New Orleans ALGS Open, and it has been fast and furious all day long. The lobbies have been intense, there have been some amazing clutch comebacks, and there are teams vying for those top spots and trying to get themselves into the finals. I'm down here in the pit. I'm Ryan Hart, and I'm joined with Lace. And man, we've got a nice little update for you about everything that's been cracking on in the pit. Some teams have been clutching it out in amazing frenzy comebacks, and it's been really fun to see.
It's been absolutely crazy, and you know, we kind of float around, get to stand behind their monitors, see exactly how they're feeling in the moment when they're playing, and get ears and eyes on the action, and then report it back to you.
No, totally. Now, we've actually been running around to give you the inside scoop, the BTS, those behind-the-scenes goodies, and have a little bit of insight from each of the teams here. And some of them are really confident, some of them are a little bit, sort of unsure about the team synergy, and they're sort of working on things here as they progress through the tournament. Lace, you've also been talking to some teams. Got any info for us?
Yeah, well, it's elimination round 5, so we do have some heavy-hitting teams that are going to be participating in this lobby today. So if we take a look at who is going to be outperforming, underperforming, and all in between, teams such as Nine Lives Esports will be a part of this. FaZe Clan, we have Falcons as well, and Gaming Gladiators. Now, I got a chance to actually talk to Zach Mazer, Ryan, from Virtus Pro, and when they just played their previous matches, now the first 3 matches that they played, it was a little bit crazy, a little bit rough around the edges. Yep. And I did ask him previous to this. I said, "What happened in match number 4 for you guys to turn it around to become into elimination round 5?" And he basically said they just took an entire risk. They had the longest rotate than any other team, so they decided high risk, high reward mentality. They had to go crazy and take down every team in their path. And they're going to take this same mentality into this moving lobby. So he said, expect something wild.
Nice, yeah. I've also been talking to a few teams as well, had a nice little chat with Team Orchid and talked about some of the progress of their teams. I mean, yesterday it was absolutely amazing. I think the elimination match 3, I think it was match 3 or 4, don't quote me, but yeah, had a brilliant comeback, literally on death's door, pulled it all the way back to get the W for that match, and that's definitely one of the reasons why they pulled through and made it into today's lobby. And they talked a little bit about how it's been here playing with a multitude of teams, a colossal LAN of over 100 teams, right? And they've said that, looking at everything that's been happening, it's been really edge-heavy, especially as there are a lot of teams that come from CC, don't have much Pro League background. It's very edge-heavy, not as much rotations as they're used to, possibly because they're not used to high-level lobbies, maybe, but it's been really interesting to see the contrast because it changes how much people, it changes the mindset that teams go in with.
Yeah, and I heard you actually had a nice little conversation with Rambo from Atlas, right? Okay, we've been talking about Panic, who is just under the amount of kills to Hal from Falcons.
Yes, so chasing that top spot.
It was getting a little bit rivalry happening there when we had a chat in the pit. What exactly did Rambo say to you and what they're going to do moving forward?
Well, obviously, like you said, chasing that top spot, he does believe that Panic has the potential to be, top fragger in the world at some point. I mean, he's looking good right now. And yeah, it just really comes down to the fact that the team feels good. There's good vibes in the camp. They're feeling positive. Everything's been going their way, whether they've been close to defeat and pulled it back or just steamrolled, they're on top. And so, yeah, they're feeling good right now. I mean, that's what it's about. You come here and sometimes on the day you can do anything you want in scrims, right? You've got to have that vibe. You've got to bring the force and the energy on the day.
Yeah, and Rambo did say that we're just going to follow Panic. I think Hempino is
said,
IGL, but they're going to follow.
I wasn't sure we're dropping that line right now, but yeah, basically they just said, look, we're going to let Panic take the lead. Whatever he shows, we're going to follow that. We trust him all the way. We're giving him 100.
And this lobby is just going to be absolutely crazy. Of course, it's elimination round 5, so the stakes are pretty high for us here, Ryan. And obviously for the teams, they're going to be going in. But of course, we've got teams like the Falcons as well in this lobby too. So yeah, we're kind of standing by to see if Panic or is going to overtake Hal in kills. But I guess that's going to be the next feat. But yeah, I guess we get this thing started, Ryan.
Yeah, I guess so. I did want to also mention, I talked to Nine Lives as well, and they were really comfortable with how things had been. They hadn't been running crypto. They tested Mirage for a bit, but seeing how things had gone, they tried crypto in that last lobby and they actually got the W. So that's brought the confidence level up and they're going to be moving forward. But they, did talk about the fact that it gets more difficult to play a certain way later on in the lobbies because you just start getting punished for things, that you have to have certain things established, and that's the way it is. So yeah, they're feeling good. VG also, very experienced roster. They've been playing together for donkeys, so they know exactly what they're going forward with. And yeah, like you said, let's get this elimination lobby underway.
Over to you guys at the desk.
Thank you guys so much, man. That's an encyclopedia at work there. You two covering all the action in the pit. Couldn't have thought of anybody better to do so. Thank you, Ryan and Lace. We'll check in with you later on. As we progress through these first matches. But as they set the tone for, this is the winners finals over here. Elimination round. That's to get to this final elimination round tonight. So stakes are high, but here is where I think glory will be made as 10 teams will move themselves into Championship Sunday. I'm Rain Day, and we got a new desk here. Lauren, you know, we're switching chairs all often, but these two, we found them in the crowd. You know, these are guys that if you're ever at an ALGS event, you'll see them walking around. You know, one, very busy, always with the newest hoodie. You might see me asking for one and not getting one. And then this guy, I don't know. Just always maybe the most stylish guy in the room, you might say. Snipe Down and, of course, Shaheen, both huge members of the Apex Legends scene, both in very different ways. I skipped you. I should have said
That's
hello.
fine. But they're the important ones. Don't
But
worry.
at the end of the day, Eric, it's good to see you again. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. You know, it could be better. I could be playing. So.
Yeah, you did play in this tournament.
I did.
Yeah.
And a little bit of an early exit, though, so.
I mean, you know, realistically, you know, you got to experience this firsthand. From a perspective of just competing, was this a challenge in terms of what you faced? I mean, going through the elimination rounds, dropping back in, trying to make it back. Players have said it's grueling to be able to do that, and it takes a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to a lot of the professionals, and I've talked to a lot of the people who are here for the Open for the first time, and I think it's a huge difference in how people are reacting to it. The Open teams are much more happy about getting an opportunity to be at an event like this and to show themselves, and we've seen a lot of these players really step up and get that opportunity that they might have never had. And then the professionals, you know, they feel like, you know, maybe a little entitled that they've earned their spot to not have to play against a bunch of these teams and go through these brackets. Well, there's a lot of great teams and a lot of great players that never get a chance from all over the world. This isn't just a local tournament, so qualifying, everyone earned it, and I think this is the best way for a lot of these new players to get a chance and possibly make their way onto better rosters they wouldn't have had the chance to before.
We're going to hear from Shaheen in just a second, but Lauren, I mean, that is kind of the beauty of what we've been able to watch. The omits, the Team Orchids, right? These stories that would really never be on display in a 40-team ALGS land. Now we get to see them really carrying the narrative.
And we're also seeing that it's not a day one or a day two fluke thing because, the lobbies were early and they're different. We're seeing these teams now making their way through on the winner's side of the bracket. We're about to go into winners finals. There are teams that you thought would be in winners finals that we're looking at in the elimination side of the bracket. So this is what we were hoping for when, like what Eric was saying, when we're opening that competitive pool up to literally everyone in all of these regions, even past what we've seen in our Pro League squads.
Yeah, it's exciting to see where this will go. Obviously, we are now at the precipice of kind of coming to a close on it, though, and that means there's new things happening in Apex down the line. And one of the guys who you got to be in the know with to get the know of what's coming up is sitting on the corner there. Shaheen, Mr. Do-It-All for Apex Legends, and it's been such an integral part to this, brother. It's such a great thing to have you here and to get to share a little bit about this process. But I know you've got a big announcement for us about, you know, another thing that Apex Legends fans can look forward to.
Yeah, that's right. Finally making the mainstream debut, by the way.
Hey.
That's right. I'm usually
with the B stream,
jumping into the back of the B stream. But yeah, that's right, man. I mean, there's a lot of things going on at this event for the very first time. And one of the things that we're really stoked on is, you know, our friends at Red Bull have shown up in a really major way, and you know, we're announcing that the Red Bull Legends Inn is coming back this December.
Hey.
And yeah, our buddies Hal and Timmy right there repping again. So Chicago, Godfrey Hotel, Snipe, you were there last year, right?
I was. It was a great time.
So you were there. So you were there. She's like,
he was. That's it. Okay. Worth going to?
No, it was really cool. It was really fun.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I was hosting, obviously. Eric was playing.
Yeah. So
no, it was a blast. I mean, the game types, it was a more fun, kind of like a, you know, get a bunch of group of people, friends, and still very competitive, but we were playing a bunch of wild different game types, you know, melees only or certain weapons only, and it just provided a fun spin on still competitive, but you watching your favorite players still having fun at the same time, and playing some game modes that they're not used to seeing. So it's just a bit of a spin-off, and not to mention just the fact of kind of felt like old school traveling to like a local LAN for me, because we were all in a hotel right next to each other. We weren't on like some massive stage or anything. And then, you know, Timmy and Hal were obviously the main ones that they were watching in their own spotlight, where everyone had their own big room. We were in our own private rooms. It was me and Stunny. It was a blast, you know, very well taken care of, and I'm looking forward to having another one.
Yeah, Red Bull really knows how to put on an event.
Series to keep alive.
Absolutely, and I think that, you know, this is a good little refresh here for anyone who might have missed that first series, because to kick everything off, it was the back-to-back wins for Gaming Gladiators, and people were kind of waiting to see when were Falcons going to be stepping up to the plate. Well, they did exactly that in match number 3, finally finding that win that everyone was really hoping to get out of them. But then as the maps change, so do the winners, okay? We get out of E-District, move on over to the next side of things, and when we're in Stormpoint, we see that it's Liquid Alienware who decide that they also want to match Gaming Gladiators in their back-to-back wins. But even on those matches, we see Gaming Gladiators almost matching the kills of Liquid Alienware in that, and close things off with 9 lives, Eric. And I think that they are a team that a lot of people are stoked are doing well. 17 kills in the final match.
Yeah, I actually had I was actually able to play with both Cersei and Vayne, and Cersei is another one of those players kind of like Panic that I knew had the talent, and it was just going to take an event like this. Vayne is obviously a very decorated player up to this point. He's been around for a long time, and I think we have McLovin, who has actually also been a very big up-and-coming player. So that team is shown up. I was originally actually supposed to play at the Rebel Land with Cersei, which would have been his first experience, but he was too young to go. So that was why that happened.
How old is he?
I think he might be 17 now. I think he was 16 at that point, which is why he wasn't in, because you had to be 18.
I didn't know that.
So he's very young. Met him at this event. So it's a pleasure to see them still performing and pulling for that team big time.
Interesting squad there. 9 lives, Cersei, and obviously Cersei, and obviously McLovin and Vayne. A lot of experience, a lot of talent. We'll see if they can continue on. They'll be playing in the pit, so we'll get updates from that in a moment. But those playing behind us, it is time to talk about our participating teams for our winners finals. This is an impressive place to be. The reason why, these teams have not gotten into a bottom 10 at all. If they can do it one more time, stay in that top 10, they will have made it to Championship Sunday and will watch for the rest of the evening. If they make bottom 10 here, well, they're going to have to play again later tonight. Not only does that add time, it loses prep time for Sunday, and it's obviously frustrating and a scary place to be looking at elimination potentially. So top 10 here is super important. Shaheen, just to get you involved in on this, man, this is a new format. It's a new environment. In some ways, we've had the ability because of this to see different teams make it into moments like this, like Twerkaholics coming in and being a team that have been running over over everybody, kind of almost questioning, like, can they keep doing this? Are those the types of stories that you wanted to tell, giving an event to the ALGS community like this?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's a big part of what we had in mind. I mean, it's been so cool to see just, 4 different stages, and I've spoken to a lot of pros, a lot of them, I think the ones who've been performing really well in the earlier rounds have been pretty stoked on the format. I think the ones who've had to play on the side stage and are grinding through the elimination rounds.
Yeah.
It's tough, man. I just ran into Zero right now, actually, and he was saying 36 games, 2 days, and I was like, well, that's if you make it.
The next, yeah.
And he was like, oh, we're going to make it. I'm like, all right, we'll see. You know,
it's a little audacious, actually, to say you got to play 18 games, because who knows if you're getting to the last series. You got to keep winning.
That's what I'm saying.
Even in the elimination round. That's true.
Yeah.
It's not as it's easier said than done. I want to start laying into these teams, though, and for me, one of the teams that surprised me that Dia picked and jumped out to was Green Stego, Lauren, and they are in this lobby, an APAC South team that people feel, and they are the #1 team coming up out of APAC South. Is this a fluke? Is this team really legit and one to watch for maybe the championship?
I think so. I absolutely think so. And after what we saw up on the main stage, it wasn't the last series yesterday, but the last time we saw them on the main stage was when they were closing out that series with a 20-kill win. And they were a team that Dia was the only one that saw the potential in. And I think that was probably because of the other names that were in the lobby alongside them. However, they are the reason that Falcons are in the elimination bracket.
Right.
It was this match, this 20-kill win, that put Falcons into that 11th place position and kept Green Stego at the top of the series. They went on later on in the day to do their next winners round 3, get 3rd place in that.
Yeah.
So consistency across the board as well. We even got to have Dexter up on the stage with us chatting, talk to him a little bit about his team's performance. Not only was he just really sweet, but he was talking about their ability to adapt day to day to what those tiny little mistakes are, fix them, and they've proved that they can handle that.
And in the moments where you're supposed to win a zone, you don't always win it. So teams that could handle that, especially against a team like Falcons, pushing for their tournament life, essentially, of staying in the winners round, to be able to find the spots, hold as a trio, and then come out on top, that is an impressive thing to do. It shows quality, and now they're showing adaptation. Can they take it in? Snipe, I want to talk to you about a team that, to me, has always been on the cusp, always in the conversation. They won 2nd place a little bit ago, a couple championships ago, but they had a different roster there. They've got one of the same members here with a new flair in Furia, and they are a team that have found themselves in almost more final top 5s, I think, than any other team in this entire tournament. What's special about them going into this winners round?
I mean, we're at the point of history with this roster that every single time that they get here, they fall to the elimination bracket. We've seen it time and time again. Every way leading up to the winners bracket finals, they dominate. I've picked them in some of the analyst picks to win rounds, and they do that. And then they get to this point, and it just seems like something slows down. They do have a very similar roster, but now we're under the Madness IGL era. And, we've seen some team changes, some turmoils with, personalities. And it's a new event with a new team, and usually you ride the honeymoon phase, and, maybe that could be what we see here. I know Madness was kind of frustrated with a couple of the zones yesterday. I haven't had to watch as much because I've been playing. But I know right now is the time where we'll see if they're able to do it, because if they get into the winners bracket finals, I think they have a good chance. I think when they start to falter is when I don't know if they have the mentals to pick it back up and push forward. So if they come out strong, they'll be great. I think if they get behind, then we might see them back in the elimination bracket.
Them, Navi, and NRG have been kind of the top 3 trios that I've seen. Just kind of dominating these final zones, taking up so much space. Navi obviously falling into elimination, so they'll be playing on the other side in the pit. But now we see NRG and Furia. I wonder who's going to win that battle. They've been battling in the winners bracket this entire time. Will one of them finally get the edge? The other question is, what about the teams that we know are big stars coming into this? The 100 Thieves that we maybe haven't seen as much on main stage. We got a chance to see them once, but now is the time to prove what all of this is for. In many ways, you see Falcons on that backstage and 100 Thieves here, and it's symbolic of maybe where they hope they can go. Verhulst and Jin Burton, lovers scorned, possibly in the past for their old teams that haven't quite worked out and have said, we're better off without you. Well, finding Phony and making up a trio that has the ability proven to IGL to a championship, which Phony had already done in our Split 2 playoffs with Zainu and Koifel. Verhulst, who's obviously been there and done that, a 2-time winner, and Jin Burton, a 2-time winner himself. Being able to put this team together, earn 3 first-place picks and then also get over 109 points to close out their last series that we did not see on main stage. I have high expectations for this trio, and most importantly, I think that they are one of the stronger teams in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think this really comes down to Phony and the fact that this is the first team that he's been on where he fully trusts both of his teammates to the extreme. He knows how talented he has, and not only that, he had Koifel and Zainu, but there were clearly some personality issues with that roster, and they, you know, they didn't, whether it was they didn't like each other or didn't like how they played, but now Phony has trust in his teammates, and then both of his teammates have extreme trust in him as an IGL. So this is the most pure whole team that he has had to IGL, and the results have shown for themselves.
And these guys all want to play together. That's the thing. All of their stories have a version of their teammates saying, we'd rather play with someone else. And yet now together, can they overcome that and find a win? That's an exciting story. We'll talking in the green room, we're talking on stage, we're talking in the cast. Because someone's got a birthday today.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Eric Rona.
How old are you now?
Snipe down. How old are you now?
Oh, really?
39, 45 in gamer years?
34.
34, my friend. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You gotta blow them out.
Thank you.
What's the wish?
Can't tell people.
Are we gonna get a clip here? Are you gonna face in the cake?
No.
No. We'll leave those stunts to Zephyr, huh? Just enjoy a little taste there. All right, man. Well, happy birthday.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Glad to have you back here. Thanks, Shaheen, for
That's
joining
my
us
piece.
as well. It's time to get this thing going. It's our winners finals coming up, and we got some casters ready to take it away and get the action on. Amanda's got a birthday very soon himself on set. I'm about to enjoy this one. Have fun, buddy.
We'll say that for Monday. We'll say the celebrations for Monday for me, but we've got something to celebrate on our main stage right now. That is the fact that we have reached our winners finals. And when we get our top 10 at the end of this lobby, they will be securing a place in our match point finals.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, and it is a stacked lobby. We've already seen from the analyst desk kind of what they think is going to happen, the big teams that are going to be on our stage, but there are a couple that have crept in. We have 2 teams who have gone all the way from Challenger Circuit. They've gone through this open, and they find themselves in the winners finals, those being Babbo and the Twerkaholics, and I can't wait to
So
see
your little
what they
prediction
do.
coming in there, that they've made a fan of Dan Gaskin, and that is a tough thing to do, but but they have managed to recruit you into their fandom. So that's an amazing moment for Twerkaholics. We'll have to see if there's more amazing moments for them as we get through these maps. And speaking of, this is going to be your map rotation for our winners final. We are starting off on Broken Moon, and that is something to talk about in itself.
I mean, Broken Moon and E-District being the map rotation is very interesting because the majority of teams on this stage have got here through points on Storm Point and World's Edge. Not so much on these two maps, which is going to make for a very intriguing approach from some of these teams, and I think there might be a few that struggle here.
As we move through and we look at our teams on the main stage, we mentioned Broken Moon is where we're going to start. All Legends, of course, available, nothing banned in match number 1. But Dan, the biggest thing to talk about here is the draft, because you've had some really good insights on some of these drop spots and what they're bringing to these teams.
Yeah, so 15 of the top 20 teams all picked Broken Moon in their POI draft, but keep an eye on 100 Thieves down at Quarantine Zone. That has been the highest point scoring POI on this map. But also the Twerkaholics up at Alpha Base. That has provided the most victories so far throughout this entire tournament. But also down in the southwest at Solar Pods is going to be Empire. They are the #1 Broken Moon team in this tournament, and they are in this lobby.
Well, this lobby is ready to go, and it's time for us to get into our winners finals. There is a spot. There are 10 spots on the line here in our match point finals that will be going down tomorrow. It's all about that top 10. You do not want to be going into that elimination bracket facing those teams who've been going through the gauntlet today. You want to get there now, and you want to secure your spot.
Another interesting fact is, out of the top 10 Broken Moon teams in the entire tournament, only 3 feature in this lobby as well. Again, goes back to my previous point, Storm Point and World's Edge teams, not so much the Broken Moon teams. So we're going to keep an eye on Empire. They average 15 points a game on this map. Furia averaging 12.5 and VK 11.5. They are the 3 heavy hitters when it comes to Broken Moon.
I think it's fascinating that we are starting on Broken Moon, the map that's been played least, the least amount of repetitions for these teams in the ALGS, being the most recently added map to the rotation that we do have. And we're starting off with the Twerkaholics. Why not? It's a good way to start the day. And they had a pretty good day yesterday, Dan.
And I am intrigued how Twerkaholics play this one. How aggressive do they want to be? VK Gaming are northeast of them up at Wharf, and I do think there is a chance that Twerkaholics may just, depending on where the zone's going, might try and take early fights, because it's something we've been seeing a lot out of them. Pure, unadulterated aggression.
Also, just be careful if you're another team hovering around an Evo Harvester, because we've seen them ratting around and, shall we say, just playing slowly, which is probably the nicest way to say it, around some of those Evo Harvesters, and being able to get that first pick, which turns into a clean squad wipe for them. But if you wonder where the zone's going, that is where the zone is going, down towards the south. A good one for Meteor Empire, like you mentioned, a very good Broken Moon team so far here in New Orleans. It's a really good prio for them.
Yeah, and look how fast one of them is moving down on that far south side of the map as well, just trying to scout out the area, seeing if there's going to be an easy rotation for them. And of course, they have that zip they can work with. They can use those rails to get arguably center zone and maybe hold down that position for quite some time.
Also have a ring console over at Solar Pods where they're dropping, so that's going to give them good information. We also saw at Atmo that Alcadzia, they have one as well. So a lot of the teams who are in the vicinity of where this zone is going to be going are going to know where the zone is going, and that's always a nice feeling, especially in match number 1 of a winners finals.
There was a moment where it looked like Shopify Rebellion and Realized Nova were going to have a fight as well on the north side, but both of them have been able to get past one another, as have pretty much everyone at the moment with their rotations. No one's come across one another in any of these choke points. People are just keen to start traversing the map and get closer to the zone.
We're seeing a portal towards a ring console here, which is always a smart thing to do for Meteor, so they can get that zone information that they currently do not have. And when they get that, I'm sure they'll plan their next rotation to get a little bit closer to that zone. But they've got to be a little bit careful here, because the timing had to be very specific, should we say, because ExoClan pretty much had the same plan.
Yeah, once Meteor do get that information, they will, of course, continuing moving east, which is where already Empire have gone, and actually Aru Army have already found themselves center zone. But Meteor will be probably 3rd or 4th to this area, and they should be able to lock down a comfortable position.
Well, elsewhere, you can see a couple of charge rifle bolts being charged up, so to speak. None to be released as yet, as Player K changes that narrative and lets fly from distance. Also has the select fire on that thing, so if anyone does try and cross in front of him, he's going to be doing max damage very, very quickly. Another team who's made their way to the zone pretty quickly, just a note, is 100 Thieves. They've got a really good position, but Meteor, who we saw hitting that ring console a few moments ago, well, now they're taking the first fight of the game.
Yeah, Meteor versus 10K. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Actually, no, Kashira gets the initial knock. And it looks like maybe 10K have the advantage here, and at this point you have to be thinking about trying to retreat.
Yeah, 10K, all three still on their feet. You saw the last player alive on the Wraith just getting out of there, trying to rotate away. It felt like it wasn't going to be a fight that they had the advantage in, but 10K now going to reset because here come ExoClan. It's a Mia versus a Mia, and Kaisha's going to be the first one down here.
Yeah, ExoClan have done so much damage. Can you fight back? Actually, could be a huge res if you can get it off, but you can't. And now for post-kill, can you go huge? Can you pull off the clutch? No, you cannot. 10K, first team eliminated from the lobby. And as you said, it was region on region. Exo taking them out, but now Babo are starting to arrive to the area.
There's a lot of teams here. Meteor's still alive, by the way. Just trying to escape for now, but as you say, it's Babo who are moving in. ExoClan have been eliminated as well, so all of a sudden it's just getting a little bit violent over here for all these teams who have crossed paths on their rotations, and for game number one, it's somewhat surprising to see so many fights so early.
And again, I want to give credit to Babo, one of only 2 Challenger Circuit teams that are still alive in the winner's bracket from APAC North, and they are holding it down against the biggest and best in the world here at the ALGS Open. Meteor just got eliminated in 18th position as well, so we've already lost 3 teams pretty quickly in this one, mainly because with this zone, there is only a few areas you can really play, so everyone's trying to fight for them right now.
Well, just a moment of calm, it feels like, has broken out across Broken Moon, as we did see that action take place a lot quicker than I think a lot of teams would have expected. Looking at the zone, though, a lot of teams are starting to arrive and trying to play the northern side of it. It looks like it's getting very, very congested. Twisted Minds on that northern side that we're talking about. Some shots going in, and what a day it was for them yesterday. I mean, multiple wins to get them into this winner's bracket, and I've got to say that Alb was looking the special kind of player that he's known to be.
And I think you mentioned it yesterday, if you can get into that match point finals, you become one of the favorites because you're finding multiple victories. And then, of course, in the match point finals, you need to be able to win a game when you have the opportunity presented to you. And Twisted Minds have certainly looked a different class, as it, sadly, NRG will find one player who is just going to get caught off on his own.
Yeah, it's Realize Nova who are going to find that player going down. It's Timmy with his first kill of the day. And speaking of impressive, NRG nothing short of that yesterday. And speaking of Kraber shots, it was a battle for the best ones yesterday. And on day one between Timmy and Albralella here felt like, and I'd kind of like to see that battle go down again here in this winners final.
Yeah, I want to see as much of these 3v3 engagements between the big teams as possible, because it's going to tell us as much as we can before we do get to those match point finals. Who's confident in those 3v3s? Who wants to take them? Who doesn't? Who's preferring maybe just to play zone and try and encourage other people to take the fight for them instead? A lot of answers we'll get here in this lobby.
Well, Fury making their rotation as well. You can see them on your screen. I like what Snipe was saying on the desk as well about Fury. It does feel like it's a team who have this level of consistency, but if a couple of games start to go bad, do they have that fortitude to just pick themselves up and stick to what they know that brings them that consistency? We'll have to see if they're going to be able to perform here in our winners final. One team who has performed and really hasn't had any trouble so far in this event, it's felt, is Alliance. We momentarily went to check in on them. It's VK Gaming who are closest to them inside the zone at the moment, but Alliance have already left.
Yeah, I think it was smart from VK Gaming to retreat in the way they did. They didn't go towards Twerkaholics. Very intelligent with how Twerkaholics had been fighting in previous lobbies. Now, as that round closes and we see a little bit more of the zone, as expected, continues to pull south. I haven't really mentioned legend selection. You, of course, see it on your screen. You can probably add it up yourself, but Catalyst is going to be the most picked legend and will be banned in match number 2.
One thing just to highlight, by the way, GHS go with a Mad Maggie pick very early here, which is quite interesting. We usually see Mad Maggie towards the back end of a lot of these lobbies, but they obviously feel like there's some value in that legend with potentially Broken Moon specifically, maybe just for some of those rotations they have to make across open ground to use that Wrecking Ball, or maybe just to force a fight when they need to in that end game.
Again, could be another multi-game composition as well, just trying to get the consistent roster across the board and hoping that none of your legends are going to be banned, or at least for someone can stay on the same legend if they're not comfortable switching back and forth. As we get to check in once more with the Twerkaholics, and they are on the hunt.
They are. If you're wondering, I kind of looked at the top left of my screen, I was like, the zone's the other way, gentlemen. But they know where the kills are, that's the thing. And Floating, who was so impressive yesterday with the SMGs in his hand, he was doing a lot of work with the R9. He's got the Bolt in the back pocket this time. And he's never afraid to take this fight. Here is that Bolt. There is some shots landing. But he's got to finish this one off, and his teammate is going to be there to support him.
And it's just going to be the solo from Realize again. They respawned back up to a full 3, and the other 2 have been able to get up away up to Stasis Array. But Twerkaholics, if they smell any sign of kills being available, they are more than happy to play edge and start to chase them.
Yeah, they're accumulating points where they need to. And Broken Moon, it feels like it's the right way to play a lot of the time for Twerkaholics. You know, if you can get the points on the board, it doesn't matter how they come. If it's placements or, of course, if it's kills, they still count. And, you know, match point finals is where those wins really do start to matter. But getting there, Doesn't matter how you get there, just get there.
It was something interesting Luke, the coach of GG, said when he was interviewed earlier on the main stage. He said that not many people understand how to play Broken Moon yet. And I think if you recognize that in a lobby, maybe one of the best ways is just to play aggressive and go for kills, because there are going to be people in positions maybe you wouldn't expect, and you can very easily get caught off guard.
Well, here's Alliance then, a little bit of a later rotation for them. Hack is setting up the Void Passage just to get a little bit closer without taking damage, but even the iframes and the invincibility as he jumped into the Void for the second as they go through that Void Passage, not enough to stop Green Stego getting that knock.
Alliance just trying to escape, and have they got away with this one? They may have just been able to dip, dodge, and dive, and yes, they'll be back up, thankfully, to the Void Nexus.
That is the power of Alta again. Interesting to see Alta, of course, being used so heavily, and there's some really cheeky spots that you can use that Void Passage to get through some of these huge mountainous areas a little bit later in the game. You can certainly surprise some people. Speaking of which, the Twerkaholics, well, they're going to be surprised by Furia. This time it's the Twerkaholics who don't get the first knock by playing their games quietly. They're going to be the ones on the receiving end.
It's a taste of their own medicine. This is what Twerkaholics were doing all day yesterday, and now it's about surviving. Floating is going to be the last. They are going to be able to get at least one back up here. It's not over, but Furia need to be pushing this. Don't let them get away.
Yeah, Furia being aggressive on this. They've got 40 seconds until that zone fully closes as well. They want these points. They want these kills, and even though the battery got popped, it's going to be Noct who gets the final kill here. Twerkaholics are eliminated. But now Furia have to move towards zone, and the problem for them is that Realize Nova, who had those two players still alive, they're deep in zone, and they're right behind where they find themselves.
Yeah, I think Furia might be able to reset when they get inside zone, but maybe don't expect another squad to be behind them, so they have to be careful here. Was it worth the ambush is going to be the biggest question for me. I mean, taking down Twerkaholics sometimes does feel worth it. And as I said, a taste of their own medicine, sadly. They took a page out of their own book.
Well, Alcadzia, who dropped over at Atma Station, they haven't moved an inch, as you would imagine. The zone keeps pulling closer and closer to them, and as I say that, it starts to pull away from them. But a very good position for them. It's ARU Army who are in the best position in those two buildings that they're kind of split holding at the moment, looking both ways on those zip lines. Trying to hold that space for as long as they possibly can, but you would imagine one team will see that they are split at some point and try and make that assault. Alliance back on our screens now. They have managed to reset.
I am surprised that Army were able to get that position. I fully thought Empire were going to get there first, just the sheer amount of coverage they had and the rail that they had to that position as well. But of course, they maybe didn't know where the zone was necessarily going. Now, S8UL. They're actually dropping over towards the Divide, which is another one that has a lot of wins, and maybe they can find another one here.
Yeah, they're going to get two of Unlucky. Excuse me, they're going to get one of Unlucky, but they're going to get two of Alliance. As S8UL should be able to finish off these downs. The Void Nexus won't save you this time. And Alliance still alive, but down to one here, and they are the team that get wrapped in zone.
Yeah, S8UL and Alliance are both dropping on that eastern side as Babo get eliminated. Now VKG is starting to get aggressive. Twisted Minds are watching over this. Furia involved as well. There's quite a lot of commotion happening.
Yeah, really good Void Passage actually from a member of Furia. Noct who got that down just to get them out. Oh, surprise, surprise, that scared the hell out of me, but not as scary for me as it was for the player Sizu on the receiving end of that. Furia get a few more kills here.
Yeah, Furia looking to try and pick up extra. They're already #1 at the moment with 5 on the board. And of course, there will be placements coming up next once another team gets eliminated. But they are just going to utilize Newcastle Wolf for now just to stay alive, as I think things got a little bit too hectic for their liking then.
It's going to be a really tough cross for them. They've now got round 3 at their back. So Furia securing kills and points, but getting in towards this zone might be a little bit more difficult for them because it's very, very busy on this northern side. They've got Realize Nova behind them. Only one of them, but this damage can be so annoying as they try and make this rotation. Madness has now got to worry about not being cut down. Realize Nova will be eliminated as we see, but Furia still creeping forward. But there are about 5 or 6 teams that they're about to approach on the northern side of this zone, and there's only enough room for certain teams to fit.
Yeah, we've got 6 teams here on the northeast, so this is going to be a lot of KP potentially for Twisted Minds as they can watch all these teams running in with the zone to their back.
S8UL, you can see the zone is doing a lot of damage to them, and the kill feed starting to line up as well as Twisted Minds will finish off S8UL. That will be them out of the lobby as 7 teams now find themselves watching from the spectator screen. Another team will fall. It's going to be Alliance. Furia go down as well. Twisted Minds picking up kill after kill here, holding down this northern edge.
Just like that, we chop ourselves down to only 11 squads now. Shopify Rebellion and Twisted Minds still kind of hovering around one another, just being watched over by Green Stego, or at least just the single player from Green Stego who is spreading out a little bit, and you can see Yuka in the kill feed as well. Everyone's falling at the moment, doesn't matter what you're using.
Yuka's got a Kraber in his hand, and I've seen that he's been picking up a few kills with it from distance, so always fun to watch that man when he has the big stick in his hand, but also very, very fun to watch Twisted Minds go to work. One of the standout teams from the bracket play that went down over the first 2 days, and now with NRG caught in this corner, Albrelele is using this lamppost to just try and survive long enough for his teammates to capitalize on this damage.
Yeah, should be able to get the battle comfortably here, but the real question for Twisted Minds is how long can we hold it? NRG will be eliminated. Remember, Shopify Rebellion are still nearby. They're just above, and they are taking a look at them. But it doesn't seem like they feel it's necessary to be pushing down. They are thinking about the late game. They are thinking about how they win this one, as elsewhere, Army have been forced out of their hidey hole.
They certainly have. Those buildings now split. Shopify Rebellion did take the port into the building. 100 Thieves are playing inside of the building. They have a team on their outside as well, but they are safe in zone. Check the top left of your screen to see how safe they are. Right bang central in it, so a fantastic rotate from 100 Thieves.
It's going to be interesting now on the western side. You've got Empire, Fnatic, and GHS Boom have all got to move, and Fnatic say, we don't fancy trying to take this fight. Let's go up into the skies and let's just go over them instead.
Do they know about GHS? Are they going to get shot down? Liberace! They had no idea, and now he gets shut down. Doesn't even make it to the skies. And Fnatic, even though they land for now, can they take someone down? It's 150 from Yuka.
It's a great shot,
but it's not enough.
It's not enough, sadly. And Empire, at least they were wise to it. Otherwise, that could have been very detrimental to their chances.
GHS Boomer have been eliminated in the meantime, so Empire still trying to hold out. Fnatic have one player alive still. That's Colonel Garcia, who you can see on your screen. He's trying to just kind of sneak his way towards this zone without getting cut down, but it might be the end of Fnatic's game here. Yes, indeed. They will fall. And ARU Army, they will go down as well. We have 6 squads left in our lobby as Alcadzia, who had a great prio to this zone, will fall next.
Green Stego just sent a single player behind Alcadzia, by the way, just to ruin their day, ruin their game. And now Green Stego will hold one of the best positions alongside Twisted Minds. But Empire are still alive. I mentioned them earlier. One of the best Broken Moon teams, but Twisted Minds, they're being shot by Shopify Rebellion.
They're trying to make a rotate to get close to this zone, but look at the position that SR have, and look at the shots that are coming out of the scout of Koiful. This man doesn't miss very often, and making those rotates endgame when you've got him shooting down on you are so tough to do.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just back to the crate in the moment. They are hoping that eyes will be trained elsewhere, and maybe they can escape into the zone, and hopefully another team can help them do so. But it is actually going to be attention turned to the west again. VK Gaming, 100 Thieves, and Empire all are in the same building.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, you can see that Zainu, I think, was trying to get a Void Nexus down on the altar. It's actually a portal, excuse me, on the Wraith towards where that zone is going to be pulling. It looks safe for now because it's only Green Stego and Twisted Minds that are in and around that zone. Everyone else has to leave this building, but it's about the timing. When do you take that portal?
Worth noting, VKG only have 2 players. They don't have their Catalyst up, so they might struggle here. They could go for the Valkyrie ultimate, go up into the skies, and maybe hope to get into that top 3 just purely through avoiding fights. But I think Empire is going to be the key one to watch here on the southwest, because they had the Newcastle wall down, they had the position, they know where everyone else is, and they should be able to just walk in behind this.
We were wondering when they were going to take the portal, and it was a Void Nexus that went down from Phony. No Wraith in the composition here, 400 Thieves. They play it early, and they have the Newcastle wall up. Let's jump into a listen in here with 100 Thieves as Phony gets that first knock.
Break it! Play that on the wall, careful!
I kill her back!
Wait, did you kill this guy? Yes. I'm batting. We have to wipe that. We have to wipe it. Push it. That one. Place on this. One shot, kill it. Nice. Reset it. On me. Yep. He goes back. Back. He's out. Go back. I need to reset. Back in. I need to make it. Just stay on me. High clicking. Stay on me.
Open zone, get my wall back.
Back the wall. Break the wall. On me.
That's all you guys. Break it together.
Well, 100 Thieves all sorts of hyped up, and you can understand exactly why. They wipe a team. Twisted Minds now trying to move into a position as they will get a knock onto BKG.
But Green Stego still commanding so much space, utilizing Legends perfectly, and you can see they have the high ground, they have the position, but they are just doing damage, backing off, and forcing other teams to fight right now.
Twisted Minds center zone though. Green Stego at some point will have to move, but it's going to be Twisted Minds who move into the bodies of Shopify Rebellion and take all three down. SR will fall. BK Gaming will be next. We're into our top three.
It's going to be Green Stego, Twisted Minds, and 100 Thieves, but Twisted Minds are being pressured by GS here, and you can see they are just waiting, hoping that 100 Thieves get involved. But you heard the comms from Jem Burton. He said, just wait, play on me. We have a good position. Let's try and do the opposite. Let's try and make them fight each other.
100 Thieves have center zone, best position in the zone. Green Stego and Twisted Minds are right next to each other, but on different planes of elevation. 100 Thieves just have to bide their time here. You saw Green Stego using the Motherload from the Fuse to try and force 100 Thieves back from the position they had on the Newcastle wall. And it worked for now, but now that that's disappeared, that wall is still providing 100 T with cover.
Worth noting, Twisted Minds do have Ash, so they can portal across, and they can wrap, and they're going to wrap.
They're going to make a play now. Twisted Minds looking to take down 100 Thieves. They will take down 100 Thieves. But with Crook on his back, surely that just means that Green Stego will be able to turn this 3v2 into their first win of the day. It's been a masterful performance from them. Alpha, they try to do what he can. Asia will not fall, and Green Stego will take home game number 1 of your winners finals.
Green Stego, who held so much space, who commanded that game for almost the entirety of the final 2 circles, get a deserved victory and put up big points to start us off here in the winners finals. 9 kills plus 12 points from placement. It's a big 21 star.
You felt like 100 Thieves had that game with their position in zone, but such a smart wrap, and recognizing from Twisted Minds that second was the best outcome for them. They played for second place. 100 Thieves get wrapped, they get taken down. And from the damage of that fight, Green Stego, who, like you say, commanded so much space in that end zone, are able to convert that into the first win. And it's the form teams, again, who are the top of the leaderboards. Look at your top 3. They have been the teams we've been talking about all the way through the bracket.
There was a moment there for Green Stego as well. I believe it was Dexter who was just being a nuisance to all the other teams, whilst the rest of his team stayed on high ground. He was the one kind of dipping out, getting behind teams, putting bullets in them. And as soon as they turned on him, he was just phasing out, getting out of play, and saying, well, I've done the damage, now someone else can finish them off. And they were taking out so many teams because of that.
It was Dexter, I think he had 4 kills, over half the team's kills, so that you can see, like you're saying, what an influence he had and just commanding space, making sure that if there was an opportunity as a fight was going down, he was able to pick off 1 or 2 of those kills to turn them into points for Green Stego. This is your match 1 results. Green Stego on top, 21 points coming in from them. Twisted Minds in behind with 19, 10 KP for them, 100 T round out your top 3, 12 points for the squad.
It was actually Asia on the Ash, by the way, who was the one doing the phasing, using the portals I was talking about, but it was Dexter with 2,000 damage from distance. I mean, combined, Dexter and Asia over 4,000 damage, and you can see why they were able to pick up a victory. But you mentioned it, Twisted Minds, they're going to be delighted still with second place, and 100 Thieves, from the position they were in originally, I think they'll be pretty happy with third. Maybe a little bit disappointed that Twisted Minds came around and then flanked them, but sadly, that's what happens. You have to realize what you're going up against.
Yeah, it was a good play from Twisted Minds. It was 100 Thieves who maybe just didn't have eyes on where that position was and weren't able to essentially make too much of a fight of it. Twisted Minds showing that they are a very good fighting team and also a very smart team when it comes to those final circles. What a game number 1 though, man.
Wow.
Like, what a game number 1. We've got 5 more games to come of that.
Yeah, it's hard to judge what's going to happen in the next 5 as well, because maybe Green Stego, yes, they're an informed team, but now can Twisted Minds say, all right, well, we've got a second place. Perhaps we use this momentum to push forward for more.
We'll have to see if the top 3 stays the top 3. They've been the form team so far in this tournament. We're going to go for a quick break right now. Match number 1 is done. Green Stego, the winners of that match number 1. Don't go too far though, because match number 2 on Broken Moon is coming up right now.
Gotta do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Here to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest. So for real, nobody try me. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, but I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent, no mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a first amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's go time, it's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the faking, but we bringing that no town. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back once again, everybody. The Green Stego listening in their final moments. Maybe you should have come with a headphone warning because those were notes, man. They were winning moment notes.
Hitting different octaves, but that's what happens when you get that first victory in the winners' final on main stage. Green Stego setting themselves up for great success here, but of course, not job done. One win, usually we say, that's going to put you in good stead to get towards the finals, but only 21 points. Now, usually the cutoff has been around 30 to 35 points, so still need to do more. I know that sounds weird to say after match one, but Green Stego just need to make sure they kind of stay calm and, yes, enjoy that moment, but also focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, a lot of work still to do for them. The one thing you don't want to do is have a big game one, and then by game 6 you're going, oh my God, how did that game one feels a long time ago? You know, it's one of those situations. So a very good start for them as we head towards match number 2. Now, just looking across the legend bands, who's it going to be banned in this? Catalyst is gone, so no Catalyst here on Broken Moon for the teams to use in this game number 2. I gotta say, the top 3 is something to talk about, right? Because the consistency we've seen, especially with the upsets that we've seen, some of the bigger teams falling down to that elimination bracket, you've got to take your hat off and really kind of appreciate how good that top 3, Twisted Minds, Green Stego, and 100 Thieves have been so far in this tournament.
Yeah, we always talk about it in Apex and any Battle Royale, really. Getting any sort of consistency is always impressive because when there are all these different elements that are changing every single game, then you've got to be impressed by consistency when it happens. And you can see what it means to the Twisted Minds boys. I feel like we have peak Albrelelli back on our screens. I think someone said, is this TSM Albrelelli back on our screens? It certainly feels like he's
back
Twisted Minds
at his very best. Which is, you know, is it better?
Might be even better.
Yeah, we don't know yet. We'll have to look at if he's going to keep performing at this level. That conversation can certainly be had. Have a little look at Exo Clan as well. A little cheeky wave. That was the definition of a cheeky little wave coming in from Swinny in the middle there. A little bit of a quiet first game for them, but just looking across the POIs and stuff, we just want to talk about Exo Clan. They had a pretty good prio, actually, to that zone that we did see, but didn't really make the most of it.
Yeah, a pretty good
prio. Got caught in that kind of scuffle early on.
Exo did prioritize E-District in their POI draft, so I think as long as they are putting up a small amount of points each game, they'll be happy going into E-District if they're around that cutoff point. And then, when you go into those final 3 maps, that's when they really have to start putting points on the board. It's a difficult way to approach a series when you do prioritize the second map in the POI draft because it adds extra pressure, but Exo Clan are definitely a team that can handle that pressure.
Well, it's serious business, of course, here on the main stage in our winners finals, but also I just want to highlight some of the personalities of our players. We have some of the poses that we had from Media Day that were struck. We're going to review these very quickly. What do you think? Onmu showing off the calves.
Calves looking impressive.
Very risque.
I mean, I'd say that's pretty basic. I expect better from the CEO. Arctic, just a simple point as well. I'd go 5 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 8 out of 10 from Onmu.
8 out of 10.
It's something a little bit
We've got
different.
3 pages of that. That's generous for page number 1. Let's take a look at page number 2. If Onmu's an 8 out of 10, maybe... Oh, wait, we might be right, actually. We've got the Gyökeres.
He command, that is definitely another 8 for me as well, just because eyes closed, don't really know what's going to be happening. Darkly covering the mouth, speak no evil, see no evil, but he's currently seeing it, and then Tails. I mean, Talis, that's like a football celebration I've seen. I'll give him a 6 out of 10 for that one.
6 out of 10?
Yeah.
You want to look at page 3?
I'd love to look at page 3,
Well, we can do that right now. Hey, look at that, New Orleans. PG stream no more.
The Twerkaholics by name, and the Twerkaholics by nature.
10 out of 10 from Lunix.
10 out of 10. And you also have to give credit to Rambo, as always. That's
a raw.
It's a very familiar face for Rambo as well. We've seen that many a time on the main stage.
The classic Rambo. It's the classic Rambo.
Vintage Rambo.
Let's talk about something more serious. Actually, let's not. Let's look at Lumix.
Well, Twerkaholics...
It's fair. I will say, good to see this side of him.
Of course. Wait, which side? The backside?
No, this side that we're looking at right now.
Twerkaholics, I was very impressed with how they started that game because, again, they were pushing, they were being aggressive. I think I was worried when you go into the winners final, do you change how you're approaching the game?
A bit overwhelmed with the situation.
Do you maybe not play the way you were playing before? But they have died by the way they have played, right? They've got aggressive, they've gone out of zone, and then they've been caught out by something out of their own book. They've been ambushed. But I don't think that's the end of the world. I think as long as they are still playing in the same way, they will find kills and they will find points. But of course, it's just going to be a little bit more difficult in a lobby like this.
Let's take a look at the final circle from that last match that we just saw to see how it was closed out by Green Stego, because there was a lot of action, of course, going down. We talk about the wrap that came in from the low ground from Twisted Minds, and it all started off here, just before we got to that final circle. Twisted Minds had SR above them. We saw that failed rotation on the evac tower from Fnatic as well, but I like the timing of the Void Nexus, and we always talk about the Void Nexus being a kind of a retreat and a reset ability that Alter has, but when you get to these final zones, if you could send the Alter to put that Void Nexus down in and around the center of the zone, it almost works a little bit like a Wraith Portal. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a bit more risky because you're having to cover the ground without being able to jump into the Void, hit your Q, whatever it might be, but it does provide a very, very similar kind of execution to what Wraith offers.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams having their kind of leading player, the one that's scouting out, being on that altar as well, because they can utilize the Void Nexus just to get everyone to catch up. So as you mentioned, it can be an escape tool, but it can also be an aggressive one as well. But it was the push from Twisted Minds. They were down low. It looked like they were set for dead. Green Stego was probably just going to look down and toss some grenades, but they played the right way and they went for second place. They recognized they could not win the game, so they just decided, how do we get as much points as possible? And it is about flanking 100 Thieves.
I mean, the timing of it was really good from Twisted Minds as well. I think the most unfortunate thing is one player got knocked. Sure, that can happen in the fight, but it was the Newcastle that got knocked, so couldn't drag the knocked player back to their feet and get them back involved in the fight. They had the mobile shield down, which might have provided just enough time to pop a couple of cells or a battery to influence the fight a little bit more, and you saw what a fight they put up as a 2. So that kind of thing, that knock-on effect, the domino effect of what legend goes down in those fights can influence the next one as well. And Green Stego, like you say, just played the end game how they had to.
But that's also credit to 100 Thieves with their targeting as well, making sure they are prioritizing shooting the Newcastle, because even if they were going to win that fight, they had to make sure they get rid of Newcastle first, so there's not going to be any res happening.
Well, there's a couple of signs coming in from, we're going to call this the 100 Thieves Ultras. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but we've got some 100 Thieves fans. Is that a goat? We don't know.
That was an ostrich, I think.
It's a fantastic zoology from you there.
Yeah, I tried my hardest. Yep,
that's actually knocked. We all know it's not.
It's knocked.
It's knocked. That is what his player cam actually looks like. And if you don't see that, you're wrong, which is fine.
But the chairs are certainly filling up here in New Orleans as well.
It's starting to ramp up a little bit as well as the game start going, which I'm loving from everyone here.
The crowd is getting louder and louder as each day goes on, and I know full well when we get to Sunday for Match Point Finals, this place is going to be erupting. I wouldn't be surprised if the roof is blown off, but Match Point Finals is always just different when it comes to watching it, because you always want to see how many games it's going to go, of course, but you've got to get there first, and that's why we have to find out who is going to be putting themselves there from this winners final, and it's a tough lobby. So So there was a couple of teams that may have been incredible yesterday getting into this winners final, but they might just find that this could be one step too far.
And we have to remember as well, there's an elimination bracket going on at the moment as well, kind of parallel with what we're seeing on the main stage. We'll, of course, try and keep you updated as those games go by as well, as to who's looking pretty good and who is struggling a little bit. And before we get there and we start to do that, let's look at the kill leaders from this event as well, because we've got to keep our eyes on who's going to have the bragging rights when it goes down to those final moments. And whatever happens with Falcons, there's always a competition between Zero and How, whether it be friendly or not so friendly. And How at the moment with this elimination bracket run is having a bit of fun. 97 kills, almost at 100. Almost there. Look at the deadliest weapon, Dan.
Who'd have thought?
What were the odds of that?
It's the P2020. It's almost 4 times. It is 4 times as much as any other weapon. Worth noting, Falcons have played more games than the teams that are in the winners bracket.
A lot of games.
I'm not going to take anything away from Imperial Hell or Zero, but they have played more games in the elimination bracket because you have to. It is a long old day, and there are still going to be more today. Of course, if Falcons do get through their elimination game that's currently being played right now, they would then have the elimination finals coming up after that. He heard it, 18 games a day, as Papa Jet lets us all know why he's here to support his son.
He is a 100 Thieves Ultra. I'm happy to say that. He's got the shirt on, he's got the hat on, he's got the surrounding fans all of a sudden converting to be a 100 Thieves fan. If you're within an 8-meter radius of Papa Gen, you kind of get sucked in and you become a 100 Thieves fan. Or just a fan of Papa Gen.
I would too. It's just an
Happens.
aura. It's an aura that is just surrounding him, and for good reason. I mean, I think it's an incredible thing when parents do come to, support their children that are playing, and yeah, I think that he is synonymous with Jen Burton. It wouldn't be an event without Papa Jen.
We've got 100 Thieves chant starting off now as well, which I absolutely love. This is where we are in our winners finals, though. Just the one match down, and in the history books, it was Green Stego, of course, who took that one home with 9 kills alongside that first place. Catalyst has been banned for this match number 2, so a lot of teams will be hoping they get there early and don't have to rely on what isn't a Dark Veil to be available to hold down those rotates for them.
At least Newcastle is still going to be available for a lot of these squads, but it's going to be more about how do you get that ring console information with Catalyst going. Do you go for something like a Fuse, a Mirage? Are you going to Watson, perhaps? Or do you go for something even more off-meta and go for a little Rampart, of course? So we've seen a few of her cropping up here or there in games, but certainly the first game, Green Stego, they have built a bit of momentum now. If they can find another win here, that would almost guarantee them a spot. I will always say 1 win doesn't guarantee you, but 2 wins, it's a surefire way of finding yourself in the next round.
And the number we're kind of looking at, that cutoff is around 32-ish, is
depending on how the lobby goes, somewhere around
good
there.
Indication of where that cutoff is going to be. So if you're a fan of any of these teams in the lobby, keep that number in the back of your mind. If you're there or just above it, you're probably going to be here tomorrow in those match point finals. Just a little reminder on the Legend Bands, it's Catalyst who will not be involved in this next game, but everybody else, fair play.
Everyone else is going to be up for grabs. So I'm expecting lots of Ash, of course, lots of Crypto, lots of Alter coming in. But this is now when the Legend Bans start to happen. This is when a few of the spanners are thrown in the works, right? You're going to see Valkyries coming in, more Ballistics. Mad Maggie, again, is going to be play. Bangalore going to be there as well. Crypto there, Fuse. Plenty to play with when it comes to Broken Moon.
It's a lot of different compositions as well, which means when you're going into a fight with the team, you have to recognize what the composition is, think about the abilities you're going to be playing against. It just adds this extra element, a little layer to every single team fight that you do see going down. Well, enough waiting. Everything is ready on our main stage right now. Match number 1, forget about that because it's time for match number 2 here in New Orleans. We're back on Broken Moon.
And they are out of the dropship, and it is a chance for maybe some of these teams that fell early to make up for it and get their heads back in the game. Alton, Newcastle, Rampart is going to be the most popular composition that we're seeing on our screens at the moment, alongside Ash, Crypto, and Fuse. So expect to see lots of portals going back and forth to try and keep teams in it here.
I've never seen someone collect 3 medkits on drop. That's amazing. Val just looks at his backpack. He's like, how's that happen? I've only just got on the map, but
he is the medic.
He is the medic. I mean, he's on Newcastle, so he's as close as you can get pretty much outside of Lifeline.
Speaking of Newcastle, 10 selections. It is the highest picked legend, so Newcastle will be banned for game number 3.
Interesting, because we head to E-District as well a little bit later, so no Newcastle available for E-District. This is where the zone is going to be going, the opposite end of the map from match number 1, I should say. We are going up north towards the core good news for Twisted Minds.
Good news for Twisted Minds. I think they're a very good team at holding positions like this, automatically becoming one of the favorites to win this game, providing they have a ring console, which I'm unsure of because, of course, their names are blocking out. But Twerkaholics at Alpha Base do have a ring console. And again, a very different play style. They are a squad who like to be aggressive. They like to find kills. So I'm interested to see whether Twerkaholics are going to play this one where they go to zone, or do they start to go away from that zone and maybe try and pick up some kills on teams rotating in?
A little counter rotation potentially coming in from Twerkaholics. They do also have an Evo Harvester next to them, which, well, we know how they like to use those, so we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. But for Twisted Minds, it is a godsend of a zone for them, and having ring console over at the core means they will know where this zone is going. For Green Stego, though, the winners of our match number 1, a very different style of game for them, dropping down a Bionomics right in the bottom right of the map. They have to go all the way across to the core.
This is where you earn your pennies. This is where you earn your credit if you're a Green Stego. I've already said they weren't one of the teams that were performing that well on Broken Moon throughout this tournament, but they've already answered that one question. If you now can find points and find a good amount of points in Game 2 when the ring is very much against you, suddenly Green Stego start to become one of those teams that we're saying, you know what, when we get to match point finals, why can't they go on to win the whole thing?
And Green Stego definitely showed yesterday with the damage differential that we saw for them in the lobby. It doesn't really matter where the zone is, because if they don't have zone, they are more than willing and able to make a number of fights work in their favor. Speaking of teams who like to take fights, and speaking of teams who like to counter-rotate, we did see Twerkaholics moving away from the zone.
Yeah, they're looking to try and find VK Gaming at Breaker Wharf, something I thought might happen. Another fight that is happening. Furia versus 100 Thieves. This is one for the ages.
Yeah, big names on our screens right now. 2 North American powerhouses fighting at core. Gonna be Jim Burton, who brings out Sheila just to try and force Furia back from this position. They attempted a little abduction with the Void passage through the wall, but not going to be able to make that one work. Newcastle wall will be down here on the side of Furia. Both teams with the Rampart in the composition as well, which is very, very interesting.
Very helpful against the Newcastle team as well, just being able to rip apart that wall that may go down. The Twerkaholics are still hunting for VK Gaming as other teams now arriving towards core. Fnatic are here. Twerkaholics will find VKG. You can see they are closing in, and the aggression that we've seen all tournament long continues.
Yeah, they take the high ground. They get into that position using the Ashe ultimate. That portal up onto height, and like you say, never afraid to fight. Floating with that Vault in his hand. Blue Mag this time looking for maybe a little abduction through the wall. Not going to quite be able to go deep enough this time around to capture that player. And instead, he's going to pull out the thermite, and he's going to look to take this fight.
Oh, that one's going to be cooking as well. By the way, how calm Floating looks at all times when he's playing this game is crazy. Considering the damage, but Case is taking a lot of damage on himself.
Got to be careful here. The snare will go down to stop VKG escaping out, trying to swing on the damage that was done. For VKG, they're probably thinking, what is going on here? Why are we fighting here, boys? Well, this is Twerkaholics. Play the game they wanted.
I think when VKG saw the POI draft, they knew full well this could be happening almost every game here on Broken Moon. It may continue to E-District because they're dropping very close on that map as well.
P20 shots coming in from QQ. Floating, looking to rip someone off of a head glitch on those Rampart walls that are down. Floating now taking a different angle. It's all about who gets the first knock here. Twerkaholics just being stuck. And the longer this fight goes on, we always talk about the potential for a third party to come in. Well, Alliance are getting closer. They have the drone out. And even though the Newcastle wall has started to be broken down piece by piece, no player on either team is yet to fall.
Yeah, remember, Alliance dropping not so far away from VKG. So again, they would have seen this and expected it, and Twerkaholics are sending.
Oh, they're sending, but it's going to be Lunix who goes down first. So it's a 3v2 for them to try and turn around. And again, it's the Rampart walls that are a problem. All up to you, Floating. The res will come in, but here come Alliance. That fight taking so long makes it so simple for Alliance to move in and pick up these KP.
VK Gaming wiped, but the Twerkaholics, at least 2 of them were able to get away, and the Void Nexus will be used, but Alliance may try and hunt them down here. They are certainly chasing, at least temporarily, but the real question is, can you get the res before they arrive?
They're going to get back up to full 3, I think, here. Twerkaholics, who for a moment looked like they were certain to lose that fight, and pretty convincingly, and now they're all back up.
I wonder whether they heard the drone on the side of Alliance and they thought, all right, we have to send it now, but let's use the backup. We've got the Void Nexus in place, and if things go south, then we'll go north.
Well, they're surviving, they're alive, and all 3 of them are thinking, hey, that was kind of fun. We should do that again sometime. Maybe Alliance are going to find that out themselves, as they still will have to rotate towards zone, and now it's going to be the Twerkaholics who are going to be holding them out.
Twerkaholics say, well, round 2, but this time we'll take on a different team. But VKG or Alliance, both difficult fights to have in a 3v3.
And 19 squads in the lobby. Twerkaholics still maybe thinking about taking a bit of time to loot here, because you're looking at the attachments here for floating, not the best in the world. Well, Moby's going to be good, but he's already got one of those in the back pocket. Hit the Void Nexus again. Let's turn over to the point of view of NRG, and they might be able to, I was going to say, assault a team who was looking for that ring console. Luckily, it was at the end of a Wraith portal, which means they weren't able to get that sneaky little pick.
Only the 3 points at the moment from game 1 for NRG, 15th place. But a chance maybe to pick up 3 more points with an engagement here. It is an isolated fight at the moment. There are a couple of teams, of course, on the edge that could join if this one takes a little bit too long, so NRG do have to be aware of that.
Void Nexus goes down here from Timmy to give them something to retreat to. It's just inside of the zone as well. There's ARU, the team on the other side. This Guild's got to be so careful. Guild isn't careful enough, because there's a team who's firing in from distance, who are pinching NRG. They are going to hit their Void Nexus, though, and they should be able to get out of this situation and get Guild back up.
Yeah, SAUL, even though they were able to see what was happening, they are not close enough to capitalize on it, so it's not going to be a huge worry for NRG. But the real worry is they're currently split, so maybe the last remaining player might want to use the Void Nexus as well. As you can see in the kill feed, GHS have just lost one Exoclan. Chaotic doing the damage.
Yeah, and this is deep at the back of core by the looks of things. So this is where everybody is going to be trying to get into position for the end game. Exoclan have arrived a little bit late, but the fact that they've done so means they've been able to collect Evo, get up to purple shields. And now the final player from GHS Boom is trying to get out of here. Suvi, who's going to be that last player.
And as I mentioned for Exoclan, it's just about winning a couple of fights each game, putting at least 6 points on the board from matches 1 to 3, and then you go into E-District where you have arguably the strongest POI on that map, and that's when you make up the points.
Just to see if this zone starts to pull deep towards the backside of core, if it goes more towards the POI itself, because there's a couple of teams who are backing on the deep pull. Shopify Rebellion right at the back of where that zone is going, and then elsewhere, Furia, who we saw make that early rotation right at the start of the game, they are more central to where this position is, again, alongside 100T.
Well, Green Stego at the moment making their long old rotation from the southeast all the way to the northwest here. They might get sandwiched. There are 2 teams trying to ambush them, but they've managed to spot the first one out.
Ooh. It's always a scary moment. Another load will go in here from Dexter to try and slow down any type of push that might be being even considered by ALGS in that position. I think ALGS are actually trying to escape from this. I'm not sure they're actually... Oh, they are, full 3, excuse me. They want to continue to change their rotation. They should be able to do pretty comfortably. Green Stego still having a look at this, though. They're still chasing him down.
Yeah, well, they recognize that there's a little bit of fear from ALGS, so they're thinking, well, perhaps there is something ripe for the picking. But I think ALGS are going to attempt to go through quarantine zone here, maybe even think about hitting something on the way. But there is going to be an NRG waiting for them that perhaps they will not be expecting, because they're going for such a wide rotation here.
Yeah, and also going through that hazmat tunnel towards quarantine zone. A lot of the time you're walking from the low ground, and NRG could be up on height, so it's a scary rotate for them to make.
NRG are split, though. We'll see whether we get to see that fight, because at the moment, we're just taking a look at Fnatic in court, and they look to be comfortable, and they will be happy for now.
Colonel Garcia looking to slap someone with a guitar if they get any funny ideas on the fuse. And here is the push that we were talking about. It's Twerkaholics, actually, and now you can see the Green Stego actually in a little bit of trouble. The winners of our game number 1. Well, it's the Twerkaholics who are causing mischief once again. Lunix is down. Floating is down as well. And maybe Green Stego are going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Cakes looks like he is not long for this. Can he hit the Void Nexus in time? Yes, but he's still inside of the zone, so he's going to have to pop some meds just to survive here.
It was Aru Army who were just doing extra damage from a distance, but it looks like the Twerkaholics, again, their plan of utilizing the Void Nexus to deal damage, be aggressive, and then go back, but they've not been able to win the same engagements they were winning yesterday. They are going up against some teams that are really holding strong. It's a fantastic defensive work from Green Stego.
Dexter can't pop the syringe just in time, and now that we're in zone 3, the meds are a problem. The health ticks are starting to burn. Realize Nova have just been eliminated in the meantime. They're the second team to fall out of the lobby. And if you were wondering when we were talking about where that zone is going to pull towards the backside of core, or if it's going to go towards the POI itself, it is pulling towards the position where Shopify Rebellion have taken on that northern side.
That is a fantastic call from Shopify Rebellion. They're going to be in prime position not only to maybe win this, but just picking up an immense amount of KP when everyone transitions from outside of the core and just starts forcing themselves north, providing they have the weapons to do so, of course. They just are going to need something a little bit long range. Maybe there's a couple of scouts on board.
You would imagine there certainly will be. For that position. Now we look at Green Stego once again. It's round 2. The Twerkaholics struggling a little bit in this fight, and the overalls, will they be able to hit the Void Nexus again? Do they have one anywhere near zone? Maybe not. A fallback opportunity for them. Finally, Twerkaholics will be removed from the lobby here. Green Stego, round 2, they get the knockout punch.
Well, so that is now 3 different attempts we've seen from Twerkaholics that have failed them, and really, Green Stego, we have to give them credit because that is a fantastic hold as SAUL. They were the team that kind of helped out. Worry about, and instead they're just going to hold the eastern side.
Well, back towards the core. This is the main part of the central structure. And we got a little bit longer to take a look at it as we just have a quick tech pause before we get that game back underway.
So I think that one thing we can definitely discuss here, because they've been on our screens the most, is the Twerkaholics, right? I think this was always going to be my worry the further you get into this tournament. With a team that has been known for being aggressive, known for being pushing other teams, and for picking up an immense amount of kills, suddenly you come across even bigger, better teams that are just good at navigating defensive fights. You've got Ramparts in the way, you've got Watsons, for example, you've got teams that know how to position themselves so they are not going to be easily wiped. They make that fight hard for you, they make you come into the zone, and Twerkaholics have struggled a little bit because of that.
Also, you've got the coaches and all the players who will be looking at the POI draft and going, hey, we know that they're going to be in the vicinity, so expect the unexpected, so to speak. We are going to get a team who might think about running at us. Just check your corners, make sure that every step that we take, we're being aware there may be a push coming that we wouldn't expect. I mean, we've heard it from numerous players from the top teams in the world saying, hey, that lobby didn't play how we expected. There's a few teams doing things we didn't expect. But now when you're in the minority of those teams in a lobby doing that, you could kind of plan for it a bit better.
Well, I mean, you're a CC team who's come into this. No one's really going to be preparing for you. No one's going to be doing the research on you. But final squad, you are a team that has to be respected and looked into. And I think that all those coaches would have been doing the research you were talking about. And Green Stego, they sensed it. You saw as they were approaching the zone, they were being hesitant because they knew an ambush was possible. And actually, there was 2 teams trying to ambush them, and they still survived. Is he all right?
Enemy has just... Check a pulse, everybody. I think he's good. I think he's good.
Yep, okay.
Okay, he's fine. There was probably 4 or 5 seconds more there where I would start to be concerned.
Yeah.
But he's okay.
Would you have headset off, gone to help yourself?
Absolutely not. Would have made it worse.
Okay. You would have called the professionals, and that's what matters. Well, of course, just a little pause at the moment to make sure whatever tech delay is happening, we will get sorted, whether it's for one of the players or whatnot. And if we find out any extra information, we will let you know. Again, I always am very happy we have a match pause feature for this reason indeed. Now, Jen Burton, on your screen, of course, it was a fantastic game 1 for them, and they are looking to try and maybe replicate it with just a consistent amount of points here. And it is going to be an interesting end up in core, because there was a lot of the big heavy hitters that moved very early. They kind of puffed their chests up against one another, but no one won an engagement. They all just decided we're going to reside together here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's one of those zones you feel like everyone's leaving very simultaneously, and only a certain amount of teams will be able to come out with their lives still intact. Furia, we saw in game number 1, did a pretty good job of winning some of those fights. I want to talk a little bit about Green Stego, though, because the game plan for them is very different from game number 1, and it's fascinating to talk about Apex Legends and the fact that how influential that zone is, because game number 1, they're pretty good prio for them to get towards the zone. They play it very well. They win that important fight, and then they're extending, they're kind of holding space. This one's very different. They have to play completely edge here, and they've already shown that if they can find that isolated fight, they're good enough to win it. It's Twerkaholics who they took down at the second attempt, but even in that first fight, you feel like without the Void Nexus, the way they are fighting at the moment, they look so dangerous and are more than capable of playing an edge playstyle as well.
Well, speaking of the Twerkaholics, I mentioned how their run was yesterday, and we can take a look back at some of the highlights. And now this isn't to rub salt in the wounds. I just want to make some comparisons of how they were playing yesterday, how they were finding their success, and at times it felt like they weren't missing anyone they were pushing. They were finding just kill after kill. Their targeting was excellent. They were all on the same page, but they haven't been able to find that same momentum in the first 2 games. And my biggest question would be, if it doesn't work in game 1 and 2, at what point do they start to change? Do they start to change, or do they continue to go for this kind of aggressive, ambushy style that maybe will pay off with one big game? Because realistically, if you can have one bomb of a game, you could find yourself in that match point final.
I think the smart thing to do is stick with what worked, what got you to the dance, right? I think if you start to overthink and you start to change things here, it's a risk, right? And you want to be risk adverse in this situation. I think you've got to try and continue with what got you here. And like you say, it's only 1 game out of 6 that it has to work. A couple of fights go your way. Get a couple of mythic bins on your way forward. Find a couple of good weapons on some death boxes of the teams that you take down on your way. It's going to be a good feeling for you, but it's fascinating to talk about them, and we're going to keep talking about them because they have been the standout of the kind of the highlight of the open format, right? They've been the team who have been talking about, who nobody was talking about coming into this event, and will we continue to talk about them? We'll find out soon, because we're going back into our game in 5 seconds time. The pause is going to be unpaused, which I think is the correct adjective, and we are back into game number 2.
And I'm hearing gunfire straight away, by the way, as everyone panics as they get back in. The unpause happens, and now suddenly you just need to make sure you know where you are, you get your bearings once more, and it seems like that did happen. I think everyone panic fired just in case someone was standing in front of them, but all is okay up at core for now, because it is not going to be okay in a couple of minutes' time when they all have to move north.
Yeah, this is going to be another example of a lobby being cut in half, essentially. Looking at the feed there, you can see 10K, they're in a little bit of a battle themselves. Furia trying to hold out QAD here. Good damage coming in. Is Keon with the bow check in his hands, and it will be Alcazia who will be eliminated. Furia pick up some more KP.
Yeah, Furia just farming on this side at the moment. It was almost a little gift from God that they were able to pick that one up. But they have to turn their attention back towards core, because remember, their previous fight against 100 Thieves ended in the stalemate. But you always have to be aware that if you turn your back, the other team could very quickly try and take that fight once more.
Now all of the teams in the lobby as well know where that zone is pulling. They've just seen it, so you're going to see teams desperately trying to make their moves. JHS Boom have been eliminated in the meantime, as 5 squads now find themselves in the lobby, watching what is going on elsewhere. Alliance trying to sneak their way around the edges here. Great shots from Asia as it's Green Stego who are creeping like a monster in the waters right now towards this zone, and with the way they've been fighting, you don't want to be going into a 3v3 with them.
Alliance actually in a really good position on the eastern side. They can rotate all the way around and then take that northern tip and maybe have a chance in that end game. But of course, remember, Shopify Rebellion were residing there earlier as we were on board with Green Stego. I think they were about to push 10K, and it certainly looks like in the kill feed, 10K get the first knock.
Yeah, it's going to be Sheila who influences that. Dexter's going to have to drop down here and pop the battery if he has the time to, but he's not going to have the time to. Green Stego now down to 1, the winners of your game number 1. Ziki jumps into the drone to keep himself alive and keep himself invisible for a few seconds time as 100 Thieves now start to play for some KP.
Yeah, they heard what was happening and now they want to try and push up onto 10K, but they have to be very mindful, of course, of what was on the other side of things. Furia were very near them. They do have shield cells to work with. They can get healthy, and then maybe some of this utility. Boney doesn't have any grenades to work with here, so maybe he's going to lead the charge with just guns.
Green Stego have been eliminated, and now they have to try and isolate this fight, and to isolate it, they almost managed to do. The battery got popped at just the right time, but Verholz managed to exchange that damage and that knock. Jim Bird having to hold the line here. 100 Thieves are healthy. All 3 of them still on their feet, but they're going to have to take some time here to pop some batteries and some medkits as well, because elsewhere, that zone is starting to close behind them.
Yeah, the zone is forcing all these teams together. Aru Army are just going to be behind them as well. 100 Thieves have to move. They're going to now be pressed by 2 teams. S8UL are going to be ahead of them as well, as 10K is still alive. But 100 Thieves doing so well at the moment to fight tooth and nail to stay alive.
This is a very definition of head on a swivel. They are being pushed forward by the zone, but they are managing to output consistent damage. As ALU Army will be the next to eliminate. 100 Thieves still alive here, but only just.
Vintage Verholz, the last remaining player from 100 Thieves, will slam that wall down just to stay alive. Exoclad eliminated in 11th. 10 squads now remain. And can 100 Thieves continue this push?
SAUL taking a lot of damage. It is Furia once again who are the team who are outputting the most of it. Jesco left as the last alive here. Furia want to try and commit to get this KP. 10k eliminated in the meantime. 100 Thieves still alive. Jen Burton has managed to get healthy, and even with the out the IGL phony on his feet, they can still do damage here.
Yeah, Verhol's done so well to stay alive and get Jen back on his feet, but maybe there is a chance for another res here because it is isolated. No one is there to finish 100 Thieves right now. Alliance are not pushing, they're not being aggressive, and now Furia are going for a full res.
Furia going to try and stick this one, should be able to just about, but no, there's a Sheila that's trying to line up onto that mobile beacon to stop them being comfortable doing so. You can also hear a Kraber in the hands of someone. As 100 Thieves continue, even as a duo, to output damage most! Disgusting from him!
Jen just really wants to get the finish for a shield swap, gets it, and it's a red to work with, and I think that's going to be perfect for them. But now Madness out of the sky, deleted, and 100 Thieves still charge on.
As a two, as a duo, showing the firepower that they have. Alliance now trying to port towards zone a little bit quicker. Twisted Minds taking a fight. They take down Fnatic in that fight, but as only one left alive, they will be eliminated as well as Shopify Rebellion from distance. Have a look and have a little creep up and try and take a spot in the zone.
Yeah, do not forget about Shopify Rebellion. They've been quietly going about their business in the northeast here, but now they're starting to join the party. Babo, Shopify Rebellion, Alliance, NRG, and the duo of 100 Thieves are our last remaining teams here.
You have to wonder if 100 Thieves is going to find a quiet spot to maybe call in a res. If they have that banner, and of course, if they have a Moby to play with, getting Phony back at this point would be great news for them. Shopify Rebellion only on blues because they have played the more passive game deep at the backside of this zone. When I said, can they find a comfortable spot, 100 Thieves? No, they can't. It's going to be them eliminated. And it's Hackis with a Kraber. Almost manages to connect with Zainu as well.
But now Shopify Rebellion know that's there. They're probably not going to be peeking that angle, and they will just retreat and focus on the north. But that will give Alliance a little bit of coverage here on the south to look towards NRG.
2 minutes left in the Kraber. Drops a couple of bats as he jumps into the drone as well. Hackis, the IGL, decides to take to the skies, using Crypto's abilities to see what the lay of the land is looking like. Babo with a lot of space at the backside of this zone. You can see them right down at the bottom of the screen right now, but again, you can see how early they've been there, right? They've only got the blue armors.
And I think if you get an armor check here, I mean, there is a real chance that either NRG or Alliance could win this one, just purely based on how much of an armor advantage they're going to have.
Well, what a battle this could be. Shopify Rebellion versus Alliance. NRG have managed to sneak into a good position as well in this end zone. Another EMP is going to be the signal for someone to push in this scenario. The answer is yes, but Shopify Rebellion become ghosts.
Like ships in the night, they pass. Shopify Rebellion move back to their northeast angle where they've been holding for quite some time.
One thing really impressive by Shopify Rebellion there is they've now burned the EMP from Alliance, so now they can survive a little bit longer, and it makes the walls hit for Rampart a little bit more effective. They will last a little bit longer, not subject to that EMP damage.
Worth noting, Shopify Rebellion, the only ones who have a Wraith in this final circle as well. How vital could that prove to be, just being able to jump into the void in that late game when this starts to get a little bit hectic?
Effect is looking for something here. He's looking to push. He's looking to try and get some damage down to create an opening for Alliance, because they're going to have to make a play very soon. And speaking of the Wraith, speaking of the portal, it's Zainu who takes Shopify Rebellion up onto height here.
Wow, I love this position. Not only could it encourage Alliance out of the building, but it gives them a second option, maybe a second angle, and it just makes everyone else question what's going to happen here. As soon as one fight starts to go down, I feel like everyone else is going to be looking to try and get involved. This is a tough one to navigate.
Babo still with the most space in the zone. You can see they can let all these fights take place. They just have to make sure that they don't get pushed. Hackis now with the ball put down by his teammates, tries to jump in. Hackis! No scope with the Kraber, but it's not enough. NRG will hold, Alliance will be out, and we're into our top 3.
Yeah, now Shopify Rebellion are just watching on. They wipe NRG. It's Shopify versus Babo. It's a 3 versus 3.
And Babo get up to purples though. That makes this very, very interesting. And Babo, who've been here for such a long time, take down Koifel, take down MT, and maybe they're going to take game number 2 as well. Zainu's the last hope. Zainu in a 1v1 can't make it happen. Babo, we be your champions. And it's the unknowns again who step up here in New Orleans.
From Challenger Circuit in APAC North all the way to the winners finals here on the main stage, get the victory and put themselves very much up in those leaderboards. I will say, Zainu almost pulled off a madness there in those final moments, but Babo, they held strong. And again, it was just positioning. And yes, the shield swaps and just being able to get up to those purples was massive for them. It may have been extra damage that converted them to purple in the end. But the position they held for quite some time, very patient indeed.
And it was the two teams who were at that northern side of zone early who ended up in that final fight. So again, you look at the final moments, you look at the action, you know, the fists and the bullets flying. It really is about the zone call that got them into that position to be involved in that endgame. Again, great stuff from both.
Something that we heard from the GG coach on the desk earlier was sometimes it's a gamble. Sometimes you know the two zones which it's potentially going to pull to here. You know your percentages, but sometimes you even go for the lower percentage just because there's not as much room in your ideal area. And both those teams that committed to the north were rewarded there, but they played it out right. You can definitely choose the right area to hold, but then you also have to have the patience alongside it, as well as the damage.
Some good KP as well for them, even though 5 doesn't sound like a huge amount. Put that in context of the 17 points they now have on the board. Put that in context of what we believe to be around 32 points being enough to get you into match point finals. It's a big contribution in game number 2 here for Babo to maybe make that dream a reality.
What I will say, no massive game from anyone. A lot of points evenly distributed between this lobby, again, to show just how tight this one is. So there's not really going to be anyone truly running away with it at this point, which means that if you are still hovering in that bottom 10, you have every chance to catch up still, of course, with 4 matches to go.
And now we're going to see Newcastle banned as that second legend as well, which always makes things a little bit more fun, in my personal opinion. We'll take a look at the series results and how things stand after those 2 games are done. Twisted Minds will be in first place now, 29 points for them. Green Stego in behind with 25. 100T, they're holding down third, but Babo, look how they've jumped up into 4th position now in the overalls. That is a massive game from them.
Yeah, could we see one of our open teams getting to the match point finals when we get to the end of this one? They've certainly put their best foot forward. But then you look at how tight it is around the 10, 11, 12 area. Only 9 points for 10th place at the moment. This one is still wide open.
Certainly is indeed, and we still got another game on Broken Moon before we even change maps. So a lot more Apex Legends still to be played in our winners finals, and we're going to get to that as soon as we possibly can. Match number 3 is coming up very soon. It's the final match that we will have on Broken Moon. If you're enjoying the action, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Orleans. Welcome back to the winners finals. And before we get to our next game, a little reminder of some awesome stuff that's coming very, very soon in line with the new season. We have some cool merch. We have these awesome t-shirts. You can find out a little bit more at hypeland.com. And Dan, we've been lucky enough to kind of potentially get our hands on some of these. What do you think, everyone? Hey, they gave me the Pathfinder one. Look at this. Hold up. This is the back. And this is the front.
This is one of my favorites, by the way, all the badges.
This is now mine.
Have you earned all of these badges, Mark, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. And nice little details on the front as well. I love it. I've decided I get to keep
these. This is mine as well.
So thank you.
Mine very, very kind. Let's turn our attention back to the games that are going on, though, because, of course, we have one more game on Broken Moon left before we change maps, which is always fun. I love how people just start to get a little bit more comfortable now, and then it's like, cool, all right, we're changing maps. So 2 games done. Green State go with the win in game number 1, and then we see Baba with the win in game number 2. Now we get to game number 3, and this is where the mentality starts to shift a little bit for these players. You start to think about games remaining, not what's in front of you. It's, do we have enough time to get the points that we need to qualify for those match point finals? Your pressure just starts to ramp up game by game here for these teams on the main stage.
And it is worth noting, like 15 of these teams prioritize Broken Moon as well with their pick. Now, yes, E-District is a better map for POIs. It is a bit more consistent across the board with how they are evenly shared and how you can find points as well. But at the same time, if you were kind of like top 5 with those picks, you're kind of maybe kicking yourself a little bit if you don't at least put good points on the board. So match 3, this is where you really have to be finding some of those. And I am going to be looking particularly at Twerkaholics and Empire. Empire because usually Broken Moon is their bread and butter, and the Twerkaholics because they have Alpha Base, one of the better POIs that we've seen so far this tournament, and they've been trying to play that same way, but are still yet to find points.
I have to see if it's going to be this game that they make that work, but I think now that we're heading to the final game on Broken Moon, a lot of teams are probably thinking, hey, maybe E-District is what we were planning to get our points on as well. If we've managed to come away from Broken Moon with a decent enough position, we're a little bit more comfortable with our game on E-District because of the fact that it's just been around a little bit longer. Of course, we did play E-District back in Japan at the ALGS Championships, whereas this is the first time on LAN we have seen Broken Moon. Just take a look at some of the stats, by the way, from this previous game for Babo, the winners. Again, another amazing story to talk about in this lobby.
Yeah, I know I'm mentioning the 2 teams that have been playing in kind of CC, but you have to give them credit because this is what the ALGS Open was all about, right? Allowing teams who have never been able to experience a main stage, let alone even a LAN before, and now not only are they providing us with entertainment, but they are beating some of the best teams. They are beating the best teams in the world and finding themselves right at the tippy top of that leaderboard with a chance to get into match point finals.
Well, match number 3 is loading in the background. It will be the final time that we are in and on Broken Moon for our winners finals. And of course, if you're watching right now, you want to know what's going on in the elimination bracket, well, we'll try and keep you up to date. Keep your eyes on the results. They'll be flowing through as well because the losers, I should say, the bottom 10 from this lobby, they don't fall out the tournament. They will fall down into the elimination bracket where those 10 teams have been playing all day long. They will be warm, they will be ready, they will be hungry to make it through.
I do have a couple of notes from those elimination games that are happening at the moment as well. Cat won game 1, Virtus Pro won game 2. So they are 2 teams who we've certainly seen find victories so far this tournament, and they are looking to try and get to that elimination final where, of course, they will face 10 teams from this lobby that are in the bottom 10. You saw the map layout, you saw it's going to be Broken Moon for one more time. For these teams that are expecting points here, has to happen here and now.
Legend Bands, just to remind you as well, going into match number 3, no Catalyst, no Newcastle. So 2 of the most defensive legends, you would say, they're gone. Maybe that's going to play into the hands of some of those more aggressive teams a little bit more, or maybe we're going to see something a little bit spicy in those legend picks. We're seeing some Crypto, some Ash, Ballistic starting to be a little bit more of a regular feature in these compositions.
Yeah, Crypto is going to be the most picked. It's going to be 12 different compositions that feature Crypto, and actually the most popular compositions, Crypto Rampart Wraith and Ash Crypto Fuse. So it's 2 different styles of playing, but very similar across the board. You've got your Fragger, you've got your teleports, and you've got your scouting ability with that Crypto. So expect a lot of drones in this final circle.
Keeping our eyes on who has the console and where this zone is going to be going, of course, as well. But again, Babo deserving the POV, having won that previous game. And A really good zone call.
What was that?
that was the fuse guitar, man.
Pardon him?
It didn't hit every note in the chord, but it was good enough.
Wow, look at that zone. Again, is this going to be bad for the Twerkaholics? I mean, I know I keep harping on about them, but again, they are at Alpha Base. It is one of the better POIs that we've seen on this map. 100 Thieves, of course, arguably with the best POI at Quarantine Zone, purely through the amount of points that have been gathered throughout the tournament. On average, about 7.5 points per series. And we'll have to see whether they can transition from that center all the way up to the northeast. Good news for Alliance if they have a ring console, which, you know what, Onset, I don't know if they do, which it could be quite tricky.
Yeah, they don't have one, and there's not really one close as well. So it's going to be weight of traffic they're going to have to rely on, or maybe hitting a survey beacon when they see some teams start to approach in the area. But yeah, maybe they'll play off the fact that VK Gaming aren't moving from the man scan if it reaches just about far enough for them to get that information. But a little bit more central on the map. We're going to jump on with Shopify Rebellion, who got a nice little second place, and Zainu nearly gave us one of the clips of the tournament in those final moments.
Shopify Rebellion are moving extremely fast as well to try and progress to this northeast side of the map. They are more than happy to be on white, so they say, look, let's not waste our time looting. They don't really have a good POI here, so again, that's why I'm impressed. They've already found 21 points so far, but they just need to find somewhere to call home. But maybe there could be an early fight between a few of these teams that are moving fast. Aru Army, VK Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, they're all in the same area.
Oh, Koifu's going to get cut down by Axis as well, so Shopify Rebellion are going to be down one. Are they going to be able to get Koifu back to his feet? You can see the Tempest has been popped by the remaining members of Shopify Rebellion. They're leaving him here. They'll say, do you know what? Let's escape here. Let's survive. And let's see if we can get a revive a little bit later on.
Yeah, they're going to try and now get past VK, potentially go up towards Breaker Wharf, but again, that's not going to be easy, and there's going to be sharks in the water. We already know Twerkaholics could be waiting around any corner. Alliance not so far from this one as well. So it was an attempt from Shopify to move fast, but sadly, they lose one on the way.
Alliance are now making their way towards zone as well from Eternal Gardens, using that enormous balloon that's right in the middle of it. And I think having seen the traffic and waited a few moments to hit that survey beacon, now they have the weight of information they're looking for to make a zone call. So again, Alliance just showing a little bit of experience and a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of intelligence on how they play from Eternal Gardens.
Aru Army will reap the rewards of Koifu's body.
There wasn't many, to be fair, because how quickly they rotated.
Probably like one attachment and a couple of grenades, and that's about all you're going to have to work with. But you mentioned it, Alliance we saw on your screen briefly, they've moved now to the far northeast. You can see 10K utilizing portals to get further down here as well. It was actually the Void Nexus for NRG if they want to use theirs as well. And instead, they're going to actually use the survey beacon here just to get some info on where teams are. That's one way to avoid an ambush. Get the survey beacon on board and suddenly you see them all on the radar.
A couple of teams were close enough to them to make them just regroup a little bit here. They're going to hit the Arsenal to just get those P20s probably with a mag on them. And NRG now going to take to the skies. They're going to hit the evac tower to continue their rotate a little bit deeper into zone.
Yeah, they're going to head probably north, I imagine. Looking at that, yes, they are. In the kill feed, though, by the way, the Twerkaholics, they're going up against Alliance yet again, and it looks like they've lost one.
They've lost one. They did have a Void Nexus down, and I think they were trying to do what they've been doing. They tried to take a fight, tried to retreat, but Alliance were quick enough to finish the down that they couldn't indeed get that kill, get that res by hitting the Void Nexus again. You can see on your screen that Jem Burton is aiming exactly dead center of the word paused, which means that we do have a pause that's going down. Very kind of him to do that.
Sure, if he could shoot it, he would to get back into the game, but just going to have to be a little bit patient whilst whatever the issue is resolved. But yeah, Twerkaholics losing one to Alliance. I think that when I looked at the POI draft and I saw Twerkaholics were next to VKG, I was like, you know, that's a difficult 3v3 to take. And then I saw Alliance right bang next to them. I was like, that makes it even more difficult, because if anyone is going to be aware of potential third parties and potential to pick up kills, it is going to be Alliance. An excellent squad who, at the moment, find themselves in 8th position, 12 points. It's nothing to scream and shout about, but at least it's a consistent amount of points. As I always say, and Graceful always says it as well, 6 points in every match, and you should find yourself in the next round.
Also seeing the seats start to fill up here is, of course, Saturday Match Point Finals is tomorrow. That's the big event. That man's always got a smile on his face, by the way, Timmy. Showing the love to everybody who's here in the crowd. And it's also just, his riz level's going up, man. I'm telling you. Good looking man.
Just the jaw lines on all these players when they decide
getting
to show
sharper
up.
and sharper.
Yeah, sharper every single time they do it. But NRG in a, not the best position, but a good one. 6th place, 16 points. I mean, maybe they would feel like they could be up there with the likes of Twisted Minds on the 20 pluses, but I think, consistent amount yet again. For EXO on your screen, they're currently in 15th place on 5 points. They've not been able to get going, but again, I will mention E-District is certainly their target because they have one of the better POIs when we do move over there. And, this is one of the most interesting series for me because Broken Moon and E-District, that is arguably the hardest series you could get. And to then put it in the winners finals where most of the teams who've got here are Stormpoint teams, are World's Edge teams, it is just making everyone work extra hard to get to the match point finals.
Or around 10 to 15 seconds. 15 to 10 was the weirdest way to say that for this game getting back underway. So let's hear you make a little bit of noise out here, Nola, as we head back in towards our game number 3. Love that from the crowd. Love the energy you're giving us. We're going to do our best to give it back as these players and these teams throw down in our final time here on Broken Moon.
Back underway, and we're back on board with 100 Thieves, 3rd place at the moment, 23 points, and they're just trying to do some damage and seeing if they can pick up any cheeky kills on teams that are arriving a little later than they are. But of course, still 20 squads left, but we have seen a couple of teams lose a player here or there. And the real question is, can you get back up to a full 3 or not? Because for the Twerkaholics, who did lose a player, they're now going to be pressured by other squads. 100 Thieves are looking towards Twisted Minds here.
This zone's actually a really good example, I will say. Oh, we'll get to that in a second because 100 Thieves, like you say, just creeping up behind a team in front of them in the kill feed as well. You can see the Twerkaholics just got a little bit of revenge on Furia. Keon's going to be taken down by them as SAUL will take down the final members of Shopify Rebellion. One of the big hitters in this lobby will not be picking up points this time around.
Yeah, that's a shame for Shopify Rebellion, but 21 points across these 3 maps. I don't think they'll be too annoyed with it. It does set them up quite nicely for E-District. Now you can see Twisted Mind starting to take on Green Stego. Also 100 Thieves just lost one. Green Stego eliminated, our game 1 winners. But again, they've put up 25 points. I think they'll be happy with it as well, as Twisted Minds now take down Jen Burton.
Yeah, it's going to be the finish onto Jen as well. He's not going to be able to retreat, and that's going to be 100 T back down to 2. Well, they did a pretty good job as the 2 last time around in that previous game to pick up KP, but with the time they do have left in this game, and with us not even being in zone 2 as yet, they should be able to get in a position to get that player back into the game. Albrella with the scout in his hand is now doing some more damage to another team as Realize Nova will be eliminated, and it's Alliance will be credited with some of those KP.
That was a well-earned fight from Alliance as well. I was watching it unfold on the map and the kill feed as 100 Thieves will be respawning Jen Burton, but Alliance were trading blows against Realize and they just about come out on top. And again, they're going to try and retreat to this northern side here just to regroup and reposition a bit.
Collects a little bit of loot as well, which is always good when you're trying to play the long game. Effect trying to get a little bit closer to his team. It looks like Hackis has gone forward to do the scouting, which will allow Unlucky and Effect to get the information, and that cross is going to be safe for them to do. Effect's just taking a little bit of a risk there to hit the light arsenal. Took a little bit of damage from ALU, who are right next to them in Breaker Wharf. But one thing to just highlight, I just wanted to talk about this zone. This is a kind of a classic kind of example of how Broken Moon is a bit different, right? Look at the chokes you have to go through on some of these zones to even get towards the zone. And then when you're there, not a huge amount of buildings, not a huge amount of coverage, and if you're not there early, you kind of can get stuck in some of those chokes where you're having to fight through 2 or 3 teams, and it becomes a little bit difficult and unpredictable as to who's going to make it towards that final zone.
So Babo were almost the next victims of Twerkaholics, as even as a 2, they are still being a nuisance with that Void Nexus, getting aggressive, and they were looking to see whether maybe they could get the res. And they need to find a way to get their 3rd back on their feet, as Furia are going to be in a relatively interesting position at the moment because they are between 2 teams. EXO and GHS are either side of them. They, of course, probably don't know that as of yet, so they just need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, this is happening over at Cliffside, so way away from where the zone is going to be pulling. It looks like Fury have decided to move a bit closer to Stasis of Ray to get closer to the zone. This is a big, big play coming in from Alliance, by the way. That is the team wipe on ARU Army, who were the team who were closest to them. Oh, inside a Breaker Wharf. They decide to do the damage, but here come Fnatic, who are looking to take the surprise route here and take down Alliance and take the spot off of them.
Fnatic did so well there. The Ash Portal came out to take the position away from Alliance as soon as they pushed. They were watching, they were waiting, they were lurking in the shadows, and now they will take that position and pick up some KP. And for Unlucky, it's just a matter of playing the survival game and hoping he can get his teammates back up as well.
Yeah, really interesting there, because it felt like Alliance had clean wiped that and should be able to reset, but it was the speed at which that Ash Portal gave Fnatic the jump on Alliance to get that first knock and turn it completely into their advantage. Elsewhere, you can see the Babo and 10K, they're having a little scuffle on the outside of zone right now.
Workaholics back up to a full 3, by the way, as Babo now looking to be aggressive onto 10K. They are surrounding them, peppering them with grenades. As soon as they get some ticks here, this could be the end of 10K unless they can hold.
Lolly unfortunately uses that frag grenade. It's the wrong corner. I don't think he's got any more grenades to play with, but there's a couple being bounced off the wall, not quite ricocheting in the way that they would want to. But there's one on the floor, and I tell you what, there could be some big numbers if this one hits. Now they're going to try and swing in. Good damage coming in. 10K trying their best to hold, but I don't think they're going to be able to. It's Babo who get that initial knock, get the finish as well onto Kashira. And Kaishin now is just trying to escape, but he's only got about 20 HP to survive.
Yeah, imagine that his breath will be deleted and will be. 10K get eliminated from the game in 16th place. You can also see GHS are getting pushed by Furia, and it is going to be a comfortable first 2 knocks for them. 15 squads now remain as, again, the pace starts to pick up. Because even though you saw that zone, everyone kind of knows where it's going, but there's not much playable space available because there's a lot of rock coverage in that final circle.
Also, it's just kind of, you get those players who escape as solos when those team fights do go down. Sometimes they res a team and it becomes a 3 behind you instead of the one that you thought was there previously, and then you kind of end up getting pinched, all this kind of stuff happens, and your rotate becomes a little bit more difficult than you thought it was going to be a few seconds ago. Let's see what ExoClan are doing as we jump on board with Arctic.
Yeah, ExoClan looking like they're maybe trying to take a push, and it's going to be on to Babo after they were able to take down 10K. The pushers now about to become the pushies.
Well, Arctic's got that thing revved up in the sling, but it's not going to be doing enough damage, but Chaotic moves in, he'll find 2, he collapses on the damage. Goes back over the top of the final player alive. It's a 1v1 to see who's going to win this fight. Chaotic's going to swing, and Babo will be eliminated, and that man just went off.
Chaotic just did a wonder, but sadly, there's going to be another team, there's going to be a third party. He is able to escape, but he's going to be chased.
Can they find him, though? I think he's out there. Chaotic's done a great job, not just to essentially win the fight, but stay alive. He keeps him in it.
The man of mystery, able to escape and live to fight another day as the zone is going to continue to shift to the northeast here as ExoClan putting points on the board as now Alliance against Furia. Madness has fallen, but they do have the Void Nexus to work with here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to retreat inside of a building. We'll be able to reset this. Again, just a good indication of putting down that Void Nexus somewhere that you can retreat to that's going to be far enough away for you to reset. But resetting is one thing. Alliance want Furia, and even with effects being respawned, with no attachments and sights on his guns, they want to take this fight.
Fnatic are one of the teams that holds the best position in the game right now, so just keep them in the back of your mind whilst all this is happening. Alliance are here on this western side. They've got Furia to worry about. I think this is a good opportunity to jump into the comms of Alliance and see how they think.
We need to wait for your Ash TP. We need to wait for your Ash TP.
Yeah.
We gatekeep them. Listen, gatekeep them, and then we go for choke and Ash TP last second.
All right.
That's all we can do. We're just playing for this KP.
Yep.
We're just playing for this KP, and then we rotate it last second.
It's okay.
Fuse one. Fuse one, speed. Okay.
He's on side.
Hard nades outside. I'm over. Close already. Push me. One guy alone. Pushing. He went through. Come get back. One. Back. Behind you. Kill him. I am trying. I'm stairs. I kill him. Go inside. Hold. Maybe stairs. Yeah, hold. Can I back heal? Come back, come. He TP'd. I can't burst him.
I need to go loot.
Yeah, loot shit.
I'm fucking burning. I might be dead.
I have nothing.
You're fine. Just a duo.
Choke is not peeking. We should be good. I'm taking space choke, okay? I need to get my
kill this box. Rotate in.
I got bats.
Yeah. Listen, I'm in the choke.
Guys. Look at them. They're walking up right now.
Yeah, we gotta kill
them. You need me? Okay.
Vision open. Fuse one speed.
Kill you now. Coming.
Fuse, lead your pull on me.
Okay. One close below you.
Where?
I heard him on top somewhere. He might be on top, maybe on top.
Okay,
go.
You have shipping.
Yes, I do.
He's separating. Kill
last guy.
Close.
One die. Nice.
That's all.
TP.
Okay, taking it.
Furia eliminated. Alliance will win that fight, and now they have the loot to play with, but they've got to desperately pull towards this zone, and I think it might be the end of their game because NRG are here, and they are waiting to take them down.
And they might just fall victim to that change of Ash's portal. The 2.5 seconds it now takes to go from one end to the other. You can kind of just watch it, scout it out, and NRG will shut down Alliance, but Alliance did put up some big points on the board as NRG pushed themselves up to 5th position.
Empire also fell in the meantime while all of the action was taking place on the edge of zone. And NRG now try and think about what's next for them. ExoClan, and this man is outputting damage at the moment. Every time we're on the POV of Chaotic, he is hitting bodies and he is hitting heads.
And he wanted to push up on that damage as well, but NRG were able to fight back, as are other teams that were in the area, just kind of peppering ExoClan. But they find themselves in a good position. They hold this choke, and there's potential kills for them here.
Remember, the Chaotic got his two teammates back in the game as well. He was a solo a few moments ago after clutching a fight on his own. 100 Thieves on our screens right now, though. They have a long, long road towards this zone. 35 seconds to make this work.
100 Thieves do have a Void Nexus down that they can use, but do they know what is going to be there? That's the real question. So it's going to be, are you going to fight your way through instead?
Oh! Oni just peeks over, gets the knock, but there's a player up on high as well that's causing a little bit of a problem here for 100 Thieves. Gen should be safe enough to stick this res, as there is going to be downs. But ALGS, they're moving in now into the position of 100 Thieves. Oh, look at those Eva shots coming in from Strafing Flame. He wants more as well. They're trying to pitch, and 100 Thieves are eliminated. ALGS with some fantastic formation around the 100 Thieves position to make that look simple.
Yeah, Meteor down to just one. Are you able to maybe portal out? No, you don't even have a portal. So Meteor eliminated, and it was going to be the rest of ExoClan that do the damage. ALGS will use that Nexus, just get away here, and probably transition to the eastern side. There is a path there. Twisted Minds now taking on NRG.
NRG looking to push towards zone. Timmy did get taken down, but they had the Void Nexus down to retreat to. They should be able to get this knock. Yanya with a really important knock himself as well onto one of the members of Twerkaholics who were holding them out. ExoClan, a lot of the heavy lifting in this game is done by Chaotic. Now trying to creep their way towards zone, but look at the playable area. There's barely anything. And they are on the wrong side of this mountain range as well. It's a very tough play for them to have to make. They might just about be in, but it'll be by the skin of their teeth.
It's NRG versus Twerkaholics. And it looks like NRG may have done enough. As I say that, Timmy has to back off. Maybe he fell into his own portal there. Twerkaholics down to just two. They're being sandwiched at the moment. They're being shot by Twisted Minds as well.
Timmy's just trying to hold at the moment because even though he's getting these knocks, it's taking a few seconds to get Yanya back on his feet. And now that they have done, the last player is behind that knockdown. Twerkaholics will be eliminated. His enemy from Twisted Minds, by the way, who gets that final kill.
Now it is ALGS who are stuck, by the way. You said you're on the wrong side of the mountain. They very much are. I don't think they can go round on the eastern side. They have to fight ExoClan here. As Fnatic eliminated by Twisted Minds off screen, that is a massive win for Twisted Minds.
SAUL, the only team in zoners now, but we need to turn our attention to ExoClan and ALGS because NRG are trying to pinch them at the moment. They've recognized where these teams are, and they see this as free KP. Even with that portal going down, ExoClan cannot survive. And ALGS, they've only got one choice here. They have to try and go through them, but I just don't think they physically can.
No, there's going to be too much damage here with their backs to the ring as well. It's just going to be a matter of time. Just take the death. It's going to be inevitable, but maybe they want to slow NRG down, or maybe they just hope NRG have to back off, and maybe they can make some sort of play. But NRG need to be careful. Zone is going to be approaching very quickly.
I think NRG feel comfortable making this play just on the fact... Oh, Yanya, just be careful here. Feel comfortable making this play knowing there's only 4 squads alive in the lobby. They know that 2's in front of them. There's not going to be someone holding them out, but Yanya's got to be careful here. Guild will find one, and surely this is the end of ALGS. We're into our top 3, everybody, and it's Twisted Minds who are wrapping in behind NRG.
Albrelelli with the R99 shreds through, and now Twisted Minds look to try and close in on a victory. Maybe to take down NRG first, but SAUL are also alive, and they portal to the north.
And now Albrelelli says, everybody over here, he's trying to solo out this player, Jesco, but can't do it. Jesco gets the knock. 2 alive here for Twisted Minds. It's still top 3, by the way. NRG still have a solo alive.
Yeah, this is messy. This is not easy as you would expect. SAUL, maybe the healthiest, as I say that, lose one, and now they've lost another, and Twisted Minds are holding on here. Twisted Minds win the fight. NRG are still alive, and NRG are rising!
Timmy's sticking in, he's bending the knees, he's flexing the quads, and Yanya will join him alongside Gil, but here come Twisted Minds. It's just a 2 that they have to deal with here. Timmy has to hold, has to let his teammates get back in the game. Oh, Timmy takes a little bit of damage, but he's delaying this. Enemy gets lost in the source! Gil gets the knock from the respawn, Crook goes down as well! And NRG from solo to trio will take it game number 3.
NRG capitalize on the distraction that happened north by SAUL. And they utilize that respawn beacon to get back on the map. But it was Timmy just taking high ground, making sure he delayed. He was as hard a kill as you could possibly be. And just bided his time in NRG. 14 kills plus a win. I think we can start to consider NRG as a match point finals team already.
Always get these moments that lands. You always get the moments you remember. SAUL try and make the play onto Twisted Minds, but the fact that it got messy, the fact that the time was bought, NRG and Timmy were able to stick the reds, but not only that, the fact that the fight took one of the Twisted Mind players out allowed Timmy to buy even more time. The longer he was alive, the longer and the more the chances increased of the two respawning players being able to influence that fight. They solo that player out on top. And then NRG end up on top.
It's not over until it's over. You always have to play for every out as well. We've seen it a few times already this tournament where people will get a late res, but then the players will die and the last remaining player just arrives to their death from that dropship. And it is a sad old ending, but that was hype. 26 points for NRG. Still, 22 points for Twisted Minds. And again, we're going to be seeing both those teams in the match point finals. They've put up so much points in these first 3 matches.
Yeah, again, both these teams have looked phenomenal all tournament long, not just today. SAUL, for the position they were, maybe a little bit disappointed, only 2 KP to add to those points. But it does mean that elsewhere in the leaderboards with the 2-point sponges at the top, it's going to look very, very interesting. Here's a head-to-head from your 2 final teams that we saw go up against each other.
And I mean, from the point of view of Twisted Minds, it must have been a very confusing situation what was happening. NRG initially, remember, they pushed down south, they were trying to get the kills, they weren't able to, they lose 1, they lose 2, and Twisted Minds probably think that they are not going to be a worry. Let's focus on SAUL, a great Ash portal to initiate that fight, but then in the end, again, it is all about the respawn beacon that came down. But Twisted Minds, they won't be too annoyed about it. They're on 51 points. That's going to be plenty. Match point finals bound. 42 points, that should be more than enough for NRG as well. So I think we have our 2 first teams going to be in match point finals.
But outside of that, everything for sure still to play for here. We've got to find 10 teams, maybe we've got 2. We've still got to find 8 more that go into those match point finals tomorrow. And then of course, when we go to the bottom 10 as well, they've still got to fight through the elimination bracket. All this still to go. And speaking of the elimination bracket, Lacey's on standby, I understand, to give us a little update.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. We have elimination round 5 happening right here, right now. 10 teams will go home and the top 10 teams will move into the elimination finals. So it's getting a little bit spicy over here. If we want to take a look at the standings currently, we obviously have some heavy hitting teams going into here. Cat literally on top, took out a solid match 1, pulling in 12 kills and a win, solidifying that top spot. 9 Lies Esports as well are doing an exceptional job moving forward. FWG, you know, we haven't really had a chance to sort of talk about them too much, but they are being incredibly consistent going forward. Now, Virtus Pro, I mean, we did say earlier to watch out because, you know, Zach said we are in for some crazy plays. They won with 8 kills for their second match. Now, Falcons are currently doing just enough to keep themselves above that top 10. But FaZe Clan, Liquid Alienware, Lonely Let Gone do need to be a little bit careful, and we obviously have a fair few teams sort of sitting right down the bottom of the leaderboard. So we do have another 3 matches to go here in the elimination rounds. 5, they really need to pull it together, that bottom 10 teams. So we'll see what happens moving forward. But back to you, Rain Day, to cover that amazing match at the front desk.
Thanks so much, Lace. Not guaranteed for anybody in that lobby. That is scary. You're talking Na'Vi, our world champions from year 5 just a few months ago in Sapporo, sitting down with only 11 points. They've got to do something, so we'll keep eyes on that. Thanks again, Lace. Rain Day and Glitter Explosion, Zephyr on a smaller compartmentalized desk here as we break down the action of the first 3 games here on our winner's stage, and certainly a winner's bracket it is. Every team has shown us why they're in this moment. Even Twerkaholics with a slow start started to pick those, kind of aggressive moments better against teams who were well prepared for it by now, and you're seeing them now have to iterate over these next 3 matches. But to me, it's the surprises, too, that have kind of been the story, the twisted minds. This is we haven't seen Alberelli like this on a LAN stage, since Poland?
No.
Right? He is really performing to the level of, he looks like the top competitor in this, Lauren, and I don't know if anybody can stop them if they keep playing this well.
I think he got a nice reset when he stepped away for a little bit and has now come back into the scene. And even leading into this LAN was a conversation, right? People were looking at Alberelli, seeing what the team was able to do as a trio, but what he was doing as an individual as well. And I think that this was the refresh and the trio that he needs to find the success.
Yeah, when you look at Enemy and Crook, Enemy, obviously a former teammate of its Timmy, who were going head-to-head in that final circle, but Enemy and Crook, you said they played together before. They have that synergy.
Man, we can go all the way back to Heck in the previous iteration before with Pro League, and then, of course, the split with Disguise, but ultimately this team has been around for so long, but they're not the only roster that we got to talk about here. Of course, maybe not the winners of this first game, but NRG have been on fire here today. Obviously holding the opposite side of this initial zone here. They weren't the leaders coming out of the pack, but they put so much pressure out towards the western side that they absolutely dictated, at least into that top 5 there.
And the beauty of that, Lauren, was that they kept that pace up the entire way, but it wasn't a clear shot to victory. It looked like they were out very, very quickly, especially when Twisted Minds made this insane Ash Portal play and came out alive.
It was literally just dominoes at this point, right? I think Timmy would have gone down had S8 not done damage to Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds changed their focus to S8 and do that push, but that allows just enough time for Timmy to pull off one of the most insane final circle late game reses I've ever seen. The fact that he also was the altar, that's who stayed alive at the end, was so clutch to be able to give him a little bit of height, stay alive long enough so that they could get in for the res and clutch that up. The crowd was so loud.
Yeah, it was one of the moments you really felt the alive atmosphere of what the Open could be about. And you're right, it was the altar. If that was a ballistic, they would have all had to fight low ground, and then there's no choice to be made. The altar forced Twisted Minds to think, do we go and kind of tackle Timmy and see if we can get him off that height, or do we go and deal with Gildersons, who's dropping down? All of this leading to a great game for both teams, especially with this NRG squad that our players comprise of maybe, it's hard to say misfits when you look at Gildersons, Timmy, and Yanya, but in some ways, they just didn't like the fits of those last teams. It wasn't working. We knew they had the talent, but now finding a way to put it actually together into results. 20 kills combined between them in 3 games.
Yeah, actually 22 there on top of that one. So even more than we're talking about. And it's between those multiple games that we just saw, not just the last one. So like I said previously, especially with the first 2 games, we saw in some of the other iterations of Broken Moon there, albeit they weren't winning those games, they're consistently within that top 4, right? They're still putting up the necessary control, especially when it comes to overall macro, where they're getting some nice influence. And even if it isn't on top of the win, it goes to show that they have the right mentality coming into these tougher lobbies to eke out that consistency, to push into that top 10, where now they're the most comfortable team, and that is terrifying. You do not want to run into NRG now.
No, I mean, they're playing with such confidence. It is unbelievable. And my excitement to watch the rest of these 3 games, it knows no bounds. And, what should know no bounds sometimes is the difficulty required to get to this stage, even to get on a team at this stage. And yeah, sure, there are some teams that maybe are running qualifiers or giving you a chance out the gate. One of the teams that we've been highlighting here on stage, 100 Thieves, it's not so easy even to audition for the squad, especially when Jen Burton is in charge. Take a look.
All right, Brunsy, the season's over. Time to build a championship-winning roster. Who do you got first?
It's Sykes, sir.
I love Sykes. Bring him in. Sykes, whenever you're ready, show me why you should be a part of 100 Thieves.
Too old or not too old? That is the question.
This is going to be a long, long day. Next. Next.
Vicky Kitty, ready to make Bloodhound great again? Let's squad up.
No casters.
This is your card.
What is happening?
The host, was it? Jen, we've literally known each other for years. Well, I'm highly motivated. I'm a great team player, and I really want to beat Hal.
Finally, someone that speaks my language.
I think we have something special, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
I think
security.
We can make this work. Just trust me. Trust me. Come on.
All right, let me spit something for you, though, okay? My boy Phony, little short buddy riding tall on a pony.
Next.
Really?
How? What are you doing here? I didn't know you want to audition.
That's what this is? I'm just trying to find my teammates.
This is your card.
Huh?
Nope.
I'm here to say how proud I am of you, son.
Dad, for the last time, you can't join my team.
But I looked after you. I fed you.
Next. 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 Next.
That's for you.
Please, trust me. I just need a chance. A small chance. A small chance. Give me a crumb.
I'm coming for you. Next. Man, I'm exhausted, but we need one more player. Being in charge sucks.
You need someone to take on that responsibility?
Man, that's the attitude I like. You're in.
Duh.
Okay, guys, hands in. I'm feeling good about this team.
We've been here before. We know what it takes.
We need clear comms and to lock in.
Sounds good, boys. Let's go win some trophies.
Dad, you're embarrassing me.
Oh, shout outs to Papa Jen. He's a part of the team, even if he's not playing today, but definitely rooting in the crowd for sure. What a fun one. I mean, Jen Burton, he holds a serious audition.
He's got some strict criteria.
He does.
I think Vicky's disappointed.
He does. 100 Thieves. Chance going on. They're in this lobby. They're trying to make a win and keep it top 10. 10 teams going into our elimination round finals coming up later tonight. And we've got 10 teams booking their trip to Sunday. Let's figure out how it goes as we send it down to our casters here to get our final 3 going. It's none other than Vicky. You didn't get the spot, Vicky, but hey, you're going to always be a caster in our hearts. We love you, and good luck out there.
It's okay. You know, hashtag just a caster. Sometimes you're needed elsewhere. You know what? Even if you see the Batman signal, just kind of telling you that your calling is somewhere else. But that's why we're here, Genome. That's why we're here to tell the story of 100 Thieves, who are currently sitting in 3rd place with 27 points.
Exactly. 3rd place, Vicky. There's room for improvement there. Maybe you were the choice. I don't know.
Or maybe not with the Bloodhound, though. You know, at least not in this meta right now. We got other options, and that's why we got the Legend Bands to work off of. NRG with the clutches dub that I've seen. Timmy with the Reds. I was one of the people screaming, by the way, in the back room, and it was difficult after seeing that action. 14 KP, 4.7k damage on the board. And you know what, Gino, when I was looking at this map rotation, it brought into question the consistency of a lot of these squads, because I saw things like Fnatic being able to get 2nd place game 4, NRG on E District as well, S8 being able to get 2nd place in game 6 in winners round 2 on E District. Same thing could be said about GHS, Fury, who've had success on E District, but when you don't have the Catalyst, the Newcastle, and I believe it was Crypto after game number 3, I believe Crypto was the most picked legend after that, you have to wonder, Alter being moved up here onto E District.
Exactly. Yeah, there are a lot of teams from this top group, from the top echelon of teams within the ALGS. They're actually quite happy to see Crypto go away. They think it makes it easier for them to play the game, including when we move here onto E District. Having a look at the POI draft there very quickly, you can see which teams are prioritizing that Exo Clan, get the vaunted energy bank starting in the center. Looks like they only get the single Evo spawn this time. Last time we were up here, Vicky, we were talking about how they very often will actually get 2, and it just supercharges the start of your game.
Yeah, they will have a ring console at the very least here. Looking at where this zone is going to be pulling over to the south side as we make our way over to E District, where a lot of that chaos, a lot of these teams get to coexist in these final zones. While we take a look at the kill leaders on the top of your screen too, by the way, Twisted Minds have been fragging out. Can they keep that momentum going into the fourth game?
And Guild, even though, you know, sometimes he's bringing up the rear for NRG, that does not stop him from joining them all the way there at the top. Having a look at where the ring is pulling, we're going down towards Viaduct, and Babo, a team who was not on anyone's lips coming into this tournament, but it now finds themselves with 25 points with 3 games left to play in the winners bracket final. Guess what? The zone's pulled on top of them as well.
This is where they strive, you know. Baba was looking at them, looking at their performance thus far. I believe in winners round 2, they have secured themselves a 1 dub thus far, and the fact that now they got a second one on the board definitely boosts their confidence. But we are on a different map here as we get to see more of these squads get the scan over on the ring console, seeing how they're going to be able to rotate. Twerkaholics, a team that we've mentioned, a team that no one was really expecting to pop off, getting most of their points off of KP alone. Now having to change up their play style to try to play for positioning so that way they can get the placement on top of the fact that they're heavy fraggers.
Different styles for different teams. Some teams are good on some maps and maybe not so much on others. I mean, if you think about the fact that we've got 4 maps played in this LAN, but we only play 2 per series, so that will favor some teams and not others, right? So for instance, this current rotation of Broken Moon and E District, that's Alliance's 2 worst maps. Whereas you look at someone like Empire, it's actually their 2 best maps. So that can make a huge difference. I mean, Alliance were averaging 5 points across those 2 maps. Empire were averaging something, an astounding like 13.5 points across those 2 maps. So it can be, yeah, just light years difference between which maps we get to see, and that's not up to the players. They just have to play their best, no matter what happens.
Already he's kicking up the action though. NRG getting involved in a fight. Kashera was literally one shot from a distance. Timmy gets the follow with a G7, and NRG eliminate 10K as a first squad to go down right now for game number 4.
NRG just rolling with confidence after that last win. Not too far behind Twisted Minds now either. Obviously, both of those teams, as Anton Gaskin mentioned, comfortably through to the next round. But you've still got the POI draft up for grabs, right? There is something to play for here. It used to be advanced standing points. Now we put everyone on 0 points when we start the match point final lobby. But they do get an advantage in picking first in those POI drafts, which is going to be even more complicated when we get into the finals, by the way, because you've got 4 different maps. Playing all 4 of them tomorrow on Sunday.
That's going to be insane. Talk about flexibility, not only with the legend bands, but with the map rotation on top of it. Also talking about how many squads have already found themselves in that next zone. Congregated one on top of the other. Other teams, though, that will be taking their time, Furia trying to go through Energy Bank. They are looking at NRG because there is a ring console over in Energy Bank. So aside from the fact that you have that Evil Harvester over to the south, it's all about trying to play that objective so you could get that information, find yourself safely in that next zone.
Okay, Fnatic can take the Valk ult. Try and move a little bit further here. GHS, meanwhile, they've just scattered Empire. We were just talking about how good Empire were on this map, but GHS, certainly one of the other teams to contest them. They've had the most wins out of anybody in the LAN so far. 2 wins on E District so far.
Now specifically here on E District. Look at the Watson fences up on height because, you know, there is no more crypto, right? After game 3, we said goodbye to crypto, so this enables the Watsons to bunker down. Playing with geometry there with those fences. Alliance, though, looking at Shopify, losing out already on Hockey's, only leaving Unlucky alive, who's probably, going to get away in time. Have that Ash portal, something that we know Ash is fantastic with, getting out of trouble to try to get a reset.
Yeah, the amount of rats available in a lobby or the amount of respawns, I think you'll see, if you crunch the numbers, very high when Ash is in the lobby. knowing where someone's Void Nexuses can be very important for that exact reason. Oh, Green Stego, they finish off Empire. So they'd scattered towards the zone to try and get a respawn after taking some damage from GHS Boom, but they fall into the waiting arms of Green Stego. I think they actually had the, yeah, it was the second highest. They've averaged 15 points on this map. So, you know, considering that epic start to the series for them with the dub, I'm sure they were feeling confident going into the rest of the series, knowing that it was pretty easy to get around that 30, 35 points that they'll need to move on. Big success story here for Dexter and the boys.
Torkaholics already finding some KP too. Onto VKG, who now is playing as a duo. Gonna try to see if they could get that reset too. A lot of these teams still playing on the edge, thinking about VKG now, trying to reset, realize Nova playing by Stadium, where there is a Survey Beacon and an Evo Harvester.
I mean, look at Twerkaholics here. They've struggled to find purchase for the first time in this LAN. Every other series, we've seen them just running through teams. But the thing is, when you're going up against better and better teams, your chances of winning the 3v3 go down, right? So it goes from, you know, a 75% chance, you know, and you multiply that throughout the game as they take more and more fights to, if you're playing against the best teams in the world, maybe they've only got a 50 or a 55% chance, and all of a sudden, their points just sharply decline, and we've seen them only be able to pick up 7 so far, despite the fact that you've got Floating as one of the, you know, potentially the hottest free agents on the market come the end of New Orleans.
And welcome to the Winners Finals lobby. You know, that's to be expected when you've made it this far in the bracket, when you don't really have to play through the gauntlet of what these elimination rounds have to look like. Well, Torkaholics giving me a little bit of PTSD from what I have to experience in my own ranked games now, chasing down the Wraith, trying to stop this squad from even having a chance. But while they are so fixated on trying to rotate, chasing right behind VK Gaming, they have to look to their backs because they're not alone. It's not entirely cleared. We know Green Stego could be right behind them. GHS will be rotating through Energy Bank. And S8 now off on the high ground, looking down on Furia.
Yeah, it's just to that ugly range, though, with the P20s, where maybe you hit them, maybe you don't. The bloom does mean, you know, it'll make a difference either way. But now Jesco left on his own, and the turnaround there. Sharky had the important shots at the start, and he missed them.
I don't think the first player of S8 heard the climb up on the building. We know that the motherload audio cues could be so loud sometimes. Unfortunate, but they get absolutely beamed. Furia get to stay alive. We get to boost up those Evo shields here while we look at Torkaholics. Now looking at Green Stego, the next victims that they have on their radar. They let loose a little bit on VK Gaming, and we get to take a look at where this circle will be pulling over to the west.
Yeah, God, I hope we get to see a fight between Torkaholics and Green Stego. That'll be one for the ages. Meanwhile, as you can see, most teams taking a pretty southerly bent to this circle. Not expecting it to go into Street Market. There's almost no one there. They really are just hugging the bottom of the map and certainly towards Viaduct.
How many teams are already here over to that south side? I mean, I'm thinking about NRG, who are all the way over to that middle northern part of that next zone pool. The teams that have taken their time playing objective, Alliance going through the Evo Harvesters over by Neon Square. The Survey Beacon Furia, who are now showing their appearance through the choke that exits out of Neon Square. Same thing could be said about Green Stego, as there are one of the squads, aside from I believe it was Fnatic, that were running the Valkyrie and EXO.
Interesting that Stego is running the Valkyrie there. I would have thought for a squad like them that just loves fighting and picking up KP, they might run something that is a little more aggressive, gives them a little more oomph in the fights, you know, the Mad Maggie, whatever it might be. Valk, very much a legend that is essentially in comp only has a single attribute, and that is getting you into zone late.
And the purple perk, being able to get the scan on enemies through buildings could be huge, but you know, Green Stego is still in full blue armor, so they don't have that purple perk, which is incredibly important to note as they make their next decision, whether they want to continuously play objective, if we want to try to take these fights to boost up those Evo shields.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing Fuse, Crypto, Ash. Now, that's the kind of composition I'd expect of them. That was in the previous game over in Broken Moon. So, yeah, change up of strategy here for Green Stego, but they go and grab an Evo Harvester down at Shipyard Arcade, and it looks like they'll actually be able to grab the next Ring Console, Vicky. Very important. That's what Valk enables. A late scan and zoom into the circle with your Skyward Dive.
Also thinking about, if you take a look at this map, the fact that once the zone closes up, the Mythic bin will be available for Twerkaholics.
A big pullback into Street Market, though. We were talking about how everyone was in Viaduct and no one was in Street Market. And all of a sudden, boom, it does shift up to the north and to the east. And as we can see, teams have changed their direction. They've readjusted the compasses and they're going back.
Twerkaholics have been able to obtain the Kraber. Again, we noted in the middle of their rotate where there was a survey beacon, a ring console that the Mythic bin had spawned in their pathing. Strafing Flame getting the knock though onto Pinky. Ready trying to make their move. They don't have an Ashel, so they can't really fully send it. And in the middle of rotating, putting yourself in the line of sight of the squad that's right behind you. They thought they had something going. Oh, nice nades coming in from right behind them. Nice cover. He still keeps it going. He needs this too, right? Look at Price. He's held literally one shot right now.
Yeah, he's trying to get the bat off. He does get the bat off, and now they actually are able. Looks like they're going to get the res, so maybe those nades from Strafing Flame actually made the difference then, because without that crack on the other team, maybe they push, maybe they full send that.
Have that respite to just reset here. Alliance, full blue Evos. Volt in one of their hands. Have activated the Tempest. See how they're going to be able to ping GHS that are within the vicinity before they decide where they're going to be moving. Don't think they have that next zone information. It doesn't look like it looking at their mini-map. So utilizing that altar. Oh, Twerkaholics with the Kraber though misses. Floating. Yeah, he tried. Still not letting loose though with this pressure. GHS losing out on Dexter. Getting a little quick cancel on the finisher so he could drop down that knockdown shield.
This is Green Stegger, right? I mean, we talked about them thinking about the Valkyrie into the zone after the scan. They don't do that. They then go for a fight, right? That's kind of going against the grain of what their comp enables.
Oh, Green Stegger was getting bullied, and Alliance are going to meet them here as they get sent to the lobby. Twerkaholics, why are you running? Oh, he's patient play. I thought he was going to let it rip right there. We saw him get a knock already with the Kraber earlier in the kill feed.
They mustn't realize Floating's behind them because he...
I mean, not trigger happy. Instead, pretty patient there. Almost costing him as he has forced to reposition with the Wraith Q.
Oh no. And now Aru Army pulls up behind them. They might have waited a little too long, perhaps, if they'd hit the shot on the Kraber there.
Hates with these nades, though, covering so much space, getting one knock off of it, finishing blow.
Surprise isn't enough. Sometimes you got to hit your shots too, and Aru Army do not manage to get it down onto Twerkaholics. So now they're in a better position than ever. That Mythic bin on their side. 2 reds, a Kraber and gold weapons. This is kind of Twerkaholics. That's their kind of game.
I mean, talk about eating. Thanksgiving must have came early here for this team. They'll be able to thrive off of this environment. And he misses another Kraber shot, but having to look behind him. I mean, talk about Circle to Silver Platter. I mean, seeing another player literally land before his eyes, gonna be able to get that knock.
Oh, that's number 2 from Aru Army, going down at the hands of Twerkaholics. We also tuned in quickly there with VKG Gaming, who were making the Valk rotate.
Oh, he got him. He found them out.
Sniffed them out, sniffed out the rat. But yeah, VK Gaming, you saw that they had their Valk on purple, right? So as you were saying, they prioritized that legend because that one perk upgrade on purple is so important. Twisted Minds go down, so does Shopify. Algs as well, that's not a good early exit from them as they are on the bubble at the moment.
Talk about timing though for Babo. Slide in, they get one knock from Twerkaholics, but they do lose out on Pinky once again. They are going to try to go for the reset, but the finishing blow onto Floating means that Twerkaholics are forced to play this out as a duo for now.
Oh. Somehow there's a crafter just on their back though, as if the helmets, the Krabers weren't enough.
Oh, and then you have to deal with the hurdle, these nades looking at Babo. They can't even get the res right now. And RG with the bow check in Timmy's hands. Babo get eliminated, 9 squads left. And Gil just keeps it going. Oh, thank you very much for free. Gonna take that. Well, Nix is gonna be able to get that knock to one of the members of BKG.
Oh my god. So it's a 2v3 right now.
They have to hold this off while they're waiting for floating to respawn. And if they can do it, they've actually got the zone to their back as well. This would be an incredible reset here for Twerkaholics if they can pull it off.
Saw Timmy get the Kraber shot in the feet earlier. The team right underneath him is trying to get some shots, but he's got the Tempest activated, which is incredibly important. He's got unlimited Kraber ammo for this.
Infinite 210s to the head if you've got the aim of Timmy. And he has been at his best in this tournament. Rarely missing a shot. There's just another one to add to the highlight reel on Kuroton.
And Peekaboo, I see you. Wraith could get away, but you get behind the truck. Here comes Timmy trying to go in for another hipfire shot. Not being distressed, but seeing 100 Thieves, wanting to reposition. He knew that when he swung, he was very exposed and outnumbered on top of it. 100 Thieves now moving up. Boney getting that knock onto Timmy. Eliminated NRG in 9th place in this lobby. After that nice little snippet from 100 Thieves, that's how you get to kick up that momentum.
Yeah, they've still got to move into the zone though.
Okay.
Nice little grenade coming out of Yuka. Hit 2 more of those and he'll be on perp like the rest of his teammates. Twerkaholics, I think, are going for the second respawn of the game right now.
Twerkaholics on Pip getting res as well. Fnatic dancing around the missile storm, doing enough onto floating. Meteor get eliminated. 7 squads left. Look to your backs though. A team shooting at them from a distance. It's Furia, Madness beating on the fuse, the knuckle clusters as our teams are collapsing. 5 squads left.
And every time you lose one of those early game fights, like S8 did against Furia, you watch the team that beat you, you watch them go into the end game, and you're like, damn, every one of these points should have been mine.
This is the 3rd res that we are currently seeing from Twerkaholics. They are dancing through this competition and getting away with this for free right now as they hold the high ground, looking at the teams right below them.
I don't know where all these Mobies are coming from. Apparently they just spawn on trees if you're the Twerkaholics.
They got the Mirage.
Grow on trees.
They got the Mirage out here. If you could get the banner, you could try to get that Moby. You don't have anything in your inventory right there. VKG get eliminated. Twerkaholics looking at 100 Thieves right below them now. 100 Thieves get eliminated. Twerkaholics were farming here in this lobby despite losing some of their members. Furia though, they clap back. See the Rampage, you see the Tempest that has been activated from Keon being on that Ballistic.
Okay, Exo's a solo right now, so this is really just between Twerkaholics and Furia. Can K-Swinny rat out some placement points, or can he be perhaps a factor in disrupting this 3v3?
Twerkaholics do have that high ground.
Ooh. Oh, Whistler. They want to wait this out now. Can Furia find an opening off that? Hitting a Whistler is one of the best ways to start off a fight.
There's a Whistler again. Being just enough damage. Nice communication from Furia though. They land a Whistler. They try to harass floating in the process, but it's the Wraith. And then you have Keys coming in with a knock.
But Furia still are pushing. I don't know if maybe they're too worried about this 3rd party. They're not sure about where that is. And as a result, Madness actually gets knocked. Doesn't matter how many Whistlers you hit. There we go. Now they know it's for certain down to 2 squads. Maybe they come up through the Alter Q here. Nah, way too risky. The Mirage ult causing chaos.
And this is what Mirage excels in, causing the chaos, causing confusion, and Twerkaholics with the pop-off win game number 4. 3 reses in total for this team. You saw him, let's go with the pop-off. Challenger Circuit answering back out here.
I mean, if you believe the format of this LAN right now, Vicky, these are the 20 best teams in the world, and Twerkaholics are currently sitting in the top 5. How is this possible?
Not only that, they may have had a rough start on Broken Moon, and we have seen them excel in E-District, but they got that dub with 14 KP, and that's with them chasing teams to start fights. That's with them taking their time to rotate into that next zone. taking a look at not of them just getting the dub, but with 14 KP, Furia right behind him with 9 KP.
And maybe you could explain it away in some of the earlier lobbies by saying there were weaker teams for them to prey on, but they're meant to be the weaker team. And yet here they are against a stacked lobby, a lobby where no one is an easy beat, and they still get 14 KP on top of the win.
Huge here for Tworkaholics, moving themselves up within the top 5. Remember, it is top 10 teams that move on. Don't really have to worry about that Elim bracket out here as we take a look at our top performers. Lunix, the IGL of Tworkaholics, getting 6 KP. And being able to put in that 2.6k damage.
Yeah, Madness with the assists, and they weren't Crypto assists either. He's gone. Okay, having a look at our series results right now. 2 games left. On track here for about 30 to 35 points. That's what you're looking for to find that cutoff. Where it will be exactly, we're not exactly sure, but Alliance and Fnatic sit just above it. Babo sitting there in, I think it was 8th place. Teams that you just could not have expected to make it into the top 10 of our match point finals are on track to do that right now at the ALGS Open.
Being flexible, going in from Broken Moon to E-District, finding that stride here, looking at Tworkaholics. After a successful game number 4, we got some more E-District coming to you guys soon on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here. Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Found my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio on top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Welcome back, everyone. Want to give a shout out to Alienware. Alienware's legendary Area 51 desktop is back as Intel's highest performing desktop yet. Equipped with Intel Core Ultra processors, the Area 51 was designed for ultimate gaming and scalable with next-gen components. If portable power is what you want, a new age is born. The Alienware Area 51, 16, and 18 gaming laptops are made with silicone components and can deliver up to 280-watt total performance power. Try out our Area 51 desktop here in the venue or scan the QR code for more information at the Alienware Arena.
You know, I reckon they must have been hiding Babbo and Twerkaholics in Area 51, because these guys have come out of absolutely nowhere and mixed it with the top of the tippity top in the ALGS.
I mean, with the way they're playing, I mean, literally from another world out here. It's been insane competition at the ALGS Open, and that's what I love about an open bracket format, right? This is what you get to see, what to expect our squads to be coming out of left field and performing like we just saw Twerkaholics do after game number 4.
Yep, the rising stars, the stars of tomorrow probably as well. I can't see these guys going away anytime soon with how impressive they've been. And it's in one of the hardest metas ever, right? You have to learn so many maps. You have to learn so many legends. Because there's, honestly, there's a big advantage to having played for a long time and being so familiar with a lot of the parts, the moving parts in top level Apex. They don't really have as much access to that. They might have been playing in, say, Challenger Circuit for a while, but, you know, it's not quite the same. Like, there's a lot of full sends. There's a lot of just kill farming in those lower tiers if you're mechanically gifted. And once you get here, everything changes.
The full roller squad coming to farm a lot of these lobbies. We get to say goodbye to Ballistic as our next legend ban. But Gino, going into game number 5, I always say this at every event because game 5s are always my favorite. And the reason why that is because at this point, teams know what's at stake. They know where they stand in the overall series, and the pressure is on. 2 more games to go before we see which of our 10 teams will be progressing through this tournament.
Yeah, it's like, you had 2 good games, you can do anything in a lobby, right? Well, if you only leave yourself with 1, it's like, it kind of depends on everyone else as well. It's still in your hands at this point.
You want to have all the control for your own fate here. Game number 5 underway on E-District. Currently, the bubble stands with Fnatic holding 22 points. EXO in 11th with 20 points.
And obviously this format of this LAN is a little different to, you know, the last, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 LANs we've had. So just to remind everyone of what is at stake, the top 10 teams from this lobby right here will go forward to tomorrow's match point finals. The bottom 10 will drop down and play 1 more series today. They'll be playing in the elimination final.
Optics here, mid-range.
Talk about the POI draft priority too.
Yep.
Something else that these teams are playing for aside from just staying in this winner's side. Feeling confident, Twerkaholics being in 5th place after an incredible dub. 14 KP to their name. That's what they gotta do. I feel like that's where they thrive, right? Playing extremely aggressive, but when you get the dub on top of it, that's how you continue that momentum as we take a look at where the zone is pulling over to the north side.
Maybe a Lotus Ring? Maybe it pulls a little bit south of there, just above Energy Bank. Either way, 10K have got their choice. And oh my god, the Evo spawns for them are actually insane as well. You see them dipping into Energy Bank right now to grab 1. And there's also the one up there on the way to Lotus that's actually very close to them. So sometimes on E-District, it just won't spawn anywhere near you, and you have to take the risk of running into another team very early on in the game. And then a lot of the time, you'll even just suicide for the Evo Harvester and let your team respawn you. That's how important it is to get that early blue armor.
And that's why looking at legend compositions, which of your players are going to get that Evo Harvester is important. In 10K's choice, they have the Wraith, right? So you could just phase out if you feel like you're in trouble. So they usually will send out their Wraith player to go out there. Just seeing as EXO Clan being one of the squads to still rock the Valkyrie. No more Ballistic in this legend rotation. 10K neighboring that of EXO. So being right there on the bubble, they need that one pop-off performance to feel incredibly comfortable.
I think Ultra and Joyas are going to feel pretty lucky, actually, that they've managed to get 2 games out of Ultra on E-District, considering how popular she's been over here, but she will be banned for Game 6. 12 Ultras in the lobby, just beating out Ash on 11 and Fuse on 10.
Always expected here on E-District, but you're right. The fact that it took 2 games. Let some of these teams run away. Green Stego, one of the squads that are not running the altar.
Now they're going with the Valk again. Ash Valk Fuse. Got survey beacon scans, got ring console scans. Access to all of that, all of those different objectives. But as we saw last time, sometimes they get a late game scan and then they say, let's go fight anyway.
The risk and reward on where you are for the series, sometimes you really need that desperate KP.
Well, I think it might even just be because they got so many points in the first game. They're up to 30 now. They know, say, 2 more team wipes, a single fight win in both of the last two games, and they're almost certain to go through. But you really do want to be pumping it up as much as you can. You don't have to play another series today, and you do want your pick of the litter tomorrow when it comes to the POI draft.
It's incredibly tight to see NRG and Twisted Minds holding that first and second place spot, with NRG having 54 points, Twisted Minds with 52. But hold that, maybe she can get just a little bit with Timmy being the last one alive. Oh, he cannot get away. NRG are your first team eliminated in game number 5. Again, they're pretty safe with the amount of points that they have right now, but again, it's also that POI priority draft that you need.
Yeah, Sneaky Boy Passage could have saved him there, but doesn't quite get it off in time. Neither does he get the bat. And NRG, well, I mean, they're still relaxing, honestly. 54 points. They are well clear of the lobby at this point. Well, apart from Twisted Minds, 2 points behind. They've got a nice little buffer, though, over the rest.
I have a personal gripe with this POI, by the way.
Okay, let's hear it.
There's so much space to loot, and everybody hot drops here. So much poking potential up on those roofs. So many different angles. You think you're safe, and especially if you don't have an altar, yeah, good luck. Seeing your teammate getting beamed from right in front of you. While Empire do have an altar in this case, they could reposition very easily on these buildings, but also allows a lot of coexisting potential for the teams that find their space here on the north side of that next zone. But if they do that, and if there is no ring console available to them in this POI at the moment, they give up the opportunity to get that information if the zone continuously pulls to the south.
Meteor had their best player, Libel Ace, taken away from them by Yuka F over on Fnatic, but they've still managed to find their way into the winners final here. Green Stego taking on one of those early fights they love to, going up against Realize Nova here.
All right, he just jumped right in front with a dash, but misses some of those crucial P20 shots.
Oh,
Ziggy's really won the hipfire shots on the G7. Just enough to get that knock, but he is literally one shot, having to back away. You can hear the pings from his teammates as he's forced to pop the shield back.
Yeah, where's the last player, right? And it looks like
they're both one. Wow.
Inkia was so low that he had to back off as well, wasn't even willing to take that last bullet fight, so he might trade res for res. Let's see how this goes. Now that he's full healed, he gets his teammate back into it, and he's even got the purple armor advantage, thinking about getting some of the thirst as well. He says, well, I'd rather have the full 3 kills, so he is gonna dash after Ziki.
Oh no.
Is that the last thing he does? His other teammate,
for his teammates.
Exactly. Well, his other teammate also managed to get the 3rd res while that was happening, so he can afford to be aggro on Ziki here, who didn't make the same play. And you can see now they get the thirst on Asia and Dexter.
Still managing to close in the distance for now. It is the Valkyrie, right? So if you have that ult, if you manage to pull it off and you get away, I don't think so, at least not in terms of the distance that you have right now. Forced to play from inside the building. Good luck. Realize Nova, though, with that purple Valkyrie perk, is going to be able to get the scan just to make sure where that lone straggler is. No rats allowed in this lobby. Terminator now coming through from Realize Nova, but it's tricky. Tricky Ziki trying to get away, flying around on the Valkyrie, breaking some ankles.
Oh, it's easier than ever. Once upon a time, Valking on top of a building with your VTOL jets is like, oh, they can't get to me up here, and now there's an Ashe. An altar. Like, there are so many different ways to follow you up the top.
Also, like a long time ago, I'm pretty sure like they nerfed the mobility of the Valkyrie jets too.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah.
All right, looking at this ring, yet another pullback. We should also call it like the pullback LAN at this point. It's so often.
Whiplash?
You know, it used to be if it was touching at the edge of a circle, it would keep going in that direction. But this time it goes back, and nobody is in energy bank right now.
I want to know while we take a look at this fight right now. Some Yoshi, probably low. is going to be able to get another crack, though. I wanted to highlight what was happening over to the north side by Lotus because Empire were fighting Shopify, and there was a survey beacon there. Shopify wanted to go in from that north side originally, it looked like, before we saw Empire lighting up the feed. Looks like with Meteor now trying to reset Fury right next to them. VKG have been able to get the respawn on QQ.
I wonder how many teams have got this third ring information, because we're actually starting to see a redistribution. Some teams coming out of Lotus. Workaholics, by the way, okay, there's a chance it pulls mid, but there's also a chance it pulls back into Energy Bank. If it does that, I mean, Workaholics are through. Like, they're already close on 32 points, right? But if they get this pull, it is absolutely Jova for anyone, I don't know, hating on their downfall for whatever reason, which would be a crazy thing to do because they are the best story I think we've actually seen out of this land.
It's been insane. And, you know, also something else to highlight, Shopify were able to get the res, as you saw right there on your screen. So, no downfall for Shopify, at least for right now. Well, round 2 is closing in. They still have some time. EXO looking at the team right in front of them. VKG, who had just gotten a res earlier, getting beamed by so many teams the moment that they land. VKG get eliminated. 17 squads still left here, as Alliance are going to be able to find some space. They have the information on that next ring console.
Okay, they do. They're sitting on the bubble right now, Vicky. I mean, this fight is so important as Hackers dashes in and out. The way he was looking at that, is that theirs?
No.
Is that someone else they're waiting for to come in here and hopefully grab a kill on?
It looked like they were waiting for somebody to come right through there.
Either way, I mean, you know, this was their second pick in the POI draft, right? This is down at, what is it, 29th pick. They went for Street Market, and as we mentioned before, they have historically, in this particular LAN, been quite awful over here on E-District. And they need points now. They need points to make it through.
Find yourself outside that bubble to be comfortable out here.
Okay, moment of truth. Next zone pull.
It's insane that Workaholics will be uncontested on that south side, but now they will be forced to go through the choke. That zone pull.
Okay, it goes up.
Alliance calling it out here too, being able to secure their position in that next zone.
But honestly, even with how it's pulled up, like as you can see from Twerkaholics, they're going to be able to hold that choke for quite a while. Wait, are they playing Altar? Twerkaholics, no. Oh, otherwise, I think those walls are the ones you can alter through. Imagine just being able to come right back in behind, say, like EXO Clan and wait there for the longest time. But no, they'll probably have to push their way in. Either, you know, regardless, it doesn't look like too many other teams, maybe a Fnatic or an Aru army could come down, rotate through the south there and give them a little bit of trouble. But either way, they're going to be good for the next couple of minutes at the very least.
Multiple scenarios could happen for Twerkaholics, and in their position, Fnatic would be the team trying to rotate from behind them. But while they take their time, it's almost inevitable that they'll try to take a fight versus EXO, who have been babysitting that building with the ring console. Shopify losing out on Zainu, utilizing that Ash portal. Now forced to play this out as a duo, unless they could be able to get that banner here. Siding up to C, they know that there's a team waiting for them on the other edge of that zone. That is GHS, while 10K only post kill. Let it rip. Not enough. Leaving one of them literally one. It is Meteor that come out on top.
Almost gets the 3K with the Sheila, though.
I respect Sheila every time. Will not be in your line of sight. That's your space. All for free.
And I think he was sitting behind the portal, right? So you have to do like the 180 and turn around together. And by the time you've turned around, especially on controller, he's already got you on the floor with the Sheila. So they just managed to squeak their way out of that one. JHS Boom, we saw them get a respawn in this game, and now it's a late walk in to probably a good spot for them, actually.
With a composition that they plan to get a lot more aggressive. They have the Mad Maggie, they have the Fuse, the Barrage on top of it, and they need the KP, right? They were sitting in 15th place overall. They need top 10. That's why we saw them gatekeep Shopify, but Shopify is still alive for right now. See Fnatic right ahead of Babo. As 8 get eliminated in your feeds. 14 spots left. Wow, what a nade before sliding it. He still wants to take that fight. Watch out with the zone, though. Literally one trying to hide behind the knockdown shields. Aggressive push here from Babo.
Fnatic and Shopify go bye-bye. Babo sitting on the edge here. They still have Meteor and Furia to beat. Sure, some nice loot ahead of them, but not in the zone right now. That's teams like 100 Thieves, Realize Nova, and Al-Qadir. Alliance as well are sitting in a good spot here. And Alliance do have the altar to go from one building to another like we saw before. That's probably why they were being so aggressive. They know that the teams around them are... The more buildings they can clear out, the more levels of those buildings they can clear out, the better their options are depending on where this zone pulls.
Saya looking at the team in front of him, Furia. Keon having the red helmet, having some gold weapons to work with, probably getting it off of somebody's hands or a mythic bin perhaps. Madness going to be able to get that knock. We'll have to start moving eventually. These teams now seeing where they have to go in the next 20 seconds.
I think there's like a tiny, tiny piece of that Meteor building that is in the next zone. Might not necessarily be a fun place to play from, but Furia are looking at them longingly. So too are Twerkaholics. They've scouted out this position. Floating puts the Dimensional Rift down and immediately pops an ultimate accelerant in case they need another one.
We knew that when Twerkaholics moved up, they were going to go over to Exo's building where there is a ring console, but even more importantly, playing off the same building. They've already made that next move, looking at the teams in front of them, but they don't have the information on where that next zone pool is going to be because good luck even trying to get a scan on that circle beacon.
Yeah, not a lot of those objectives left in this next circle, Vicky, but quite a few buildings, right? So as we saw, teams are piling in there one after the other, and you do have to be worried. You have to be, a little bit careful about the abductions there with Alta being still in the game. Teams will, just throw them out willy-nilly, right? If you catch someone off by that and get a kill, it's like, well, that was the freest kill of your life, right? Because they're not expecting it. There's not a lot they can do about it.
Really, the only safety without getting kidnapped if you're hugging a wall of some sort is really behind a door, because you can't put it on that side of the door. Gino and I were looking at that before diving into these next set of games. Of course, we do have that quick pause. Thank you guys so much for your patience, but a lot to analyze for that next zone pool. The teams that are still on the outskirts, GHS, Twisted Minds. I believe we did see, I believe it was Empire who were able to get that res, Meteor alongside them. Not going to be looking at Empire. Instead, they were really fixated on Furia. We saw that they were still also on full blue Evos. Considering that they will have to trek a distance here.
NRG, they're already out. So this pause feels even longer than usual for everyone else. Meanwhile, Alliance, their minds are ticking over. Who's around us? What do we have to do? What is our most important objective if we're in the next zone or not?
Yeah, honestly, let's talk about comp strategy. When you have a pause like this, when we wait for a player to come right back in here, you have some time to realize who's around you, what's your next rotate? Are you going to be able to get into that next zone looking at the teams that may also be behind you?
I mean, I might have to check the rulebook. I think you're actually not meant to comp when you're in
like,
these pauses.
Just got to sit silently.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I think you are.
Or maybe dance to yourself.
Yeah, I think singing to yourself is allowed. I'm pretty sure there's an exception in the rulebook for that one. All right. Hopefully this isn't too stressful for some of the players.
Twisted Minds look like they're having a little party. And with 53 points, you're feeling pretty confident, right?
Yeah.
Got a little quick unpause those shortly.
Oh, yep, that's Voltic stands up. It's because he's getting back into game-ready position as a coach. Okay, we'll be getting back into the lobby in just a second, I believe.
Oh, there we go. We got the timer. We're ready to go. Let's get it started, everybody. Game unpaused for our winners finals match number 5. And Furia as a duo. Hello.
I think that's a Bangalore face, if I'm not mistaken. Don't see it from that side so often, but...
Not a situation you want to be in, though, when you're playing as a duo stuck in the corner. A pixel of safety here.
Oh, Okay, so this is Bamboo. They're below Twerkaholics right now, and Twerkaholics are below Exo Clan. There's a clear hierarchy in the building.
Oh, Furia though. They answer right back. Phony getting knocked. With 12 squads left. Workaholics lose Kate's next. Talk about the hierarchy in the building. Playing ring around the rosy. It invites us off the Havoc. One shot from Phony. He can't even get a moment to breathe. You can't pop that shield back. Twerkaholics, knowing that there's so many other teams within the vicinity, they see him trying to pop that shield back. He won't be able to pull it off. Thankfully, he is on the right, so he could reposition just as quickly. Meteor get eliminated, 11 squads left. You can hear the P2020s ringing in their ears. With K20 having the blue Evo shields, it's important to note he gets a reposition just as quickly with the Valkyrie, though.
Yeah, Bambo's down, and so Exo Clan have said, all right, we can hear all of this fighting below us. Is there any KP opportunities here? We don't want to give up that position, but hey, we're out of the zone now, so maybe we might as well. Meanwhile, Twerkaholics near the crafter.
Can you pull that off? Did Exo hear him get that slight bolt by the fence?
I mean, they're not in the zone any longer, so I feel like they need to start getting a lot more active, right? They need to start understanding their surroundings and working out where to move, because round 5 is about to start closing in 5 seconds.
Oh, I think he actually got the replicator. He got the banners already. Twerkaholics on the move. Having the Ash is clutch when that's the last member of your team alive. You can reposition just as quickly. Can you get the Moby on board with the other teams looking at you? Round 5 is starting to close in now as Alliance looking to close in the gap.
Ash portals coming through. Exo make the move on top of the building. This could be good for them, especially with the pylon.
And Twerkaholics have called in the Moby, by the way. Twerkaholics may actually get the members back here in this lobby. Verholst letting the Sheila ring, finishing off Chaotic. Exo with just K20, literally one-shot. Arctic still having the blue Evos. 100 Thieves holding onto this high ground. Gotta get rid of these Watson fences, though. Exo Clan get eliminated in 9th place.
Void Passage below them just to check out if anyone's there. 100 Thieves say all good, all clear. Not so for ALGS there. You can see one of them knocked. Meanwhile, Twerkaholics on the res. Surely that's got everyone looking at them.
With Lunix giving the suppress fire that they need to reset after just getting res. Floating now slides in with just an R9 in his hand since he had the Havoc earlier. This is crazy work here from Twerkaholics, but Floating's literally one shot. He's hoping that the teams in front of him fight each other instead, but they call him out. 6 squads left.
Okay, they got the res off, so QAD now actually gonna take the Void Nexus back. It's the reset with 4 squads left alive. Twisted Minds, I think, are just down to 1. Realized Nova on 2. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, well, it's going to feel like there's about 1,000 of them, I tell you, when they're on this side of the zone, because they've got it all to their lonesome. Phony rocking the PK. Senti, they're setting up the portal there, the Wraith portal, and I think that's honestly just to reposition and have extra angles on the rest of the lobby. Twisted Minds are solo. ALGS have cleared out their side as well now. So this is exactly the situation we had last game. 2 squads and a solo just trying to stay alive, cause chaos, whatever it might be, and he's chosen chaos.
Oh wait, Alberlily cannot get away. Twisted Minds get eliminated. Strafing Flame makes sure he cannot take that Void Rift.
Okay, trying to pop the ult Excel. When he gets that off, he will have Rolling Thunder available. The Bang ult, he can use this to force 100 Thieves out of position to remove them from behind the rampart wall.
And it's not like they have a Watson to work with to suck up that Bangalore ult here, as Phony then moves in, gets a knock first onto Strafing Flame. Phony now backing away, while Burrows is in such a good position to have Phony in his line of sight to help him, give him the suppress fire that he may need.
The Bangalore's down. I don't think they even got time to pop the Bangalore ultimate. And now Ben, Burles, and Jen trying to finish them off.
Funnel into the line of sight of the Sheila. Say hello to my little friend. There's not much you can do when 100 Thieves come in for the dub, taking game number 5. And he's trying to raise up the camera. Burles. The pop-off from our team. 13 KP for 100 Thieves.
Verhulst and Jen shaking hands there at the end because they got 5 kills each. And the IGL, he is slacking either 3 there for Phony. It's enough KP on top, of course, of the 12 placement points to put 100 Thieves on top of the lobby.
Hear the crowd getting excited, giving them their energy.
I think going into that game, were NRG at number 1? Because they went out quite early.
Yes.
And I think they've now been surpassed by Twisted Minds and 100 Thieves. So they have to sit there. They have to sit there through the pause and watch these teams surpass them.
It was like by 2 points or so next to Twisted Minds. So they didn't even have like such a significant lead in that first place spot. Even better look though for 100 Thieves after taking that dub. They've surpassed even that of Twisted Minds. 63 total points for them. We'll be able to take a look at it in a second. But I love how we show that snippet. You know what, Jen, I get it. I'm familiar with your game. It's Phony back on board with the rest of this team. No surprise out here. 100 Thieves with a 13 KP. Get to see Alcacia with the 10 KP themselves. Second place finish for this squad. Still in the top 10 here as well.
I feel like we're seeing more and more teams this LAN get a bunch of placement points without KP. So the fact that Twisted Minds have picked up 3rd place there and not even grabbed a kill is, yeah, I don't know, it's a little more common than usual. Maybe that's due to the Altar, the Ashe, all these heroes, these legends that have repositioning abilities.
That's why Altar is so strong on E-District. They're looking at the match 5 results and looking now at the head-to-head. Getting first place, 13 KP, and then looking at our second placing squad with the 10 KP themselves. Damage across the board. Love the positioning advantage that we saw from 100 Thieves, knowing that Verhulst holding back, being on that rampart, having Sheila out. You see that beam, you know that even if you poke your face once, you poke a toe and you're immediately going to get burned.
Okay, so we're looking at 5 upwards. Solid, good, through to tomorrow. I would stake my life on that right now. Twerkaholics, Furia, NRG, Twisted Minds, and 100 Thieves are good. From there down, it gets a little bit more icky. We're not sure if 33 will be enough. Alliance, for sure, will have to shore up their point total if they want to make it through to tomorrow. 27 right now is good, but it's not certain.
I mean, it could be a Mia on a Mia crime out here because you have Alliance on the bubble, you had ExoClan right there, like 2-point difference. It's a lot on the line when you have only 1 more game to go to see which of our top 10 squads will be moving on to the final lobby. Don't go anywhere. We got more E-District coming to you soon.
Teams, but only 1 trophy. The crowd makes some noise because this is the ALGS. Players have come from everywhere to compete for the opportunity of a lifetime, but only one will be crowned our ALGS champion. Left side. Oh my, one more. He's playing out, diving out to you, purple knot.
In here. One side room.
What side? What side are you outside?
Okay.
Thing off the main, thing off the main.
Wiggle thing. I'm playing close, I'm playing close.
Two inside,
Take it right. I'm holding staircase. Bang, push it out.
Dodging angle.
Take them.
I can't see anything.
Take away, take over. I'm coming. Take okay. I can't do it.
What side? Almost got
Take that, YG.
What side?
YG. That's one inside.
Fine. Watson.
Look. Cameras.
Yep, I'm playing over you. You're good.
Yeah. You can play the box face.
He's in knock. Come. Shoot him. He's cracked.
Is it cracked? Play together.
Yeah, he was cracked.
Shield. Play together.
One shot, then.
Nice. Box face. 1, 2, 3.
Love hearing our game-winning moments for our winners of match number 5. 100 Thieves with the confidence. Go, I hold you. Your Vorholz holding back with that Sheila. Lovely dub here, playing with confidence. And that's not the only action that we see happening, right? You know, we have another lobby playing simultaneously within our elimination round 5. The cutoff is pretty tight looking at what's going on already in that final game for that lobby.
Yeah, we've got the other lobby playing. The top 10 of those will be moving on to play the bottom 10 of this lobby, and the other 10 will be eliminated. And currently, we are about halfway through map 6. Na'Vi are gone. The defending world champions are out. We will not see them in the finals of the ALGS Open.
But you know who has a chance, who's sitting in 11th place in that lobby? Envy with 28 points. And the two teams that are in the top 10 was Gamblers with 33 points. And they're still alive. There's 4 teams left in that game. A lot on the line here for our teams that are at risk of elimination.
Yeah, we're literally watching it tick down right now. Envy's still up as a 3, 2 of Liquid Alien wear down. We don't need to cast it right now.
I was gonna say, are we casting off of like stat screen?
You know, there's 4 points left, and Envy only need a couple of them. They actually move up into 10th. Oh my god.
Envy's in the top 10 in the elimination round 5. Envy versus Rival Esports in that other game. What a crazy tournament it's been.
I hope Envy know how to play with, you know, 2 shield cells and a Mozambique, because if they're coming in from this next lobby, actually, no, I guess they get to play again, right? But yeah, if you take that 20th draft pick, it'll be tough times, I'm telling you right now. Either way,
that's why the teams that we're currently seeing right now in this lobby are trying to stay in the top 10. So that way they don't have to deal with that gauntlet of the top 10 teams right now in the elimination round 5.
Just Rival Esports and Envy left alive right now. Falcons, by the way, we were in the break literally like 3 minutes ago. We weren't sure if Falcons were going to creep through. They've done it. They're sitting on 38 points in this lobby, so not enough teams left alive to be able to overtake them. Virtus Pro might slip down into 10th spot. They were also very close. I mean, a team close to my heart, Lonely Let Gone. I was really hoping to see them go through. Xiaoji has been an absolute revelation this split, this year of ALGS. And under the tutelage of Roy, they've got pretty far, but not quite all the way.
It basically confirms the top 10 teams already, by the way, considering what's going on here on the other side.
Oh my god, I just noticed Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah?
GG, after that killer performance,
are
gone.
Oh, you hear that? Breaking news, elimination round 5 has currently wrapped up. Envy went from being in 11th, not qualifying, to getting the dub and securing themselves in the next round of elimination. Envy are in the top 10. The pop-offs, Gino.
Have you ever seen a bigger sign of relief there? I mean, they wouldn't have known exactly what the points were. You can't track it yourself throughout that last match. So they knew that it was like they had to win, or they weren't going to be sure if they qualled with the dub. We're going to take a look at it here as we see them burst down. Oh my god, they got Kraven there, rocking the Sheila. Only just getting that res at the last moment. Yeah, but it's enough. It's enough. The Kraber won't take them out. The Kraber won't take them out of the tournament. And even the congratulatory hug from Zero, who still thinks fondly of Sykes from their time together.
This is what I love. Look at the emotions. Listen to the crowd. that are separated by just that one rope in a distance. Can you imagine how your heart must feel coming out of your chest in a moment like that?
Just bursting out. And this is one of the cool things about the ALGS Open, right? Is that those guys were sitting there. You can hear the comms from those players, by the way. You are so close to them that you can literally hear what they are saying. Oh, okay, well, let's get our focus back onto the main stage here, Vicky, because we've got one more match, and it's an important one. It's very important for teams like Alliance sitting there on 27 points, for EXO, Fnatic sitting on 24. Just moments away from either a victory or a push down into the elimination bracket. The final ban of the lobby. It's going to be on Alta. Not available. One of her best maps on E-District. Teams are going to have to shift things up. What will they decide to choose this time? I think some teams will start going for the Wraith, some for the Ashe. Even a few Mirages slipping in here. He is the Renaissance man after all.
Game number 6. We had the results from the elimination round 5. Which of our 10 teams will meet them down in that elimination bracket? This is the game that decides it all. With a lot more Wraith being brought into play, you want that rotational ability. Ashe, of course, like you mentioned, Genome. We already knew that Crypto was off the table after game number 3 on Broken Moon. This helps promote teams to play maybe into their comfort style. Finding end zone, sitting pretty, setting up those Watson fences before we find out where our zone's gonna be pulling over to the southeast side.
Variety, that's what we wanted. It's what we've got here on E-District. We've had Viaduct. We've gone up towards Lotus, but this time it'll shift down towards Humbert Labs. Stadium, we don't get a lot of finishes there. There's a lot of walls to the north of this second zone, so I'm not expecting it to finish in either of those places. I really think it will be more towards where VK Gaming is sitting right now. And I mean, there's a ring console and a survey beacon right in the middle there, so there's every chance that a team can sit on those and have that perfect direction towards a late game spot.
To highlight the stakes once again, you know, after coming out of that break, with Alliance sitting on the bubble with 27 points, EXO with 24 points, and now noting where the zone is pulling towards VK Gaming. Alliance having a bit more of a trek to go from the west side over by their POI in Street Market to where that zone's pulling in Humbert Labs. They will have that information because they have a ring console, they have the Evil Harvester, so playing much more objective, which really benefits their playstyle, while EXO trying to secure that final circle positioning instead. Meteor already involved in a fight, looking at GS from across them.
Yeah, they do have to farm up a little bit of Evo first to get those scans, of course, running Fuse, Wraith, and Mirage. And that's actually slowing them down a bit as 100 Thieves are pulling up towards Street Market where Alliance are right now.
Maybe trying to cut off their rotate here? Considering where they know where Alliance stands in the overall series, they are just going to end up rotating away towards draft point instead.
Okay. False alarm. Got a little bit excited.
A good little call out though, right? Because these teams know which squads land in what POI, and that's something to consider if you find somebody to be a threat in the POI drafts if you want to be able to secure a better position in that final lobby.
As we saw Meteor setting up in Stadium, as I said, I kind of doubt it's going to finish over there, but still important to show which teams are prioritizing which side of this zone. Just like EXO, who are sitting kind of dead center at the moment, hedging their bets. I like that.
Again, EXO thrives in playing that final circle positioning. We saw them in the last game do something similar. Luckily, they did have that ring console building that they held for like 3 zones before they couldn't scan it anymore, and here we are again.
Yeah, and they're rocking the Watson, right? So if they find that really good spot to hold, they've got one of the only defensive characters left available. maybe someone like 10K running the Rampart. You know, Bangalore, not so great on E-District. You know, there's not a lot of choices left, which is to the team compositions thus far. Green Zikia. They're on 30 points right now, but 30 points is unlikely to get you there by the end of this game.
Yeah, we ain't comfortable enough.
They're also a little stuck, right? I mean, they're kind of in the middle of everyone. And they've lost their Valkyrie. They've got the Ashe, so hopefully that gets them an Ashe portal in a direction that they can find their way out and find a crafter, because otherwise, I don't think 30 points will get them there.
And that's the double-edged sword, too. The reason why you don't see Valkyrie in a lot of these lobbies, despite us highlighting that purple perk, is because when you are in a lobby like this, let's not forget, this is the winner's lobby. You are going to be dealing with a lot of heavy hitters that are going to shoot you out of the sky. Workaholics getting Asia and getting the finishing blow out here, getting even more KP in their pockets.
You've also got to think, Green Stego had a 21-point game one. That means they've only picked up 9 points across the interceding 4 games.
It was just a decline after their win out here, having a much better time on Broken Moon, further highlighting the strengths that some of these teams may feel. Varying on the lobby and the legend bands here, as Dexter will be able to get his teammates' banners out of the replicator. Can he pull off the res, though?
Oh, I don't know, because 100 Thieves, I think they've just ballooned towards him.
Oh, no.
He pops the evac as if the green light out of the Moby wasn't enough to tell them what he was doing. The evac will do it. He takes it. They immediately shoot his shields off.
They can't commit to the evac, and now his teammates are coming down. They know that Dexter's alone in the building because of the time that it takes to come out of the dropship. 100 Thieves got the zipline to put themselves up on the roof, perhaps, while Phony's still playing the safe to look at a different angle.
Okay, there's also some other teams looking at this. Twerkaholics and Alcancia. They hear the noise.
The difference is 100 Thieves could afford to take this fight. They're not one of the bubble teams, whereas Green Stego are. Zicky still on white. Evo is trying to get away. Twerkaholics, they smell blood in the water. We know that they love taking these fights, but they also know what's behind them. Other teams that could be looking at them from Humbert Labs.
Oh my god, how did they get out of that with 3 people alive? Green Stego counting their blessings right now. You see the one remaining member dropping med kits to his teammates because they are so poor and they're going to have to scrap loot in Shipyard Arcade. At least there's a beacon there to play for, so they can hit that, potentially hit the ring console, and then maybe hope for a Valk into the circle.
You know why they got away with that, by the way? Because the teams that desperately want KP, because they don't like where they're sitting with how close the bottom end squads of these top 10 teams are, how much they need KP.
Couldn't risk it.
Alcataya sitting at 6th place with 33 points. They're tied that with Shopify Rebellion. They wanted to show face in that fight, but then also looking at Twerkaholics that were waiting to see if they could third party too.
Yeah, you're sitting there on 33 points. You say, look, if we just sit tight in a good spot, we get 2 placement points and we're done. If we die right now, could be done. Could be gone, could be out, could be in the elimination bracket.
Meanwhile, 10K, a team that is sitting dead last with only 9 points. NRG see the opportunity. They get that last player, rather that one player that managed to get away. 20 spots still left in the lobby. Their fights from the distance. The NRG are currently sitting in 3rd place with 55 points. 100 Thieves leading the pack with 63.
So despite 100 Thieves being so close to so many of these teams on their rotation in, they've somehow managed to get there without too much fuss, as they look to close out the #1 and put themselves in the best spot out of anybody, out of the 140 plus teams we saw at this LAN going into tomorrow, the last day, the final day, the day to determine who gets the lion's share of $1 million.
So much on the line here. GHS, one of our other bubble squads, with 21 points, sitting in 13th. Not on the marker just yet. So much patience from a lot of our teams. We saw Alliance dead center in the middle of where that next zone is, prioritizing their positioning, but with their composition, could be pretty difficult. Have the Wraith, the Fuse, and the Mirage with 27 points. Gotta look both to their 6 and to their north, where we saw NRG before.
This is such a classic game 6, Vicky.
Yeah.
No one willing to pull the trigger. Where's all those silly fights we've seen for the rest of the lobby, huh? Oh, now we're playing serious? Okay.
All those knocks that we saw before, the finishing blows, everyone's still back in the lobby. We got all 60 players here for all 20 top squads.
Green circle available. They have scanned the ring. Green Stego know where it's going, but as you point out, they don't have the purple perk.
Exactly. So they don't even know. They're kind of Hail Marying their landing at this point.
It's a blind landing. We're back, 10 seasons ago where you just got to spot it out, but they have actually made it dead center of the circle.
I don't know how Torcoholics keeps getting away with this, by the way, but once the zone closes, they will have a Mythic Pin available to them again. Empire down to a solo, Realize Nova. Losing out on their Ashe. One of the only teams, by the way, rocking the Lifeline and not going to be able to get that success. A team sitting in 17th place. Trying to make things work with only 15 points. This is going to force their Valkyrie player to take that circle damage to take a more roundabout rotate.
Hold up, Empire. Or Realize if they go out here, that's it, Vicky. They are relegated.
Just mind seeing that Watson Gen up ahead before Albert Lily gets into a much more aggressive position. You see enemy holding his back before he takes the portal back to the rest of his team. Also getting information. What's so important about the Wraith?
I checked in with Twisted Minds quickly before this series started. I said, I love the R99 Alb. And then Hodzik, the coach, looked at me and he's like, I have been begging him to take the P20s on. But it just depends on what range you're taking these fights. If it's at mid-range, the P20s do tend to be better. But if you are aggressive, you get in their face, the TTK of the R99 is much better.
I heard that in Hodsik's voice too. And what's crazy is that Workaholics makes the R9 work. They literally glide with the R9. Obviously, still finding their strength in what they feel is comfortable. Lariman, the rest of GHS also playing once again that aggressive composition. The Fuse, the Mad Maggie, the Mirage to try to take these fights, and they need to, sitting in 14th place, another one of the bubble teams. Twisted Mind seeing that team right underneath them. One of the teams that feel comfortable. Once again, I feel like I'm getting some deja vu here. Looking on the other side is S8. A team looking at Albert Lily. They full swing him though, but they lose out on Jesco right behind them. Needs to suppress fire, but they're fully healthy out here as S8 get eliminated and get relegated.
Our first team we are sending to the elimination final will be S8. It's a good effort to get this far. Oh, Algs also going out. They're currently on 33 points. It will be fascinating to see if they make it through. That is going to be on a knife's edge. Meteor also going down. That means they are stuck in 19th spot and will be going to the elimination final.
They're about to get pinched right now. I think I hear the P20s in my nightmares, honestly, at this point. VKG now sliding in to get the finishing blow onto GHS.
Bottom 10 for GHS. Also, we will be seeing them in the next series.
Huge nades out here. Perfect coverage coming in from Timmy as he slides in, trying to get the chase on that kill. Why are you running? Only a white knockdown shield. Still doesn't want to overextend. Still waiting out on his teammates to see them in their line of sight. VK Gaming get eliminated. NRG get even more KP to work with while trying to gatekeep those squads.
Oh, 100 Thieves go down, however. NRG, sure, they're farming, but on 64 points, 100 Thieves are at risk of giving up their #1 position. They played it a little too fast and loose here in the final game.
That's not Fnatic. Sorry, Madness. But Yuka having the Kraber, 150. Doesn't want to give up high ground just yet. Oh, never mind. He drops all the way down. Sees the opportunity, misses the hip fire shots. He knows his teammates are going to meet him on the other side of the sandwich. Aru Army get eliminated.
I'm not sure if Yuka realizes that the Kraber has a scope on it. every single time we've seen him so far this tournament, he's just pulling the trigger, going for the style shots, jumping off walls, but in the end he pulls out the P20s to finish off the job.
That's Yuka behavior. I also love seeing that confidence. You need that in a lobby like this. Alliance still on the bubble, 28 points.
Yeah, and it's not like they're playing for nothing right now. Fnatic aren't even in the top 10.
I like the energy. Fnatic also one of the teams playing the Valkyrie. Looks like they're in a bit of pressure. Tworkaholic, so remember how we highlighted the Mythic Fin? Well, guess what? Floating with the R9 does not clutch it out. Tworkaholics incredibly low after losing out on that Wraith. Lose out on their shields. Fnatic get eliminated, by the way, as you highlighted, Genome, not within that top 10. Looks like Tworkaholics having that Mirage comes in clutch when you get the double res reset. Being able to go invisible without feeling that pressure from a team up afar, but also having the Wraith, allowing you to reposition, gets right back to the truck to get the shield swap off the death boxes.
Shopify and NRG. I'm not sure they can avoid a fight here. How much do they want to push it though? They already get the kill onto Koiful. NRG seem to be happy with just taking off the high ground bridge positioning.
Oh, great. Donald right into the line of sight of Guild. Another KP on the board for NRG. What separates NRG, by the way, and Twisted Minds between 3rd and 2nd place is just one more kill here to tie them up.
Shopify go down with 34 points. So again, they're going to be close, but a lot of the bottom teams who have a chance to overtake them have gone out. We really need EXO Clan, Empire, 10K to come up now. Actually, I think Shopify might mathematically be okay. It might only be Alcazia that we have to worry about.
GS, also safe. EXO, one of the bubble teams, 26 points. We saw them rotate here very early, and that circle pull was something they were not expecting. Look at where that zone is pulling, and they know that they have to make that decision in the next 30 seconds, and they still have full blue Evo shields.
EXO probably the team with the highest chance of changing their fortunes from where they stand right now, which is not going through to making it through to tomorrow immediately.
How thirsty Fury is. Everybody gathering over to the watering hole, but maybe not get too desperate. Not getting taken out. Keon's gonna be able to pop this bat. Madness taking a different angle through the window. EXO get a moment to breathe because while Fury was so focused on this team, they have to look out behind them. Green Stego were also trying to take shots at them.
Somehow, someway, EXO Clan keep making their way into LAN finals. They're looking to take an Ash TP onto high ground, and they get crunched in a millisecond. That's it for them. And that most likely sets our lobby.
With Alliance still alive and still sitting in a 10th place spot. Green Stego get eliminated. 6 squads left now. 10K, by the way. The team that is sitting in dead last, still alive, also getting some KP. It's going to be a wild card, though, if they manage to turn this around. So much points that would need to soak up.
Yeah, I mean, any points they get now still go towards the POI draft for the next series, so it's not like there's nothing to play for. They can definitely push their way past S8 here, as well as the other teams. Another 10 points would be very handy for their chances in the following series. But now let's just enjoy the rest of this game as Alliance look to go up against Twisted Minds, who join NRG on 70, by the way. NRG and Twisted Minds head-to-head right now. Let's see who's going to be the #1 team going into tomorrow.
Crazy fragger potential that we already noted from both of these teams. Alliance still staying alive. We saw Hockey's being able to reset, pop that bat. Now popping an ultimate accelerate, by the way. He had used his portal earlier. You could hear the pings while he's scouting ahead, because you know who's waiting for them over to that northern choke is NRG, and Twisted Minds are playing right underneath them.
Yeah, you can hear the pings of the knuckle clusters just coming out non-stop as well, since 3 of the teams still left alive are running that legend. They're going to try and hold on to those mother loads as long as they can. There's some sharp corners that teams have to walk around here, and that's when the Fuse ultimate comes in very handy.
zone, starting to close in our final round now. Alliance waiting till the very last second. They are banking on that rotate off the portal from Hockey. So look at the patience, as you can see displayed here. And this is the move that they're going to be making. With NRG looking at them, they have no other choice to wrap around this northern choke. And meeting them on the other side is Twisted Minds. 10K are going to also have them in their line of sight. 4 squads left in this final game.
NRG's game to lose. Teams are trying to knock them off with Skynades, but these bridge positions in these zones on E District tend to be the winning spots. How long can they stay up there, though? Looks like they'll actually be forced off soon. And there come the Motherloads.
Here comes Hockeys with a rotation. 10K, though, getting pelted by their Motherload from enemy. May actually help Alliance take that spot instead. NRG now move up, noting exactly where 10K is positioned. Alliance are uncontested, by the way, on the other side. And 10K in a lot of trouble. NRG get eliminated. Twisted Minds still alive. And Alliance move up for the third party. An opportunity that they needed after wrapping around that northern choke. It's up to Unlucky. Hockey's here. Unlucky goes invisible with the res.
Okay. With 3 squads left, this should go the way of Alliance, but all of a sudden, a rogue element.
I don't think this is possible. Even if 10K clutches, there's just no way. Alliance get the finishing hit. And Alliance, from being at the bubble to guaranteeing their way in the top 10, finish off in 6th place. Overall scores after getting that dub, the patience pays off.
Very similar to the reaction we saw from Envy. Winning that last game is kind of the only way you can guarantee that you get through. Means you've done the best you possibly can. Alliance only got 3 kills in that last game, by the way. They were not kill hungry. They were playing it safe, not something we're used to saying about Alliance, but it's good enough to not only get them through, Vicky, but to push them through in 6th place. In fact, shaking those maracas.
Those handwarmers, we've all been there, right? Clenching, feeling like you finally have your pop-off moment. You get that adrenaline coursing through your veins.
And even the difference between, say, the side stages or the main stages, we had teams talking about, you know, it being a little bit colder over there and adjusting to the main stage depending on how many opportunities you've had to play on either one. It can be quite the adjustment. Of course, a team like Alliance, they've been around, they're very much used to playing on the big stage and they thrive there. Is there a trophy in their future, Vicky?
Very high chance. They've come close so many times. You also saw the defeated faces of Fnatic, who fall short of the top 10, finishing off in 11th with 28 points. Alcatsaya sitting in 10th with 33 points. Very close gap right there, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see they got 0 points in this game, right? Yeah. They've checked the iPad in front of them that has the information, has all the scores on it, and they have finally unclenched because that was a long wait for them on 33 points. Because as we get a look at the series results now, you'll see that they have actually ended up in 10th place. They've come as close as you possibly can to having to play another series today. But they were, honestly, you know, they were looking pretty relaxed when I saw them before this series, so I'm glad to see that that mentality has paid off here into the top 10. Other notable qualifications there. Shopify make it through. Green Stego, after a very good campaign, are also going to make it through. Workaholics and Babo have just made it through in the top 10 of the ALGS Open. The open format has just proved itself. I don't know how else to put this.
That's what you do when you get to welcome new talent making a wave in the pro league scene. You love to see it, and it was such a tight lobby. Of course, aside from looking at like our top 6 squads, if you look at the other side of our bottom 10 teams, 10K went from being dead last to what, like 13th place after getting in 2nd place. that's really what highlights how tight the competition was here.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of teams that it seemed like they were smurfing, though, right? I'm looking at Twisted Minds, NRG, and 100 Thieves. They opened up a sizable gap over the rest of the lobby. Love how those guys are playing. If you really wanted to think about the 3 teams who were going to lift the 3 pieces of that trophy, could be them.
It was NRG who also gave up the high ground at the very end right there, too, getting a little eager to try to get the finishing blow over to 10K that you saw them by the fence line. But Twisted Minds were also playing right underneath NRG. If I was Alliance looking at the 2 teams that were gatekeeping them, they didn't know who it was exactly, but it was literally the 2 demons dominating the lobby, and you had to get through them. Well, with Hockeys being on the Wraith, that also further highlights the importance of running certain legend comps makeshift around what you don't have anymore because of those legend bans. No ultra to really navigate through, having that portal instead ready to go. That's why the ultimate accelerator was so important. Woo! What an incredible 6-game series here for our winners finals. I want to hear more from you guys over on the couches. You guys looking a little comfy as we were out here sweating a little bit.
Yeah, you guys are sweating. You're only 8 feet away from us, so it's not like, temperature is too different over there. Now, you guys were making it hype for us. We appreciate you, Vicky, Kitty, and Genome on that cast. And as we welcome you back to the desk, I saw a few signs said Ballin and Nolans. Well, there's a team that was making it rain, and that was Twisted Minds. And we've got none other, the man, the myth, the legend, Mac Albrelelli here on the couch with us. Brother, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm feeling real good after that set of games, man. That was awesome.
I have been loving seeing how you have performed, the energy that you guys have. What's different here in the Open? What's special about this team? Because you guys have found a gear and you haven't let go since.
I think during the past 2 days, Crook has really stepped up a ton. He's found his voice and his assertive style that he's needed, and it's been pulling through crazy for our games. And his zone calls have been incredible. They've just been letting me frag out off that.
It seemed like it's gone so well, but I also kind of want to touch on this bigger picture idea that you're sitting here. I mean, there's been a lot of ALGS lands. This has not been happening very often. You've gone through your own journey, gone through your own teams, and yet you find yourself here at the Open. Why now?
Why are we doing so well now, or just why?
It was a big question because I want you to answer a little bit about your story, because you have been one of our oldest pros. You've been one of the first winners in Poland to lift that trophy with Hal and Reps, and now you're here, a totally different iteration. A new face of the ALGS. It doesn't look the way it looked back then, but you're still here. You found a way in this new open format, so it was an open question to give you a chance to talk about your journey of getting here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough, but I'm glad to be here. Last 2 years, I definitely bounced around a little too much, tried to step out of my role a little too much, and I'm glad that I finally found a team that lets me play my game and excel in the role that I'm good at, and not trying to flex out into.
So it's really about finding yourself and then owning that within a squad.
Yeah. Finding the right squad for your play style is just crucial. Trying to fit into places where you don't it's not worth it.
I mean, clearly you've now found that slot. You guys looked incredible, but before we even came back to camera, came down, you sat down on the sofa, and you looked at us and you were like, that was fun.
Yeah,
that
those
was
are some
a
fun
really
games.
fun series. So I feel like that's kind of been the whole team's vibe every time we've checked in with you guys, because you're just a slaying powerhouse right now. So tell me what that mentality is like to show up at a LAN and just have a great time, and then because of that, find success.
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps that we all just get along on a personal level. So even when we are doing bad, we're not exploding on each other or throwing insults or anything like that. Whenever our games go bad, we look at it critically, we approach the problem as a team, and we don't turn on each other.
I'm really curious because you say that you guys don't explode on each other and you kind of have this history. Talk to me about y'all with Enemy and Crook, especially with that background that they held way in the past year. How has that helped and highlighted this roster?
Yeah, I mean, Enemy and Crook teamed together on OXG a long time ago, and they've got some pre-existing synergy because of that, and an understanding of how each other like to play. And I think that's helped us, get a bit of a head start when we first kind of came together as a trio. Because it made it really simple where I just had to work on my dynamic with Enemy at that point, because I'd already had one with Crook from the previous Stallions roster.
And Enemy Crook, go back. You was talking about that a little bit. So you guys have all played with each other in different iterations.
Yeah.
But what's so impressive to me, and I've kept an eye on Furia, I've kept an eye on NRG. They've been very consistent teams. Na'Vi kind of fallen off of that in these last days of getting to that final top 5 and then having a chance. You guys, 4 top 5s here out of 6 games. What is working in that regard? And this is like, I mean, is the meta just favoring you guys, this flexibility? You're kind of someone who's always trying the new character, trying the new idea first, seeing if you can make it work. I remember from Rampart to Maggie, you have been kind of, you know, that person. So is this why you feel like maybe you guys are just able to navigate a lot of Legends really well? What's working to get to those situations to win games?
For me as an individual, yeah, it's definitely boosted my value a lot, this new like ban system and the versatility that I carry. But to be honest, like most of our success is coming from Crook's zone calls and his ability to get us into spots where we can kind of work from zone 3 in.
Yeah.
Because basically as soon as endgame comes up and like the fast-paced micro stuff comes up, that's kind of where like my job comes in.
Right.
I kind of just I take the back seat,
right.
Things like 1, 3, 4, or until Crook thinks that, you know, needs help.
Well, hey, speaking of roles on this roster, it couldn't be completely possible without Hotsick.
Of course.
And I really want to hear about that because he is such a tenured coach among the Apex scene. How has he fit in alongside this roster and helped elevate y'all to this position?
I mean, he's helped us an absurd amount from ironing out our comms to make things more streamlined, from helping our fighting synergy, from macro, POI, loot routes, everything. He's been an extremely
If you could pick one big thing that he has done for y'all, what stands out above the rest?
The Giga Doc.
Giga Doc. I almost thought you said ironing out your clothes, man. I was like, you know, Hotsick taking on the dad role. I relate to that.
He is old. He can do
He is old. I mean, you know, you start ironing when you're old. That's true. Ironing increases as you age. You know, it's fun, Lauren. I mean, I think that's the key too. That everyone's having fun here, and it's great to see them doing it.
Which is kind of gonna go into my next question, because we're sitting here having this very serious conversation, and I just keep staring at a line of supporters and fans and friends and family with signs and jerseys. So talk to me a little bit about what it's been like, you know, being with Twisted Minds, but then you clearly have a massive support system here at LAN, and how that's been.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of people here showing love that have been fans for a long time. Like, I got some homies from chat in the crowd. I got my mom and my brother. I got a bunch of my longtime IRL friends who I've known for like 12 plus years. It's just, yeah, I have a really great support system behind me, and I'm really grateful to have them.
You guys have top seeded and winners. You're going into finals. We're going to wait the other 10 that are going to join you guys. At this point, is the expectation that we should be, or at least have a very good chance of winning tomorrow? Or are you still just letting this dream run? Okay, yeah.
We've already said it on stage multiple times. We're like, if we keep this energy, we keep this this tempo, and we keep our comms up, we're either winning match point or we're getting second with the most points, and there's no in between.
I love it. You guys have Mac is back. That is a great way to do it. Alberelli, pleasure to talk to you, man. Glad to see you back up on stage under the lights where many people believe you belong. Let's go over and check with Lace, who's by the pit. A lot of action over there. We heard some screams, Lace. What happened, and what's going on for our final series of the day coming up?
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Look, it was the elimination round 5. We will be saying goodbye to 10 teams. Look, they played their hearts out and, of course, won ours. A lot of teams using P2020s in a dream, but you know what? Some just couldn't make the cut. So let's take a look at our standings for the elimination round 5. Of course, we have Lick and 80 We're sitting at the top there with 35. Cat, 9 Lies. Some excellent teams still heading through to the next round. Team Orchard as well. They have been playing valiantly throughout this whole series. We have Envy. We did see a beautiful, broadcast of them winning, along with Falcons congratulating them too. That just made it through, along with Virtus Pro. Now, we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to a fair few fan favorites. We have to look into FaZe Clan, Kinotrope Gaming, Lonely Let Gone, Omid, VG, who just fought tooth and nail through this whole competition, but unfortunately today could just not make that cut, along with Na'Vi and Atlas. And right now I do have Thor standing here with Ryan to discuss and go through how they felt those matches went.
Yes, I do have Tryhard Thor standing with me from Team Atlas, who's actually very, very happy with how the day went, despite being out and eliminated here. Well, initially, commiserations, of course. I know, obviously, you would have wanted to have gone further, but for you, it's been a very victorious journey, I hear.
Yeah, we came into this event with, well, I guess not the biggest expectations. We've never played a lane together before, only been together for around 2 or 3 months. So we're honestly just happy to have made it to day 3, also considering that we almost had to go home on day 1. So we just take it as a win, even though it's sad. It's sad to go home. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Your teammates G Dolphin and of course Black Villain from Italy. 2 Danes and 1 Italian. How good is his Danish coming along?
You know, we're practicing, but I don't think he's getting there, sadly. Maybe if he hops on like Duolingo or something, I don't know. Maybe that works for him, but.
Now, as you mentioned, your first LAN, of course, you do have previous CC experience from last year and 2 splits in Pro League as well. You got some experience behind you, but this is your first LAN, and what a monstrous LAN to be a part of. What has the experience been like coming in here? I know you said you had, you know, sort of lower expectations and everything that you wanted has come to fruition, which is great. But just for the viewers at home that may not really know, what's the difference? What's it like being here on a big LAN like this?
I think it's a lot cooler playing in person, because it's kind of like you can hear like the crowd and you can hear the people around you, and it just, everything feels so alive all of a sudden. Like you're playing at home, it's kind of like you're isolated in your room, just like sitting in there, like not going outside. But like now it feels like, okay, this is the real deal, you know? Yeah. Also competing against teams from all around the world that you've never played against before.
100%, 100%. I mean, the creme de la creme of the community are part of this tournament, right? Now, you know, it ends here. Technically, for now, you know, you'll be back. But what would you say was your biggest take-home from this experience?
I think that just being here and playing this lane has kind of like opened my eyes that like, damn, this is awesome. You know, I wanna come back here, and I think also me and the boys on the team, we learned a lot from this event. Sort of like what we want to play and how we want to play it. So I think moving into the last days of Pro League, we'll have a lot of good takeaways for that.
Thank you very much for your time. Tryhard Thor, an increased appetite for Team Atlas here on day 3 of the New Orleans Open. And that's what it's about. You can do all the scrims you want, you can play online as much as you want, but it's all about when it comes to LAN and those experience points that you get along the way. Well, that's it from me down here at the pit. It's back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ryan. Definitely a story about leveling up. I know Solo Leveling, a big anime right now. Ooh. Seriously, part of the experience of LAN is just getting those points that kind of tack up. And the cool thing is now we have another back half of Pro League to go into where these guys are not going to go online and have a chance to take the experience from here and make it something that matters as they finish off our split 1. So incredible format, a new version of the ALGS, but one we hope you're excited for. I'm certainly very excited about it as well. Guys, final thoughts before we kind of close out this series and head to our final series of the Open before our championship.
I mean, right now the storylines are going crazy, and I'm here for that. We got an incredible 10 out of that series that just wrapped right now that we'll be waiting to see who they're facing off against in the one we have coming up around the corner. And that one's pretty stacked right now, so I think we're going to end the day with a bang.
Zeph?
Yeah, I think there's a highlight here with how these teams have worked, and I'm very curious because now we get to the final recipe of this LAN. We have yet to see the pit, the challengers, the elimination bracket meet up with the winners. They've both been in such decisive lobbies, but they have yet to actually collide after what was some of these early knocks. This might be the first repeats that we finally get to see here, which can influence a lot given that, well, I mean, they haven't had the chance prior to this moment.
You're right, and you get to see also how people in the winners bracket who have never lost up until now get to perform against teams that have already lost and have been grinding their way potentially ever since day 1 to get to this moment. A lot of action on the way, and if you want to know the schedule for what's coming next, our series starts at 7:15 Central Time. So I don't have my phone on me. Oh, there it is. It's in about an hour, 55 minutes. So a little bit of time to grab some food, maybe some water if you're at the event. If you're at home, take a walk, but stay close because those elimination finals are the last bit. The teams you just saw in the bottom 10 here are facing off against the teams like Falcons, like Envy, like Team Orchid, who have made their way here to the last moment. If they can somehow get top 10, they will make Sunday and have a chance at history and, of course, ALGS greatness. All that coming up in just a moment here in New Orleans. So take care, everybody. We'll see you soon. Have a great one. And it's time for Elimination Finals after this.
Twisted Minds looking to take down 100 Thieves. They will take down 100 Thieves.
Come on!
Take down Koiful, take down MT, and maybe they're going to take game number 2 as well. Zainu's the last hope. Zainu in a 1v1 can't make it happen. Baba, we be your champions. Timmy's sticking it, he's bending the knees, he's flexing the quads. Enemy gets lost in the sauce. Gil gets the knock from the respawn, goes down as well. And NRG from solo to trio will take it game number 3.
One. Crack. One. Let's fucking
What's the strategy? I can't say that. No, I'm kidding. We're doing race for the rotate, alter for the frag, and then rampart to control. To get the control and...
Watch out, Ed. My face. What?
Strategy worked. I said it. I said it on camera.
Even if 10K clutches, there's just no way. Alliance has a finishing hit. And Alliance, from being at the bubble to guaranteeing their way in the top 10, finish off in 6th place.
When the victory's on the line, you can't. If I want it, you know it's mine. Don't try to. I'm eating that crunch time. You'll never.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hi everyone, I'm super excited to introduce to you our newest legend, Sparrow. It's been a while since we've had a recon legend, and we wanted to bring one that offered a new, unique way of tracking enemies. He's also extremely agile, which allows him to excel at traversing the environment. Let's jump into his kit. For his passive, he has double jump. This allows him to have a second jump while he's in the air. He also has a unique ability called wall launch that allows him to quickly get to the top of walls by pressing jump while climbing. For the tactical, he has the tracker dart. This can be shot out on any surface and will reveal enemies that get within sight of it. Enemies that are revealed will have a trail that can be seen through walls and will also have a marker that shows the distance the enemy is away from you. For the ultimate, we have the Stinger Bolt. This is a large arrow that will be shot out and planted into the ground. After a short charge up, it will pulse out blasts that will deal damage and slow any enemy within its range. Sparrow will be unlocked temporarily for free at the start of the season, so everyone will get a chance to play him, and he'll be yours to keep if you can beat a set of challenges. Jump in and try Sparrow in our newest season, Prodigy.
called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here. Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, they don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! High five! Go! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
What's up, everybody? We are here live in New Orleans, and we are trying New Orleans style food. I'm here with Waltzy and Greek, and we have the exclusive ALGS Nessie's Thermite Inferno hot sauce.
Will it go through my Newcastle tack? Will it go through my Newcastle wall? Will it go through my Jibby bubble?
Let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah.
Great.
You might get the sweet tea
That's
right.
pretty good.
Should we try first?
You got something? Jesus Christ, man. The hot sauce is really good.
That hot sauce is really good. That sauce is really good.
And it's like limited edition, right?
Can we steal these? I'm stealing it.
I mean, flavor. Well, actually, that's, you know, I take that back.
Holy moly, would you like some sandwich with your
Dude,
hot sauce?
This is an appropriate amount of hot sauce on a po' boy.
Bro, those
That's
potatoes
really good.
are so good. Oh my God.
I can't lie, I'm going in for more hot sauce.
What, really?
They don't ever tell you that you're special.
Mm-hmm. I'd go like a 7.5.
Yeah. 7.5?
Bone apple teeth.
You go first, bro. Yeah, you eat this regularly.
No, I don't.
Isn't that what y'all do over there?
This hot sauce is good. I like this, right? It's vinegar based, so it's gonna be a lot more tangy and acidic than anything.
I think we can tell.
The capsaicin isn't, huh?
It's just popcorn chicken with a little bit of swamp in it. The hot sauce is banging.
Yeah.
If that was hot, I think it would be. What are you doing over there?
Like an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10.
Let's eat. Oh, you.
He's just ripping it?
Oh, yeah, that's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
It's giving me childhood memories right now.
Gumbo is, I give it a 2 thumbs up out of 10. Each thumb is like a 4.5. Sorry, I had to figure out what like half of 9 was for a second.
It's a 10 for me now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
Cheers.
I mean, I don't know. I could eat 38 of these. Like, actually.
Dangerous for sure.
Yeah.
Dangerous for sure.
Definitely dangerous.
Like, definitely keep away from me. It's just not. This is just wrong.
It does feel wrong. I feel like I'm doing something that's not acceptable.
Why would we do that?
Yeah, it's just.
No hot sauce, probably like a 7.5. With hot sauce, probably a 7.6. But I think it's just because of how good this hot sauce actually is.
Can you taste the Nessie that they used for the hot sauce?
Did they use a Nessie for that?
Yeah, it says it right here in the ingredients.
Is that what that tasted?
So you get Catch's blueberry in your mouth?
That's pretty good.
And, thank you so much for joining us eating some New Orleans food. Greek really enjoyed that hot sauce overall.
I'm taking this with me.
We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
All right, Brunsy, the season's over. Time to build a championship-winning roster. Who do you got first?
It's Sykes, sir.
I love Sykes. Bring him in. Sykes, whenever you're ready, show me why you should be a part of 100 Thieves.
Too old or not too old? That is the question.
This is going to be a long, long day. Next. Next.
Vicky Kitty, ready to make Bloodhound great again? Let's squad up.
No casters.
This is your card?
What is happening?
The host, was it?
Jen, we've literally known each other for years. Well, I'm highly motivated, I'm a great team player, and I really want to beat Hal.
Finally, someone that speaks my language.
I think we have something special, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
I think
security.
we can make this work. Just trust me. Trust me. Come on, come on.
All right, let me spit something for you, though, okay? My boy Phony, little short buddy riding tall on a pony.
Next.
Really?
Hal, what are you doing here? I didn't know you want to audition.
That's what this is? I'm just trying to find my teammates.
This is your card?
Huh?
Nope.
I'm here to say how proud I am of you, son.
Dad, for the last time, you can't join my team.
But I looked after you. I fed you.
Next. 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 Next.
That's for you.
Please, trust me. I just need a chance. A small chance. A small chance. Give me a crumb.
I'm coming for you. Next. Man, I'm exhausted, but we need one more player. Being in charge sucks.
You need someone to take on that responsibility?
Man, that's the attitude I like. You're in.
Duh.
Okay, guys, hands in. I'm feeling good about this team.
We've been here before. We know what it takes.
We need clear comms and to lock in.
Sounds good, boys. Let's go win some trophies.
Dad, you're embarrassing me.
Hello Jin, hello Navi fans, my name is Jarka and together with Uksako and Zidane we won the ALGS Championship in Japan. Today we are joining Navi. I hope you guys can cheer for us. We will do our best to bring another big trophy to Navi.
Yeah, down below me, one guy. I know.
What the f?
On the right side somewhere.
Shooting.
No. Oh my god, there was some TikTok clip. I hear the steps. Yeah.
Here, it's stuck here. Oh my god.
I tapped him on the head. Can you come to me?
On me?
He took TP, he took TP.
Yeah.
That man.
Yeah.
One guy behind me.
I know.
Yeah. He took TP. Oh, you kidnapped him.
Hear that? Good shit,
shit.
Tim.
Mark on you. Then. I will cut another one. Above you, above you, above you. Exactly. The last on the bond, on the bin. I don't have bot no more. I'm just playing on the building.
Yeah, alter Q there.
It's shooting here, it's shooting here.
And the solo guy on the right. He might try to int you.
We just chill and then I'm gonna MP.
Solo guy 1 HP. Dead. I have my bangles now.
Now we fight. Bundle is on just.
Wait, give me a second.
There's one guy in the platform, I'm emptying all of them. Can you guys swing left?
I bangles dead. Yeah, I'm doing.
Swing these guys on me. Yeah, swing.
I'm doing other drone. 1 HP the altar, 1 HP the altar, dead. I don't know where's the third. You're on.
I drop energy strips, take. Here.
Go.
Good shit, I'll play.
In the open.
In front of me.
Crack the ash low.
Low
Dead.
one. That. Well played, team. Good job.
On the other side, all on you. Right on. Ash low. Body 6-1. M block. Woo!
Live.
So who are you and what do you do?
My name is Tanner, Tanner Treb. I go by Rogue online. I'm a streamer for Team Liquid. I play Apex. I mainly play ranked and stuff like that. I don't play competitive anymore. I think my old age has got to me now that I'm 29. Or am I 30? I don't remember. I think I'm 29.
So what's the origin story behind the name Rogue?
The name Rogue came from World of Warcraft. I think my Xbox gamertag at the time was like Witch and Coyote. I've stuck with it ever since. It's a great name. I love like what kind of goes with Rogue.
So why are we in a garage?
Car stuff has become a big passion of mine and my fiance's now, so I have a fascination to go fast and things like that. And I have this leased shop. It's now my little gaming hub. It's more of a space where I can share my hobby with my stream and also something that someone's never done before.
How did you originally get into Apex Legends?
We played it the minute it came out. Like we knew of it like a few days beforehand, I think, maybe. Because it came out like as a big secret. Like it was just like a big shock to people. Like it came out of nowhere. So we played it. We loved it. I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody in gaming loved Apex, playing it ever since. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like I remember like being so infatuated with when that TV broadcaster died in Apex, like the one that was like a character that was supposed to come into the game or something, and then Revenant came in, or there's two worlds when it comes to like games like that, and it's like you're a casual who loves like the story behind it, and then you're a competitive player who absolutely pays no mind to it. But somehow I paid mind to like some of the story that Apex had, and I loved it.
What has been your most like epic play in Apex Legends?
I mean, the most epic thing, the 1v9ing, but I had a 1v9 that was insane, and I had to kill a cheater, and I clutched like a 1v2, a 1v3, 1v1, another 1v2.
Kill them! Kill them! One, kill them two. One, kill them all. Nice. Kill them. Nice done. Another armor swap. Push up. You're good. Climbing. Nice. Another armor swap. Grab one. Right here. Behind you on the armor. I have my shield up. Keep playing it. Let's go, Rogue. What? Res Kippy. Yes, help for that. He does. I'm literally 303 Fury.
That's a highlight moment, and that gets brought up a lot.
Can you tell me your favorite legend skin and your favorite gun skin in Apex?
Sure. One of my most favorite skins is probably Centurion from Bloodhound. It looks like kind of like the Spartan gladiator kind of just Roman Empire vibe kind of thing, you know, just a mix of everything. Gun skins wise, that'll have to be a 301 skin, and I think my favorite was probably exposed wiring. It's just a sick skin. I mean, if it's not that, then my second favorite would just be Ghost of the Graveyard. It's the purple and green neon, like glow in the dark Halloween skin from a long time ago.
Were you a pro at one point?
We were playing Apex, and we had 2 teams in Apex, and this was during like the Face It Pro League era, where like you have kill race tournaments. Eventually, we had to boil down to 1 team. It was at that point that I had left like competitive gaming, and I had joined NRG. And then that's when I think I had gotten the garage. I think like some Team Liquid people was joking about like having like a Team Liquid logo in here or something like that. And I was like, you know, winky face. I ended up back on Team Liquid as a streamer, and I've been here ever since.
What's the most fun you've ever had while playing Apex?
Launching a car across Olympus with Lou and Drop. Things like that have always stuck with me. And they're some of the funniest moments I think I've ever had.
Is it hard being a full-time streamer?
Well, it's hard being a full-time streamer because I think in order to grow on stream right now, you have to be like a shock value streamer in the times that we're living, and I'm really against that kind of thing. Like, I don't like doing things for content that are very obviously skits or fake. Your only chance of really grinding and growing is putting in a lot of hours. So that's rough sometimes, especially during rank 1 grinds, which are rare. But like, I have recently done one, and it was insane. Like, it was like 800 hours in a month and a half. You are people's entertainment when you come home, so, or when they're working or whenever. So you got to be there for them.
What was the last real job you had before you started streaming?
The last job I had before any gaming, before any streaming, I think I worked at Staples in high school. But before, like in the summertime, I was working on my grandpa's construction company. Like, I was like a little teenage foreman.
What are your tips for someone who wants to start streaming?
You don't necessarily have to put a lot of hours in on stream to necessarily be popular. If your content is unique and it's something that people want to see, I think that's the most important. Doesn't have to be long.
Hey, can you actually show us the inside of your car back there?
Yeah, we can go to the car. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like, I remember like...
What's something special about Team Liquid?
Something Team Liquid fans, people don't really know about Team Liquid is how much fan supporter engagement they really do. Compared to other orgs, Team Liquid goes like in depth my blue stuff or anything that has to do with pop-up meat. But Team Liquid has like a genuine love for Team Liquid.
What is it like being part of Team Liquid? Like, what is the vibe like there?
I think Team Liquid's vibe in general, like with the org and all the people in it, it's homey. I mean, like, it's a tier 1 org. You got like, there's a lot of things going on. You have CEOs in the same building as players who are in the same, they live in an apartment complex owned by the whole team, and then like, it's a lot more serious than just like some average Joe org or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still feels like really homey. I mean, you still know everybody in the office. And you know all the way up to the creative directors, to the guy who designs the merch, to Steve himself. I mean, you know everybody in between, and everybody's a friend, and it's like a family for sure.
Okay, let's head back over to your streaming setup.
All right, let's do it.
How do you control the R301 recoil?
The best way to control the R301 is to have aim smoothing. So like, aim smoothing is this technique that it's whenever you strafe left and right, as long as you have continuous movement, your aim it'll take away some of the recoil.
What's your R301 warm-up routine look like?
I could tell you, but I'd rather just show you. So I use the R301 like exclusively almost. I mean, especially in the current meta when you have P20s and R3, like having one sort of ammo for the entire thing is just really easy. Essentially, I just take like a 2x or 3x. I don't take the stock or the barrel. So I just kind of practice. And I'll do this for however long, sometimes 10,000 damage. And I'll try to one clip as many as possible, or switch sights and do the 3x after. And I try to do like 10,000 damage per sight. That's the firing range R301 warm up.
Okay, I want you to guess your career kills, damage, and wins, and we're gonna see how close you can get.
I probably have around like 63,000 kills. 11 to 12,000 wins, maybe 40 million damage. You want me to go look? Okay, so I have 10,300 wins, 43.7 million damage, I'm way off on the kills. I have 114,000.
How do you win games when you're in a top 3 situation?
If you end up in the top 3 and you just always have a problem trying to close out games, my advice would be to maybe like record them. Maybe you fought the second place team too early, or maybe you actually had the god spot and you didn't need to fight the other team if the zone was going to touch them first and they had to move first. So I mean, recording your own gameplay definitely helps a lot when it comes to trying to discover and reason with yourself.
Who's your favorite Apex legend, just based purely on vibes?
Vibes, my favorite legend vibe is just probably like Watson. Honestly, Watson has hilarious French lines. Not even the abilities, but just like the little meme things they do, the little mini claps, like just when they're like switching guns or whatever.
Do you get to play Apex with pro players often?
I like to play with a lot of different pros actually. Imperial Half and Falcons, Sykes from MV. I play with Prodigy Aces a lot, and Dropped. Those are my main men. Those are my main men right there.
What's your favorite map in Apex right now?
My current favorite map, I think it's Stormpoint right now, but I've always been like someone who appreciates Apex maps whenever they are like outdoorsy. So like Stormpoint, Kings Canyon, Olympus is great, but this doesn't feel natural. It's weird. Like it feels like I'm on like a paintball field.
What's your favorite POI?
My favorite POI? It might be Mills probably. It's just like we've just dropped there so much. I mean, Mills is just a very consistent fight, like off spawn fight. Got nice loot around you with Cedo and Beast, so yeah, I'd say Mills for sure. Top 3 teams to watch. So obviously we got Liquid and the boys right on top. Got to represent Liquid Alienware. I'm going to be cheering for them above and beyond everybody else, of course. Liquid's for sure my favorite team. I think they're incredibly humble, and I think they represent a region that's like very under broadcasted. Liquid's my pick for sure. Second, Envy. They've been doing really great in scrims. They've had really like better play as lands have gone on. Their placements have only gotten better. Third team to watch, Falcons. I consider Falcons to be having like a midlife crisis right now, but I wonder if they can turn it back during this event. And I'm a big, I'm a big Hal guy. I've been friends with them forever, so I always support Hal's team.
What do you like about the Team Liquid roster?
I think they're incredibly loyal to each other, which I think a lot of other Apex teams aren't necessarily. People change rosters looking for the perfect puzzle pieces to fit together. Really, I don't think Liquid has changed their roster much beyond Yanya leaving a few events ago, and they've stuck together. They're friends. I think these are the type of guys that hang out together after the matches. It's not just like a come join the Discord, play their scrim, skip out kind of thing. So I think that's just a huge strength above a lot of teams. Right off the rip is that they're able to hang out with each other. Kreb's a mouse and keyboard player, so he's the one to watch out for sure. But I did just see Jaguar as 1v3 100 Thieves like a day ago.
Newcastle wall is good enough. 100 Thieves still alive at the moment. Somehow Vermos is left. What the heck did you just do?
What are you looking forward to the most this ALGS Open?
I'm excited to try some seafood boils, have some Cajun food. But more importantly, I'm excited to watch New Orleans ALGS Open and just see how this event goes, cheer on some of my friends, and enjoy some good Apex.
Throughout the early history of competitive Apex Legends, the scene was dominated by 2 dynasties for years. TSM and Dark Zero had been battling it out, repeatedly trying to top the other, as no one else could truly threaten the Titans. But in Year 4, everything changed, as new challengers from around the world finally managed to break through and win. We saw the rise of squads such as Alliance and Shopify Rebellion becoming true powerhouses, and in response, the dynasties merged to create the super team, Team Falcons. Heading into the end of year championship, we were going to Sapporo, Japan for the biggest Apex event ever, over 30,000 tickets sold, and for the first time in Apex history, it truly felt like it was anyone's game to win. But although the list of contenders was as big as it had ever been, nobody saw this coming.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for. It's match point finals here in Sapporo, and it's time to get the action underway.
Here they come up with the zipline with the Newcastle wall, the hit fire shot from Hal, but he gets traded off, and Falcons take game number 4 in such a dominating fashion.
See, Walty doing it, Cat. Walty did it. Walty did enough. It's Alliance with the win. Falcons hit match point, and so do Alliance. Falcons getting peppered. Falcons getting smashed. They're bubbling onto Aurora. They got the stun damage. Alliance and roaring towards a victory. He gets the round. Now he's getting swamped. Unlucky somehow still alive. The knockdown is keeping him alive. What is happening? Unlucky. Oh, it's Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion will join them on match point.
There's never been a better time for Alliance, for Falcons, or for Shopify Rebellion to lift that trophy. Go Next or LG can push us to another game. Alliance or Falcons can win it all here.
Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go Next!
See the bubbles go down and they send the Cowboy down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win this whole damn thing? Now in the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go Next will hold. Looking to claim their destiny. Go Next, win it.
Talk about an underdog story!
This Go Next roster was centered around their IGL Hiarka and his longtime duo Yuchako. They both have a storied history in the game, having started competing around the beginning of 2020 and first ended up teaming together for the ALGS Online number 4 in EU. But then everything in the Apex competitive scene changed as the ALGS Pro League was introduced, and in the preseason qualifier number 2 for EMEA, Yuchako Hiarka under their new team Kick managed to take the win qualifying for Pro League.
Actually going to go down, trying to push up into that, and now it's Oracle with only one member left. It's going to be Kick. Uako is the one with the 301, and that's actually going to hit. And Kick is game number 1 champions. What a clutch play there by Uako. And it is Kick, our second qualifier into the ALGS.
Over the coming years, they made a handful of lands. There was just one big problem. They were incredibly hit or miss when it came to making a finals lobby, and even if they did, the results were not great, to say the least.
There's a lot of experience at lands with this roster. Not necessarily a ton of high placement. Maybe there's some potential there, but again, I think it's going to be a team that might struggle just based on kind of how they play and how they go about things.
Because of this, they always had a constant rotating door of teammates, and with Apex's roster mania, you'd expect for, at some point, them to have broken up, which they did for a short period of time, but when those opportunities fell through, they came right back together and continued to stick it out.
I think with time, we created like the bond of not only teammates, but also friends. So I think that's what made us stick together during this whole time.
Based on their careers up to this point, there was no reason to believe that Go Next was ever going to become a true contender. But heading into every LAN is a new opportunity, and with it comes a lot of change. And in that change, Go Next might have just found their answers. Hiarka and Yuchako were looking for a spark, something that could elevate them to the heights of the elites. And in their search, they came across 2 individuals that completely changed the outlook this team had. The first was Zidane, a rising French player in the EMEA scene who had just started competing in the higher levels of pro play around 2023 and had just gained his first bit of LAN experience in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of the best rollers on EU, right?
The next was adding a new coach in Esteves, who worked with Hiarka behind the scenes to get this team in the right positions.
We got a new coach, right? He helped me a lot on the situation of the other way I won IGL, and he did it perfectly. We pretty much knew every zone, right? Because Esteves had a map full of all the zones, so I kinda had an easy job on that.
And perhaps his biggest impact of all was in regards to the meta shift that the game was undergoing. In Germany, we saw the rise of Newcastle, large in part thanks to a team like Gaming Gladiators who absolutely dominated with him. And in Japan, he was still a mainstay of the meta, but this time he was joined by Gibraltar, Catalyst, and Rampart. Gibby received some pretty huge buffs in the fact that his bubble could no longer be destroyed by a Maggie Ball or a Crypto Drone. This meant that paired with Newcastle, we were entering the ultimate reset meta, with both supports being able to constantly buy space and time to revive their teammates. To join them as a third in scrims was either going to be Catalyst or Rampart, but once champs begun, Cat had been all but dropped as Rampart's pick rate skyrocketed. Rampart was a huge counter to Newcastle, being able to use her ultimate Sheila to spray down enemy walls as fast as possible and punish the attempts at revives. But in this meta, to Catalyst. While Cat can't counter Newcastle like Rampart can, she does key areas, bubble fights, and endgame.
But Esteves, once again, Coach Diff. During the whole time we run Catalyst was because of him.
There's only Alliance playing Cats, so it was like, okay, every bubble fight, we win. If a team tries to bubble fight, we just kill the bubble, and we win the fight already. This meta was a lot of pullbacks, right? If you don't guess the zone as a rampart, it's really hard to move. If you have a cat, you can just wall, and then you have the Nemesis, you shoot, you have a wall. You have so much things. So the cats, even with this meta of pullbacks, you just wall. If you don't guess the ring, you just go to the next one.
And in the group stages, Catalyst actually made a huge impact for them as they managed to win their second set of groups, sending them through to the winner's bracket.
Even though the castle wall will go down, it's just a duo for them to deal with and go next again. We'll win here in Sapporo.
And in that winner's bracket, they took a late Game 7 win to push themselves through to the finals.
Another Catalyst won't separate the fight, go next, take the high ground instead, alley-ooping everything as they finally drop down. It will be go next, it will be go next, then avoid the fight and take the win.
But they had done this before. Back in LA, they had actually placed 5th in winners, and still it didn't translate once match point began. And so although they were celebrating, what lied ahead was their biggest test. Could they finally make a mark on a finals lobby, or would they forever sit in the land of mediocrity?
Over 13,000 people in attendance, by far the biggest event in ALGS history. Here for Match Point Finals, Championship Sunday is about to begin!
There! You win that! Not Gibby! Last guy, sit up! Gibby, fucking Gibby! Kill him! I cannot! No! How? I don't know! Come on, bro! I cannot. Bro, you guys... talking, Yuksako, bro! Shut the f***! Listen to him, bro! They're getting in the back! Hello! Press! I'm resting, Sudan. Stay alive! Put me in the corner! Behind! Ban us! Ah, bro. I'm resting. Bro, why are you walking? I said Q, bro! Don't wall!
So that GG's.
I got the Skynet that bounce into frag.
After like third game was already, I mean, our experience from previous finals, top 18, top 20, 14, was never like great, right? So I kind of felt very, very tilted in sense of we can do more than this, right?
Through 4 games, they were sat in 14th place with 17 total points. And in the ALGS Match Point Finals, you have to hit 50 points and then win a game in order to take the tournament, and Go Next was nowhere close. And although in Game 5 they had a nice jump, picking up 12 points to get themselves inside the top 10, all of the tournament favorites were living up to their reputations. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Alliance had all picked up huge wins already, the latter two having hit match point, with Shopify and Complexity hitting it after Game 6. Heading into Game 7, Go Next could not afford to allow any of these elites breathing room.
Championship is the biggest event in the Apex esports calendar, and it could be decided right here, right now.
We just kept saying like to each other, guys, if we win, nobody else can do it. If we win the game, nobody else can close, right?
It's a pullback. It's pulling here. I'm almost 100% sure it's there. Normally when it's like Electrodome touches it, you know? I mean, it's only touching there. I don't think it's there.
I think it's a pullback as well.
I think it's here, bro. I think it's there. Yeah. Can you move into these houses?
Yeah. Taken,
I think one of them's free. In front of me, guys.
Behind us.
Okay, all good. Go in. Come in, debubble. You good to suck or no?
Yes,
okay.
I'm good.
But these pullbacks can be unpredictable, so they take a risky move. They decide to sacrifice their spot in order to grab third ring information.
You think they got?
I think so. Maybe they're hatching it.
Yeah, call that up, son.
Alliance and Shopify, though, are on the outside of Lotus, battling it out.
You sub up? This is good?
Yeah,
let's do Sun.
Trouble stepping on me.
Yeah, Chinese.
I'm gonna give you all inside, okay?
Give you all
You go third.
Give me dodge below.
They wanna play up with that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
They stand it. The 2 guys are still like that. Or at least one.
Don't pull away.
We just drop down and play for Mystic Bin?
Yeah.
Let's drop down, We can go. We can maybe take the Mystic Bin. Take the Mystic Bin and then we can go back tunnel, okay?
They're dropping for Mystic Bin.
Can
we get above them? Yep. Probably, protect.
They don't have buff.
Bro, come on, dead.
Nice.
Drop here. Dead, please, get in here.
Yeah, okay.
Careful, guys.
I'm dead.
Can we go inside?
Yeah.
I got a bubble here. Rebuilding on us. Yep. Descending, I think. Come inside. Yeah, go inside.
I'm biting.
Nice. I'm still careful. Okay. I'm peeking a bit. Can you come back? Yeah. I'm biting. I'm getting
Take the window.
Give me 1 HP. Okay. Nice. Play up. I'm low. I'm dead.
Can we run back?
I'm coming. Watch out.
Can we run back and storm?
Yeah. Pull me. Nice. Nice. One on the back 14. Nice. Next bubble, we take the Mystic Bin. We gotta get...
Down goes one of our match point teams. But back to Go Next, they finally got their ring information and have decided to make a move.
You see, it's a pullback, I knew it. Is there anything free? Is this one free?
Yes, will be.
Okay, we should get it. Go.
One is moving to loot it. They have blue Siarka.
Okay, it's fine. Come.
Yeah,
we fight them if need. Okay?
Okay.
And then
they're aiming at us, aiming. They know. The right one is aiming.
I'm ailing.
I get.
I'm gonna bubble us, we need to go back. Come. We have to go back. Go. Oh, we are dead. Go away. Survive, you can.
When I saw Yerka dying, I was like, we probably die here because, yeah, we're in the middle of the rotation point. But we managed to get a knock.
They're coming now. Back on you. Almost character. Guys, almost character. One. Give his character one.
I have to get something.
Back dead. Nice.
ALGS, then I'm gonna
almost start. I want to start. You need to go for the second. He's gonna raise.
Okay, you rest.
I think you just play edge and then press me.
Yeah, come to me, Xako, you can.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We're getting made by the dick team that we played.
We need to move forward. Scout something. Is the thing in front of you?
Left. It is for now.
Oh, okay,
for now it is.
Go there.
On me, so safe, yeah.
Okay, on you safe. Okay, dude.
Safe?
You need to go forward. Just go forward. Come to me, forward, guys.
Is there anything we can do?
I can grab him.
Ah, man.
What are we?
I think the worst timing was when I grabbed Zidane and they broke the knockdown. If they actually break it earlier, they will have killed us 100%. It was a scuffed. I wasn't kind of nervous there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they might push.
No, they
can take the banner again.
They're going back. Yeah, you can get banner.
I can kill my one. Do. 1 HP.
They're not gonna push. Just get my banner.
You do.
I will do.
You need to do it ASAP if you can.
Yeah, I have no Q, okay. On Q now. 7 seconds.
Just behind a little corner, and then there comes the composition. Uxako put at the castle wall, he rezzed me 2 times, and then I think we just waited on people's mistake.
They move, they're getting shot.
We need to play that hut later.
Get shot from the right.
Is it good? I don't know,
but I can wall to it.
Wait, these guys are gonna fight! Chill, don't do shit, these guys are gonna fight, chill.
Yeah, I have wall.
Back to their north, after Alliance won that fight against Shopify, they're now being held out by complexity.
I'm just knocking these guys to zone over and over on the north. That's 2 dead. Wait, under me!
Heard.
Under me on the north!
I got you.
Wanna make it, then we go in, okay?
Where? I don't see them right now.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Get it on.
Yeah, right here!
I'm looking.
They don't.
Get the fin! You're gonna drop, I'm dropping.
They drop! Come with me! Climb here!
Okay.
They see Rocky over, they know.
Wait, why did we double drop? I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Alliance then seizes that opportunity to rotate around them and below to the bridge that Go Next wants to play.
We need to play bridge.
Above us, no? Above us, people above us.
Yeah, chill. I need my next pop. We need to go there. Just stay alive. I have 3 cells.
They just took it.
Come to me. On me, safe. Just crouch.
And this is bad news. Go Next are taking damage and have literally no heals left at all.
I'm going
guys,
there.
I don't have cells.
I have no self, neither.
I need cells, I have nothing.
With nothing, no one has anything.
Timing here is everything. They can't show presence. They can't take a straight up 3v3. They have to get a perfect third party.
People got give ult on the left side, Yerka.
We will need to trippy this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Okay, can you go?
Yeah, we're going, I'm going.
One death!
Give it some left. Behind the wall. We're getting mirror.
Behind us, stay alive.
They're going back. They're getting mirror. They got mirror.
I heard you.
And after we had like 10 boxes to loot. So we were like back in the game.
With their loot replenished, we reach the final 5 squads, Alliance and Team Falcons with a chance to win it, Aurora, LG, and Go Next attempting to play spoiler. And this is where we get to see the endgame prowess of Catalyst. Go Next has almost no cover on their rotate in, and Alliance is looking to pounce.
Wall of right, we can look left maybe? Yeah. 10 now.
Move to me.
Need to play on the right,
Move
yeah?
to me.
I will have it, this bubble. I will have it in 10.
You need to wall.
I won't have.
You need to wall off the right side team.
But a Gibby bubble stalls to buy time, which allows Zidane to build ult charge, and then he cuts off the entire zone.
I got stunned so far.
Plan me.
I'm trying to get to you. I'm trying to get to you. Like 133 else. Don't let the take out right. Okay. Not triple. Do it. Right. You're on to our right. I hear them.
Wall here. Okay. Tool.
I ult that.
2.
Midi Q in 8.
Yeah, okay.
Midi wall in 8.
6.
5.
Stop the shit. Play the gun. Shoot left.
Fuck you. We're good.
No, let's go.
Can we get hot kill? We drop the kill. No, we got hot. I got kill.
Falcons do win it, but Hal is the only one able to escape alive, leaving Alliance and Go Next in a final 3v3 to decide the endgame. But right before Alliance can drop down, Zidane is able to put some Catalyst Qs on the roof.
I have no Q on that.
Shoot them! 3v3!
Below! Cracked him! Cat fucking below! Cat dead!
I'm dead!
You just go! Newcastle 1, all you see that. You in this.
1v1! You in that! It's 1 HP! Push him, Zidane! Nice, Zidane!
High ground! Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance could do it! Go Next!
My reaction said everything. I got so hyped to keep playing. I don't know, it was so good. Especially when you take off those headsets, it's incredible. Like you can just hear so loud.
Go Next take a massive win in a game where nearly everything went wrong. And to make this win even sweeter, Go Next just hit match point for the first time in any of these players' careers. But now that they've hit that 50-point threshold, they have to win one more game to close it out.
Climb us on overlook.
Looks right. I pull like card. Yeah.
Overlook. Yeah.
Only
good to Go Next.
It's a pullback. 100% the pullback. I think I know this one, boys.
With no team over at Geyser, the rotation path is far more clear. Guild on the other side of the map, though, coming from Landslide, have the zone pinpointed as well.
Back. They're not all over here. Overlook side. Keep going.
They should pull back overlook.
Yep.
Up here.
I agree.
And because of this, LG, despite not having ring console at Monument, are able to gather where it's ending based on Guild's movements.
They're going right.
That's landslide.
They're going right.
It's like an overlook. It's like a deep overlook climb zone.
Tons of teams are on their way in, and the importance of getting into Overlook is at an all-time high. Overlook is situated at the top of an elevated hill, and with few spots to play inside of the POI itself, all the teams relegated to the edge will have to fight their way in on a literal uphill battle, and Shopify Rebellion learned this the hard way.
This team might be racing us for the spot, guys.
Cracked him. He's one dead. Sin. Got it. Okay. Get moves down. We need to slide. We're just gonna have to slide back down. Can we slide back down? Okay.
They're moving down, guys. They're going down here.
I'm looking. Who shoot the castle?
One floor on. Kill.
Castle's cracked. It's a bad one. He's in the corner. He's running right now.
81 flush. I'm just aping in.
Dead. All dead.
Luckily for Go Next, because of their proximity to this end zone, they don't have this struggle, as they can walk alongside the back into Overlook itself. Once posted up, they have a decision: either commit to a building in front of them, or hang back and play for third ring information.
Can you scout that house?
It's taken.
Who is knocked down?
Yeah, they just took that thing. Yeah, they just.
And this one. Let's move
Big
forward.
one
into this house at least. Come. It's
not,
it is what it is.
You should try to check this building somehow. I think
it's what I want.
They are going for it. The chin that shot me.
They just took it. We do the third we can play. Let's go back there.
Meanwhile, for another one of our powerhouses, Team Falcons is struggling.
Should be good. I might be dead. Whoa. Run raised.
Zero does manage to get away and reset, but it's short-lived.
There's someone next to you. Oh no. Wait for 3.
But before this comes the crucial rotate. Go Next have ring for information, and they know where it's ending, but they have to make it closer to the end game.
But these guys have Valkyrie. If they have Valk, they cannot hold bottom floor. And you can roll all the right side, and we can... And we get bottom. Yeah, I
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, do.
Ban, chill in over the back.
Did you chill? Heal up.
Yeah, I need Castle Q. I need Castle Q in the back. I need Castle Q in the fucking back.
You good. Chill, guys. They're gonna pick up. Chill.
Picking down.
Double. Chill.
Oh my god.
Chill, boys. Chill.
Crack valve.
Chill, go top. I need to buy. We need to go top tower. They're gonna kill us. Please go top.
I killed over the back.
Guys. Nice.
I'm milling.
Stay alive, Taco.
So basically, if they are playing Valk, they have no reinforced doors, they have no spikes, and if they are playing Valk, they also have no hampered, right? So as soon as we get control of the doors, they are done.
From there, they realize that the lobby has made an error. The truck in the dead center of zone is completely free.
Can we get the fun? It's way better than that. Than these, I think, no?
Later on, no? You want
I think we should do it, no? What do you think? I think it's better. Even to leave later.
It's your call.
Because we're gonna get shot.
It's
Can
your
you guys
call.
come?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, come.
I got this done. I need to stop.
You good. The one is way better.
But on the other side of zone, Alliance has finally decided to make their move.
Yeah, go to Hex. Coming.
Slay down here.
Give me. Hold it. Just take it. Yeah. Okay. Take the height. Follow me.
Yeah, I might die.
No, we're good. Just follow me, land here. Land here. No wall, okay? Okay, just stabilize here.
Get maybe wall, okay?
I'm bubbling instantly. DB thing on us, stabilize.
Yes. We have to fight something, bro.
Yeah, just get to the corner, we can maybe kill this thing. Go. Okay. You ready?
You guys are low!
Alright, down. Lucas one! Give me on top. No on top. Give me cracked. Give me cracked. Give me one.
Last one. Chill. You see one left.
Guild comes in with the third party on Alliance, but Aurora and VKG sandwich them.
Take. Doing that. Crack Newcastle. Crack GB. You got the one. Dead. I'm on.
I'm refreshing. Reset. Watch her above.
Underneath us. We can pick this.
Yeah, ahead.
Cracker. Why is he? Stay on there.
Going down.
Dead.
On us. Oh, on me. On us.
Now everyone's here. Aurora want to get involved in this one. And do VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces, but Hackers will survive. But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
Still alive, still kicking. Hackers might not be saying that in a few seconds' time as well, but he hits the no-scope! VK Gaming, they want to be aggressive. They want to try and take this win. But have they overcommitted here? QQ, he's down. Trying to stick the reds, VK will not win it!
And just like that Game 7, where Go Next stole away the high ground for Falcons and were able to win the game off of that strong positioning, once again, Hyarka knows where the winning position is.
Yeah, they're gonna fight. We might need to trippy that. Chill. Yeah, we're gonna need to trippy that.
Should I wall?
Not yet. No, go, wall!
Left.
Go! Into here!
Bubble.
Dead. Stay alive, top
Behind
tree!
us.
Chill, they're gonna fight!
Top tree.
Chill, they're gonna fight! One team there, one team here, chill.
And with that, we have 3 squads remaining. Go Next and LG, who managed to rotate early, both have strong positions and have a chance to end the lobby here with a win, since they're on match point. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro somehow managed to clear the entire west side of zone, and are the only hope.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Open, where we are moments away from getting into our elimination finals, determining those last 10 teams to make their way through to our match point finals. We're live from the Big Easy, and things have been very exciting here all day long, and now this is the last set of matches that our teams have at their disposal to try and claw their way through to the next step of the competition. I cannot wait to see what these squads have in store. Some coming from the pit, some coming fresh off of our main stage, having to do it all over again. It's going to be a great way to close out the day. Day 3 here at the Open. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host for this last series, and we've got Lace, Jamerson, and Zephyr here to walk us through these last 6 matches. Lace, talk to me what the pit was like today, because I felt like we could hear so many people screaming.
It was a little bit exhilarating today, but we had a bit of a crowd like outside of Team Falcons, of course, along with MV. I got named the Pit Princess as well. So I feel like I've lost that title now that I'm sitting on this couch. But you know what? It's kind of nice to be here with you guys. But look, the action there was fully packed. It was a little bit sad that we had to send, you know, a couple of teams home packing. But you know what? Now we get to watch more teams sort of, catch their way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sad part. The other half of this competition is that with this many more teams means that many more eliminations along the way, but we still have some opportunity left here on the board because Jamerson, we're about to get into our elimination finals, and we have some big names in here.
Yeah, this is your final shot to keep it alive, and honestly, it's insane when you look at this lobby, because this could be a match point finals lobby for the most part if you look at all the teams that are still down there in the lower bracket. But unfortunately, you know, some of them just weren't on top of their game, and unfortunately, with this setting, you have to be on top of your game. One misstep, and you're knocked down to elimination bracket.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen it time and time again. And Zephyr, how do you feel like the vibes have been so far now that we've gotten through the majority of our series?
I mean, I got to chat with VP before they came to the main stage here, and the truth is, they understand how grueling this format has been. Not just today, but over the course of these last 2 as well. For so many of these rosters, they've played upwards of 30 into now 36 games to get to this point. Today alone is exhausting. Having to deal with the threshold of this LAN format has pushed these players toward their absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to our players time and time again to see that, you know, they're working to adapt to the open format. It's very different than anything we've seen before, whether that's from the competitive side of things or even just our community side of things. Having access to the pit and being that close to the players while they're live in their series, it's much more intimate, community-based feel. It's really cool. It's a really, really fun Apex Legends experience. And you know, one of the things we always love to do here at ALGS is highlight our community members and how fantastic the people in our community are. Well, I don't know if you guys saw, there's a new addition here to our analyst, what was it, the Nessie Nook? Our Nessie Nook, that's perfect for this, okay, because we have absolutely adorably New Orleans themed crochet Nessie from obviously Nessie Makes, who we get to highlight a Nessie from every single LAN. I mean, this is just so cute. This is such a good job done by Nessie Makes, so give her a little bit of love on social. You can hold it. I don't know if it's going to make it out of Lace's hands after this.
Thank you, Nessie Makes. Thank you. I'll keep this one. Back off.
We like nice things.
I haven't got one yet, so this might be my time.
You snuggle the Nessie while we take a look at our participating teams here and see who we've got in our elimination finals. Okay, because you just saw some of them playing up there on the main stage, fresh off of that, now back into the fire, and of course the squads that survived elimination over in the pit as well. So just quick little overview here, Zephyr, of some of these squads.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is looking at those teams that have had to deal with the elimination bracket. Of course, Liquid with big jumps themselves, but some surprising names keeping up the pace here. Cat, notably, we'll get to talking about them later, but so many of these rosters have barely made it through. Orchid, Rival Esports, Envy, Falcons, and VP on the cusp here. They have had to go through probably the most grueling task, and that's why, I mean, I love to highlight them because they probably had one of the most difficult challenges of any roster out there.
Yeah, it's been a fight for a lot of these teams to even get to just this stage of the competition. So let's use this as an opportunity to highlight some of these squads that had to scrape tooth and nail to get here. Lace, I want to start with you.
Yes, well, I actually drew a little diagram.
Oh, perfect.
I don't know. You probably can't see this at all. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I want to cover Team Cat, okay? But basically, this is kind of how the format works and how difficult some of the games are for these teams. So they started in winners round 1. They were 5th place. They went to winner round 2, 10th place. So just made like that little cusp of that finals. Winners round 3, they were 15th, bumping them down to elimination round 4 for 5th place. Then their elimination round 5, 2nd place. And now because it's Team Cat, I did right here, meow.
Excellent.
We're very
A
serious.
true highlight about our jobs
Yes.
here.
And this team is also came through our challenger circuit. So this is why you may have not, seen their name, why it's called Team Cat, but these guys are exceptional players. They were going toe-to-toe, with a lot of these heavy-hitting squads and keeping within that top 10. Then, unfortunately, some of the bigger juggernaut teams, they did find it a little bit difficult going through, but you can see that their stats are backing up. But yeah, they were 2nd place in their last round, and I'm very excited to watch them play now.
I love that. I think that's a good shout because we keep talking about just how many of those CC teams are able to start creating some really good storylines for us when it comes to these series, but that's just one of many of these squads. Jamerson, for you, which team do you think it has to be?
Yeah, I mean, the team that I really want to keep a lookout, an eye on, is a team that we're actually very familiar with, but unfortunately, we always talk about them a little bit too late, and it's going to be VK Gaming. They're one of the most consistent teams when it comes to LAN. At Germany, when we were in Frankfurt, they ended up 8th in the finals. When we were in Japan for champs, they ended up 9th overall, and they are so amazingly consistent across the group stages, across the winners bracket, and then of course in the final lobbies as well. And so it's a little bit surprising to see them down here, but we are seeing that there are some upstarts that are kind of throwing them off their game. We're used to seeing them being able to get into the middle of the zone and survive their way into a top 5. Their conversion rate into a top 5 is one of the highest amongst all of our teams here, but unfortunately in that last set, they weren't able to play their game. They were running into teams like Twerkaholics and others along their way on their rotations, and they're really being thrown off their own game plan. I saw as well in like game 1, game 2 that they weren't using their usual composition that would get them into the center of the zone. They do like to utilize, of course, the Valkyrie to have that early rotate sometimes, but they did not opt for that, and that might be something that they change up here. I think they might have been getting more prepared for team fights early on because of the teams that were around them.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen that can be difficult for some of these teams when what they typically are trying to do playstyle-wise is interrupted. We have seen some struggles across the board for all of our teams, whether they're newer or established. I think VK Gaming, though, is definitely a team to be keeping your eyes on in this series because it's going to be a really close elimination finals. I was going to check in with Zephyr and see who he wanted to talk about, but it looks like you're having a coloring session over there. Oh, wow, that was quick. Actually managed to pull that out pretty quick. Okay, so you're talking about Liquid?
These are my boys, Liquid. I will say they've had a fun run. I'm not quite as talented as Lace to put down an incredible graphic, but from winners round 3 down to the elimination bracket 4 and 5, they've been kind of leading the pack here when we talk about these elimination rounds, and it goes to show the quality of this roster. They made it quite far in our upper bracket, and then as they made their way down, 2nd across the board in Elim round 4, and then of course going into Elim round 5, they actually deliver on a win overall with 71 points here. And that one was quite big for them because while, yes, they only delivered on 1 win with 13 KP, they still managed to drop a fat bomb, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd respectively there. That combined total, of course, working out to 23 points from placement, even off just their secondary wins alone here, which is quite massive in my personal opinion to go alongside the wealth of kills that they are able to pick up. So a fairly balanced roster, a tenured history, and now in a position where I think they can confidently place within that top 10.
Yeah, Liquid are definitely one of those teams that can come in and really throw a lot of people off with dropping 71 points in a series. So they should be a scary trio for a lot of these teams to be paying attention to. But we've got so many teams. I think I want to give a little bit of love to one of them myself here, and I want to talk about Fnatic, okay? An APAC North favorite 4 years, and after what I think by maybe their standards was a disappointing champs finish, we now end up with this new look Fnatic squad that we see here at this LAN. And I like this trio. I feel like they are really starting to find their own. They're second out of Pro League right now coming into this LAN, and they are a team that is no stranger to a very high level of competition. We just watched them play up on this main stage. They were that 11th place team that missed out on making their way through to match point finals by 5 points. That's it. But the only benefit about that means that because they came out of winners and they were 11th, that heading into this series, they did get that first place draft pick when it came to the POIs. So they ended up going with Elrod for their first pick. I think that's going to set them up really, really well on Stormpoint. Ended up with Countdown as well. And when you give a squad like that some really solid drop spots, I'd be a little bit scared, okay? So for me, I think it's got to be Fnatic as well. And we know that Fnatic has a massive fan base at home, and they will be excited to be seeing what they can bring to the table here as well. So I hope everyone in chat lets us know how you think this last series is going to go, because I want to hear from you guys on your predictions for Elimination Finals. Which team or who is your favorite, even if you're not sure if they're going to win? Who do you want to win? Let us know your thoughts here as we kind of start to dive into this discussion for a little bit, because I want to see what you guys are going to be predicting. It might not line up with the team that you want to be keeping your eyes on here, but we've been having a little bit of a heated debate in the back about trying to just stay out of last place between me and Jamerson. Lace, who do you think is going to be taking this series home?
Can I just go and say what Rain Day's saying and just say Falcons, because he's like winning out of all you guys? So I might just have to say Falcons, because honestly, I just want to win.
I mean, you can trust in Rain Day's choices.
I mean, he doesn't usually win, so I'm just going to back that. We're just going to go with the Falcons. I feel like they need to do this.
They honestly, they do. I think this has been a really tough event for Falcons right now, Jamerson, but you also chose them, so tell me what the rationale is here.
Oh, it's to curse them. It's to curse them. If you guys didn't know, I picked Alliance in that last set because I thought maybe my curse was broken, but you saw how close it came to Alliance in that last set. If they didn't get that win, it was very close to them being knocked down here. This time around, I just want to throw everyone's predictions for a loop. I want to bring Rain down with me.
Agent of Chaos. Yeah. I'm here for that.
I'm feeding off his energy. I'm feeding off his energy
right now. I can't pick Falcons. I think Falcons are fantastic. They've got great point averages, but I can't do it. Because if I pick Falcons and Rain Day picks Falcons, I can't win. That means I have to pick a secondary option. So I went with Orchid. They've got a fantastic point total, 12.4 on average on Stormpoint, which we'll be seeing a little bit lower on World's Edge. But you know what? I just want to beat Rain Day.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I chose Liquid, and you had them as your team to watch, so I understand why you would have done that, because I think that when they come off of a series like that, they're going to be a really good option. But if we're going with multiple potential choices or secondary options here, let's talk about Envy, okay? Because did you guys hear the reaction over in the pit for when they were able to clutch up their win to make their way through to here, Lays?
It was just such a beautiful moment too, and then to be, celebrated by, Falcon sitting next to them. It was so good, because that's what I'm saying. It was so close in the pit over there, and I mean, even Virtus Pro just made it through. So it was super passionate moment where they just needed this win. I mean, it looked like it was going to be the downfall for them, but they managed to hold on because it could have just been the end. And you could just feel it, and I'm so glad we got to catch that on camera, Lauren.
I mean, and Jamerson, talk about a trio that has been to a LAN and been right on the cusp of success on an individual level. All of them know what it takes to get through match point finals. I mean, them clutching this here, you can see how big of a deal this is.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the juxtaposition, right? Just beforehand, we had the Falcons shot, and it was just golf claps, golf claps. Yes. And then Envy here, I was back in the green room when that happened, and it was so loud. I was actually scarfing down some garlic toast. I almost choked on it because I thought we were at war. It was crazy. But yeah, this is, of course, a seasoned squad. I think with Zap, probably the one who had to learn the most along his way. Of course, getting picked up for TSM was a huge part of his journey, but I think now kind of striking out on his own and really trying to make his name here is going to be super important, and he needs to win here to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Zap, of course, joined by Dropped and Sykes. It's a trio that I think a lot of people in the crowd are excited for as well, and I know the crowd's going to be excited to get into this final series of the day. Our matches are about ready to get underway, which means our casters are going to be ready. Dia, Graceful, are you ready for Elimination Finals?
Are we ready, Graceful? I don't know. Glitter had mentioned the crowd is excited. I'm certainly feeling excited. I don't know if anybody can really qualify themselves as ready to send 10 of these teams home and take that last step towards the grand finals. This is the penultimate set of matches that we'll play before finally deciding our winner of the very first ALGS Open.
I mean, I feel like this is the last step before the prestige, really. A lot of the times, you know, when people are flexing their results, it is I made LAN finals. You could almost even say this is a small prize in its own way if you make it through, and a lot of teams will be fighting for just that.
Very true. Before we get onto these maps, as we will be starting on World's Edge, I wanted to call something out real quick, Graceful, because I made a big deal about this in the green room. My prediction for this lobby, as much as I love them, was not Envy. It is Rival Esports. And I know that that is a big shift, as we have a lot of reasons to be highlighting Envy, but Rival very much deserving in the way that they qualified to these matches as well. And certainly a team that I want to highlight coming out of Thailand. They have had a fantastic run through this tournament, with Fafif really performing excellently. I'm excited to see what they can bring us as we drop first onto World's Edge.
Most definitely. Me personally, though, I kind of went with your hot take. I went for VP with Zach a little bit, you know. I'm believing in it. I'm hoping for some action. But overall, though, you know, typical drafting here on the POI.
See, here's the funny thing is that after my hot take yesterday, I couldn't pick a North American team if it wasn't Virtus Pro, because then I would be a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? I can't pick a North American team unless it's Virtus Pro for the rest of the LAN, so it's got to be from APAC South, and with APAC South, I did go. Now, looking at this map, it's worth noting that a team like Envy, a team that's very hyped up, is going to be dropping in Dome, not a particularly popular POI on World's Edge.
Dome, honestly, has gone through shifts of people saying that it was the worst POI for probably a year and a half. Yep. And then people ended up, I should say, learning about edge play properly, and now people leveled it up a little bit. It's no longer the worst POI, as people are evolving, I would say. Really interesting how the game really progresses, even though there was no real changes to the POI itself. People evolving their skill sets made them, you know, made them describe it as a better POI now as they are learning.
And longtime fans of EMEA teams will be very excited to learn that ExoClan have returned to Skyhook West. That was their first pick, and that means K Swinny is back home, maybe giving us a taste of the old success, the old K Swinny, who has actually shown some kick this LAN. I've enjoyed watching ExoClan as they continue to level up. Chaotic Much blowing us away in previous rounds with some crazy 1v3s. Lots to look forward to in both the northwest and the southeast side of the map. Envy and ExoClan, two opposite yin and yang, as they say. We'll be going through this.
Yeah, most definitely. Exo's loot rotate, I swear to God, I can still remember it since I have done it personally as well. I think, though, a lot of teams that are really strong at fighting early with early aggression is in that sector of the map. Luckily, though, Zone seems to be pulling in that direction. Could that be in their favor or not? We'll have to see, because people really, really, really like to fight early, and it's straight into Skyhook again as we go.
This is actually scripted. Exo getting the pull is pretty crazy here. GHS Boom going to be a real beneficiary of this as well. They love playing in zone. They've done really well at getting more aggressive as the matches have gone on, managing to stay alive in the upper bracket until just this very round. So we'll see what they can bring us, as they will likely get the chance to set up well. GHS not boasting any defensive characters, however, as they're not running Newcastle, they're not running Watson, and they are not one of our two teams in VKG and Envy to be running Valkyrie either.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them play a position where they're not really locked in, you know. We saw a couple of mistakes where people said this is a Skyhook zone, but they tend to pick a lot of the buildings in the western part, specifically around the beacon and scanner, where zones don't really end there nowadays nearly as much. I would like to see both of the teams play a little bit more along the edge of Skyhook, perhaps train station, maybe even the central building could work as well, but just don't get locked into where you're stuck between 5-6 teams where you can't really walk at all. For sure, it is easier now as we have Catalyst, Newcastle still unlocked in this series, but as that progresses on, you know, if you pick a limited area where you have to go through a narrow path and you don't have the util for it, people get punished, you know, while crossing.
Yeah, 70-80% of our series, we have banned Newcastle first, just because of the incredible utility that legend provides. We got to look at Rival Esports earlier, who were making a rotation through open ground, grabbing a bit of Evo for 9 lives. It's a very different read, not heading straight to zone, instead playing through tree and thinking about moving towards launch site, where VK Gaming are currently rotating through. We actually see a bit of VK Gaming as they're quite split right now. They're not the only ones taking fights, getting aggressive. Meteor actually finding their very first and the very first KP of this round.
First KP on Soul Legacy. It is rough, but this early on you have more than enough time to reset. I think that most of the teams right now are kind of trailing each other. We saw 9 lives wait a little bit, maybe perhaps going into launch site on a timing, because they're all wanting to farm the objective further southern on the side.
Meteor fast movers too, coming out of staging. It is quick that they got to countdown and now will be able to insert themselves into Skyhook. I expect a building to be theirs, whereas for Cat, farming along the edge of zone is much more the focus. Jumping onto VKG. Adam gonna swing around this box and take down Casa. Playing very well is Adam right now, being knocked back by Newcastle, though will stymie him just a little bit. Being shot from afar, he's gonna go down. Adam a bit too big for his britches.
He got punished by trying to go for it. Sure, he did get shocked, but regardless, he probably would have gone down. Nice early aggression, but didn't really capitalize on it. Got punished.
VK Gaming able to reset. We saw that Newcastle pull a little bit earlier, and nice job from LD to actually pick everyone back up. QQ going to have to drop down onto low ground, however, as Envy are coming up behind them with Cat on one side, Envy on the other. VK Gaming find themselves in the perennial pinch, and graceful, it is not looking good.
And this is what I mean when people have the same playstyle. You know, Envy pinched them essentially, and now Cat is also looking to get in on it, even gets one of the kills. I think both teams are very happy, even if they splitted the KP, you know, more than enough. Very happy inside the side with that.
The full squad on the verge of being eliminated. Envy, by all means, should be able to finish this off. Wingman shots not quite landing, though, as Zap gets a little unlucky on that reload. We'll see if the nade ends up connecting. Not going to see it do just that. S8UL lose another, however, as FWG pick up the full thirst on Legacy, as well as one over here on VKG for Envy.
Yeah, I mean, pretty simple. Little bit of a knock and loot up. Now they're going to be slowly splitting into the eastern side of the map, as we see even Virtus Pro and likes of Falcons. Cat is still staying in Lava Siphon. Are they going to be looking for a fight against Envy? Most likely not. Might be looking to poke a little bit just for the armor upgrade. And nice shots by Taxington. He has been locked in, by the way. I met him in the arena. He was so happy. This is the first time we really met and talked. And he was, you know, he was feeling himself.
I would be too. After the way that this team has been playing, Cat was blowing the lobby away in the elimination round previously. VK Gaming, I will say, very lucky to have gotten out with their lives. I know we didn't really touch on that after they managed to escape, but incredible amount of luck in this first series, because to go down with a 0-point game this early, that would be a stinker.
Cat, honestly, not scared of poking the bear. They are still poking with Envy. Envy is currently very, very split, as well as we saw. There's no way they're looking for this fight, right? Whether they be even, they have to be going towards the zone at some point, right?
And it's just really tough because as Envy, you are stuck and the furthest place on the map from the next zone, and Cat are directly in between you and actually being able to get out of the red. Envy having to rotate over towards Big Mod is going to cost them a lot of resources in the form of meds, and it's not going to save them from having to run into Cat a little bit later on. Now VKG, they have managed to find a respawn in the meantime, and GHS Boom in zone are picking a fight. Unleash are going to go down.
I'm wondering how this fight actually played out. Did they just go in from underneath or outside? Did they not know they were there? Early fight out as this straight into central circle is very, very uncommon, unless maybe you got ratted and stuff. Playstyles like this is something that people tend to overlook a lot in Pro League because people are so used to each other. But on LAN, literally guns blazing. I do not care if you are ratting, because that's a valid strat if you can get a couple KP out of it.
Seen a lot of teams do just that.
Yeah.
You set up a trap, even on World's Edge, sit in a little corridor, wait for somebody to round the corner, and you get 1, if not 3 KP. That's the nice guarantee, and those points can mean a lot a little bit later on. Taking a look at the next zone, seems like most people have predicted this pretty darn accurately.
I mean, you could pretty much read this from Zone 1 specifically on this one, but yes, most definitely Skyhook Zone, which I love to see, by the way. There's so much playable area. I think this might be the biggest amounts of teams alive during these zones on specifically tied to this map.
Bonus point, I love seeing this zone, especially when Catalyst is still in play, because Catalyst in these zones actually really introduces a nice element of skill into the end game about resource conservation, cooldown timing, and when exactly you use the wall to maximum effect.
Yeah, most definitely. VK Gaming still in it after resetting. Cat sitting up on the mountain like a cat prowling, waiting to join in on this 3P. Envy, however, not new to this game. They know that, hey, these two teams were lurking on the edge. We don't want to start a fighter. Let's just rotate opposite sides so we don't get caught in a crossfire.
And they will be mirroring VK Gaming. In fact, if you were to look at the map right now, you'd see Cat, VK Gaming, and Envy all rotating alongside each other in perfect synchronicity through Harvester, sweeping towards the west side of World's Edge. The west side, where we're seeing Falcons set up to guard. With the nice scan off the survey beacon, Falcons will have an idea of the teams that surround them all the way into Skyhook and the amount of people that we've got there, but they won't have any idea that a fight like this is going down in the south. VKG suffering a lot at the hands of Cat. Much like earlier, you haven't been able to escape Cat. In fact, I don't think you can.
Cat was just waiting for whatever thread that they could take, essentially, now that VK Gaming, I think they might have even thought that was Envy, not noticing that VK Gaming maybe even got the rest, but they are pouncing on them immediately. Double P20 in hand. As a good fight though from Liquid, precisely, VKG. LQ Dud?
I've been calling it Liquid sometimes. Yeah, it happens, it happens.
Very good, you know, return fire, but couldn't really break it there. Taxington on one shot, but not enough.
And it's so funny watching Adam play because Cat is so often using Adam as the blunt force instrument with which to attack teams. Send this Bangalore forward with the L-Star, see what he can make happen. Elsewhere on the map, however, EXO losing members and trading them back is a big focus as EXO, remember, have the zone pulling to them and very much need to capitalize on this zone. It seems to be going well with the small qualifier that Arctic has gone down, but the building defense and the snipe from K-Swinny, that's putting him in the positive.
I saw EXO in that kill feed and now we see it. EXO might have lost one, but got 3 KP from that, pushing out Fnatic. Already center zone, and they're still feeling themselves. They should be able to get this reset kind of nice because they do have crypto indeed. However, very risky this early on because so many teams are already in the zone.
Yeah, to see EXO taking out the squad that placed just above them in the winner's bracket as well, really telling about the energy that they are bringing into this lobby. Cat still mirroring other squads, still cutting off Envy, still in front of VK Gaming. They are waging a war of attrition on the entire south side of the map.
This is so much fun to watch, by the way. Envy almost made it past them to hold them up. Cat is now on the move as these guys are trading. They've been on the southern side of the map alongside each other. Now they're alongside the map on this part of the map, towards the platform, northern side. However, I think they might be struggling. This zone starts hurting more and more, and as Sap is furthest ahead right now, Kala might be punishing this at most. We even see a wall from Sykes come out early. I don't know how I feel about that wall, even though you are kind of a little bit scared. That util might have been needed to actually engage into the fight, because right now, being down on ultimate and abilities, Cat should be in an advantage going into this fight, as long as, you know, they had the same level of gun skill.
Cat and Envy still layered up against each other, looking a little further north on the map. Empire, Virtus Pro, really nice positions. And GHS Boom, Team Orchid on top of the ultimate height in Skyhook. Very powerful spots as well.
These are the two spots exactly I was talking about. Train station and central building. Those two are always good regardless of where the zone pulls in Skyhook, because you have so many options and plays to make. VKG still resetting and surviving in the zone on the opposite side of things, as things are starting to boil a little bit on edge right now. With this zone closing, a lot of collapsing will happen, and collapsing right now, Cats and Envy still at it.
Speaking of coming to a boiling point, I don't think we can avoid this fight any longer. Envy have been running for so long, but they are getting cooked by Calamitous. Currently, takes a bit too much damage off the top of the card, but have no fear. Adam is here with Sykes up top. He still hasn't addressed the core issue, that last member of Envy, but is waiting for Taxington to come and join him. Sykes with the Arc Star, inspired, actually takes a bit too much damage from the spikes, and Sykes turns it around, taking down another. It's a 1v1, and Sykes could clutch this for Envy. Looking for one, tries to jump onto Taxington, but it is a tactical escape with the Void Nexus. Sykes saves Envy for now.
Psych saves the day, but that misplay right there, walking in the open instead of either climbing up or playing left side of that train card, might cost Cat this game. They do get the reset. It's a reset on both sides, but I'm very, very not fond of that fight. However, the beginning, though, was very promising.
It was. Just until Adam steps into the Catalyst spikes. That's the big difference, is being slowed even for a second in a lobby like this is enough for a lot of players to take you down before you get the chance to react. Team Liquid with a late, I believe this is Valkyrie ultimate, not evac tower, into the middle of zone, is going to have to fight for their spot, fight for their right to survive. And as of now, with the mobile shield down, they have to invest in Newcastle ultimate in order to do it. Catalyst wall as well. That is 3 ultimates that Liquid have used. They had better get this spot.
I mean, it's definitely a tough landing regardless. You're slamming something, hoping that they're not holding right there. A lot of the teams do end up holding inside, but needing to use all util right off the get-go might leave a window for GHS to make a play. However, seem to be a little bit more precautious.
S8UL on the verge of taking down Cat as well. Cat, who have been hounding teams for so long, didn't get as much KP as they otherwise would have liked, having to reset after that Envy fight. S8UL perfectly content to pick up a few KP of their own. Taking down Calamitous and Adam, it'll be a difficult, if not impossible, reset for Cat.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that they might have been impacted by the misplay of losing that 2v1 essentially. A little bit too punishing, but 9 Lives, however, holding this building completely fine versus Soul as a big fight breaks out. 9 Lives is shooting right now behind the Newcastle wall. Huge alter Q might be a play here as well.
Cersei sneaking in behind, pulls off the assassination, and it's going to be 9 Lives who are on the verge of taking out S8UL. You expect at this point in the game, however, that we are playing our lives, and in fact, that is true. S8UL have fully disengaged, leaving all of 9 Lives up, but the respawn from Cat, who have 9 lives themselves.
Yeah, I did not understand how they're getting these resets. I'm so happy that the fight broke out around 9 Lives because that's the only way to get that reset. No eyes on them, full reset. Envy, however, on top of what I said, was a god spot on top of train station in a prime positioning right now, as rival esports as well is looking to make a fight here on EXO, putting down Chaotic Much, and next tracking another member as EXO indeed goes out.
That is a tragic end for EXO, who otherwise had just taken down 10K, defending Skyhook again. Remember, this is an EXO clan zone in Skyhook. To go out before we hit the top 3, before we even hit the top 15, that is tragedy.
I mean, this is one of those games, like I said before, when you have a, in quotes, free or top 3 zone, you need to make sure you can convert them into consistent points. EXO right now, this game struggled to do it. I hope that they can pick this up later on in the future, because if more zones end on them, if they have these results, it's not going to be enough to push them quite into the top just yet.
FWG fighting for their lives. S8UL on the flank, a fully reset S8UL, might I add, should be taking down FWG if the zone doesn't do it first. That's FWG down. S8UL searching for their spot in zone. Gonna be a shield swap here for Jesco. Might still cost him his life though. Cat go down to the ring. And Vayne actually, the sole survivor out there, as everyone gets pushed into the corner. Looking at Rival, who have a fair spot, albeit not yet in zone. This is a survivable one. I don't know if they reach the train station like this.
They might be happy for the moment. They do have Ash TP. I think they might be opting to TP up top and fight Envy, potentially push them off. Very risky play, but at this point, they honestly just have to go for a haymaker, because if they are just letting everybody look at them as they walk in, they're going to get taken out cross.
Nazul and Jaguares down. Kurev on the reset, has to pull it off again. And Newcastle shield can do a lot, but it can't do that much. Taken down. Liquid Alienware at the hands of GHS Boom.
VK Gaming sitting quite comfortably in the pit. This spot is not bad at all. However, if that team on the southern side and the western side gets free, they have free shots on them. But as long as somebody is holding each other out, honestly, a solid spot.
I was definitely noticing there, Ularaman starting to step up big for GHS Boom. We talked about this player earlier. He is clearly out for blood and out to get his team into the grand finals. Has made such a big difference in the game so far. Envy as well on a rampage, taking out 2 members of Rivals, who albeit are a little too far to finish off, but not too far to put the pressure on. Realize going for the rotate now, are taking the long way around the scenic route through Skyhook and may very well run into Meteor.
This is definitely a scary Wraith TP, as they are also just a duo. Any team they run into will probably be a head like a head front just bash at them with a 3v3 or a 3v2 at this point, I don't think they can really win any fight, so they have to go for center zone somehow.
S8UL safe for now. Envy not so safe. Getting taken down by GHS Boom. Again, on a rampage this game, and the trap is set, and S8UL walk right into it, but who's trapped in here with 2? Realize, lose 1, 2, and I'm looking for their 3rd. I'm not even seeing them on the same screen. Realize, diversifying their investments, managed to stay alive for now. The Falcons picking up some kills on GHS. Speak of another fight going on, opposite side of zone, and it's Ularaman, last alive, who may be taken down by this G7. Port's a little too close though, and Empire, will they look for that last kill? You're gonna see it show up in the kill feed. GHS Boom, we're down.
Empire looking really good right here as they have all the cover from up top of the rooftops, top of the train station. They just need to have a good timing as they walk out and set up before Envy here right above them on the train station drops down as Falcon is dominating the roof on the opposite side. Here we will see it though. VPs has been playing this spot for the whole duration as 2 more teams are coexisting underneath them.
Falcon spot actually looking pretty good. It's a spot that you have to fight from though, and VK Gaming unfortunately won't even live to see that. S8UL escorting them from the lobby as Falcons are expending resources simply to stay alive up here. As is natural with the height they have, they are the focus of teams like Envy, who know that between Envy and Falcons, only one of them can stay on the high ground.
Falcons' main point right here should not be to get KP, but secure the zone closing on top of the roof. If they get that, they should pretty much with a 90% certainty close out this game. However, if they get contested by the likes of, you know, Ash or maybe even a Newcastle slam right on top of them, could lose it, but they should not. Envy will be out before Falcons as long as the other teams are forced to go into each other.
Envy refreshing the Newcastle wall as well. Gonna help against nades, but I do worry about them not having this ultimate cooldown for when they drop down and eventually have to fight Empire, because without an Ash TP, that's what you're gonna have to do. You gotta hit the ground pretty darn quick. We see a Motherload popped, and that's by Falcons up on the roof. Envy still biding their time, not wanting to make a decision too quickly, and watching other teams expire instead. Orchid starting to lose members, and maybe our next squad to leave, as much as Panic is fighting to keep them in this.
Yeah, now they're getting shot at by everybody. Sap even goes down to the ring, I believe, as Sykes also goes down. Empire went out early to clear their backs right now. They have the Newcastle out already, and now they're looking at Monster from the opposite side. Falcons is dominating from above.
Yeah, you said it. If Falcons hold on to high ground, they should win. They take out Envy. They help take out Virtus Pro. Top 4 squads, and Falcons have no one who can shoot at them. Underneath them, S8UL, Empire, Meteor.
I mean, Soul as well, though, controlling majority of the scene right here. Past the wall is all them. Other teams have to contest for that fight right now. Otherwise, Falcon's gonna close this game out. But if everybody else collapses and fight on top of each other, it's gonna be really hard.
Empire waiting for their time to strike. They would really like to avoid Falcons. You'd love it if Falcons just jumped on S8UL, but how lucky are you going to get? Lord of the Rings takes matters into his own hands, and Falcons do jump over and take the fight against S8UL through the Catalyst Wall and everything. This Catalyst Wall that will be dropping momentarily, flanked by Empire. Lord of the Rings tries to take a chunk out of Waltzy and gets turned around. Meteor are losing members. Empire gonna take their matters into their own hands. Meteor go down. It's Falcons still alive, but it's S8UL who are untouched in this last 2v2 and will take it over the wall. S8UL take the win in game number 1.
Very nice indeed by S8UL, as they were uncontested on that side of the wall for the longest of times. Falcons tried to split it by using a Catalyst Wall and playing that side, but as Empire stayed proactive, trying to bother them, didn't let them reset properly. Soul managed to clear that fight out on the opposite side of the wall, made sure that they were the last man standing with a super clean health pool as well, very healthy.
Yeah, very much so, and in large part due to the Catalyst Wall that we talked about. As soon as Falcons send it over, they've got Empire pressuring from the back and no way to actually fire at S8UL for the, I think it was 5-6 seconds that wall was still up. 5-6 seconds, in most cases, not enough. In this case, very much enough.
I mean, they were definitely trying, but Soul cleaning their side of the things. I think they got jumped by Monster, I believe, as well, as, you know, Falcons was fighting Empire for the longest of durations. Empire a little bit undecided. I think they're very happy with the amount of points they got from this game, and this would really push them up into the lobby. However, a little bit undecided just at the end. Everything, I would say almost like 99% of the whole game, very solid. At the end, though, a little bit more swift decision-making, and they could be first in the series by the end of this whole series.
Yeah, I'm expecting so. S8UL, with some pretty nice decision-making of their own, won't have the Catalyst save them available in the next round. But a 15-point finish when you still got Catalyst on the board, that is going to be pretty nice. Rather, 15 kill points, the 27 that they got that round. Falcons finished this out with only 10, not collecting nearly as many kills, with Empire very active. I loved the way the Lord of the Rings was positioning on the Newcastle, swinging out to pressure Falcons. A totally unnecessary maneuver when it comes to how you win the game, but it really helped cement that Falcons had no other options.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it. They made sure that they couldn't reset. However, you know, looking at the rest of this leaderboard, I would say we saw signs of life even in the bottom half, you know, in the sides of Cat, perhaps. And I think that if they could work some things out, because we really saw early aggression, super fast play, and then fumbled a 2v1 after the fumble of running in and dying on their own, also fumbled by having a bad routing. There's no reason to run across that box on the right and then getting into a spike and getting knocked. Play the card, play it smooth, tell my friend, hey, I'm about to climb, hover me, and then you go ham.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to from all of these squads. Like you said, Cat may be getting a little overambitious, but they could be forgiven for that because these teams need points. It is their last step until the grand finals, their last step towards that glory that you talked about, Graceful. Whatever team looks forward to and what we'll look forward to when we come back from the break.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm done. All you. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go! Let's fucking go, boys! Good fucking game! 20 points? Let's freaking go, boys! On!
Back to the ALGS Open, where S8UL have just secured their first victory, their first major step in making it into the grand finals from the lower bracket. I'm Graceful, I got Dia with I'm Dia, I got Graceful with me. Woo! And I'm all turned around after watching S8UL take that game in style. We actually had Genome sprint up to us from the green room and go, guys, in case you missed it, 4 respawn beacons were used by S8UL in that series, or rather in that game. So not only was this a win, it was a win that they barely scraped by 4 different times.
I mean, hey, we're talking about, oh, they managed to reset 1 time, 2 times. I don't even think a lot of teams reset 3 times, but 4 times and also close out the game. Absolutely crazy. I'm gonna have to VOD review that.
Yeah, I think that you look at that VOD review and you go, this was really good, and also this was really lucky. Like it does have to be a good mix of both. In any game of Apex Legends, you gotta really play the odds when it comes to how you look at the end game specifically. S8UL standing out for choosing to play the opposite side of the wall that many teams were on, making their spot so much more valuable simply because nobody else had invested in it. And we saw that be true for a lot of teams, even on the rotations in, where it wasn't just Falcons playing on roof, but Envy, who had invested in the train station as a very high likelihood end zone that also benefited a lot, though they didn't win the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a lot of teams prioritize the same spots as we see. A lot of fights for gods, but more than in general, I would say. But also at the end right there was 3 layers of teams within the same 5 square feet, essentially. They really have to make sure that, hey, we need to isolate a little bit more. With the like the likes of Falcons did, they said, hey, we're walling, we're playing our own square here, whereas a lot of other teams tend to just hide a little bit underneath each other.
Now, one of the things we talk about being important, Graceful, is consistency. Consistency in Apex Legends is critical, and one of the players who's been most consistent over the years is Lou, not just in the stats, but in a way you might not otherwise have imagined. Here are the player day photos that we take, the big ones for media that we use all over the ALGS, and Lou's poses over the years. Remarkably consistent, isn't he?
I mean, hey, if you're that consistent in real life, I can imagine in game. Very, very handsome man.
Yeah. I like it. The hair has only gotten bigger as well, which, as you can imagine, I'm quite a big fan of.
Yes, definitely. You have beautiful hair.
You know, I like to share that. We got quite a few beautiful heads of hair on the ALGS. Now, with Lou preparing for this game, I have to say I'm expecting Virtus Pro to dial things up as we get a little further on. They ended up placing in 5th just last game, which is not bad by any means. Their zone play clearly on point. But again, World's Edge, very studied. We'll see how they run things this time around.
I mean, we see after the first game here as well, Catalyst is banned. So right now, we can even tell that that last game would have looked different. If those walls didn't exist, would Seoul have demolished Falcons off the rip and then ended up being third-partied by Empire? We don't even know how that looks like, especially on a map like World's Edge. This ban is going to affect plenty of teams.
That's very true. Without Catalyst, I mean, who knows how that game goes? Empire, really powerful position, really nice play. Did place quite well and could have placed perhaps even higher, might still do so. We're going to start things off over here in Big Mod, where Virtus Pro are dropping to start our match off. But as we look forward to this next round on World's Edge, I'm very curious, will we be going back to Skyhook? Will EXO Clan be getting a little lucky again? Or will somebody else manage to pick up a nice zone play? Because we have a lot of teams that actually prefer playing zone. GHS Boom coming out all right through the last game, also playing out of Skyhook, but S8UL from Landslide. When you're landing central like this, you have to be prepared for some good zone play.
When you're landing central like this, you're most definitely playing strictly for zone or very early fast macro rotation. But when you're sitting on 27 points, at this point, I think they're pretty much guaranteed into the next round. I think they're more than comfortable. They're just looting up at their own speed and making sure that, hey, we get stacked, we get in early, and we can close out a game. As we also saw the zone more towards Fragment, could even pull down a little bit more towards the blue boxes that I like to call. And I love this zone. It's on the hill, it's on the slopes, slippery slopes.
Yeah, and it gives teams a lot of opportunity, specifically with the open space, to make use of a lot of different playstyles. Skyhook, really zone favorite, if I'm honest. Because you can get in a building, because you're pretty safe, as long as you can fight on the same level as a lot of the teams that are coming in from Edge, you're probably going to be okay. But in a spot like this, take a look at the southern choke points. Those can actually be really powerful, especially if we get those blue bins zones that you talked about, pulling a little south of Fragment. So when we look at teams like Rival that are coming out of Geyser, like Cat that are coming out of Lava Siphon, controlling these choke points can be really beneficial, but it also comes with a lot of risk, as Edge teams love to rotate on you from behind and choose to take the 3v3.
Yeah, those chokes specifically are the ones you do play, the one from the Geyser side and the one from Lava Siphon Central side. They are the power spots of this zone, as you have so many, once again, I love options. You have so many options from there. You can take a fight on blue boxes, you can rotate to the west, you can rotate to the east. There's so many options, and you have to make sure that you can hold it, but very easy because there's steep hills southern side. You can just have one person look and hold there, whereas mostly in a lot of playable areas, you need several people to hold different angles.
Team Orchid going to be moving through the open space. This is a pretty early rotate, but also one that is quite exposed and happening at the same time as Fnatic move through the tunnel. These two teams aren't going to have the chance to really sniff each other out. We are going to see a clash on white shields this early into the game. That means kill times are going to be fast, and Team Orchid rounding the corner right now. Don't know Fnatic are right next door to them. How did he know? How did he know?
Oh, I mean, I'm happy, I'm sad. Cat just went a little bit too deep, I believe. They probably did not have the knowledge that they might have needed. A little bit deep for my taste, but could work out if it ends being a super hard pull, perhaps.
Interesting. I see what you're talking about now. I see what you're talking about. Cat maybe over-positioning for the zone play instead of the edge that you want to see them play, if I'm hearing this?
Yes, indeed, because now they played it last round perfectly. I mean, you can't just fumble a fight once and then stop doing your plan, because if they played so well all the way from Lava Siphon up until that point,
yeah,
you know, something is working. Let's keep working on that.
Well, something cooking, at least in the tunnel, for ExoClan. We saw Fnatic here earlier. A couple of the teams could still rotate on this as Orchid was in the area. ExoClan taking a reset coming from the Skyhook side, and it seems like we are getting a collaboration as Fnatic actually gets shot in the back by GHS. The two Skyhook teams coming together to pinch Fnatic to eliminate one of the most famous APAC South teams we have. It's going to be Colonel Garcia that goes down first. That's to GHS, and Ilariman slides in with the P2020s. Going to make short work of Fnatic, with GHS picking up all 3 kills and turning immediately to face.
I think EXO is very happy with that, getting that help. It was not looking too bright, but actually GHH might have somebody behind him as well, lurking in. Yes, as we see, Meteor right there as well, looking to see if they can do something about it, but I think a little bit too late.
That is game sense. Nice job from GHS to get into the tunnel, take out a team, get out of the tunnel just as quickly. It saves their lives from being in the exact same position that they had taken Fnatic out from.
I mean, I think at that point as well, you might as well ask Ace Winnie, hey, you know, where's your PayPal? Because they got saved. They were getting run at by Fnatic with all of those nades and getting cooked in there, but they made it out, so super solid. They can reset properly now and perhaps come in a little bit later into the zone.
What a different look at GHS, by the way. I mean, I actually had spoken to them a little bit earlier today just about what they were working on throughout the tournament, what had gone wrong for them in previous rounds, and they're working on getting aggressive. That was a perfect way to aggressive. This for FWG, maybe a little too aggressive when you're poking into Sheila this early on into the game. FWG, though, not giving up on the fight, are chasing down 9 lives. And with Vayne right ahead of Dark, we'll see if he makes use of the portal. Go for it. There we go. And right now, it's an inescapable situation for Vayne. One more shot's going to land. 9 lives will be taken out in 19th.
Yeah, I mean, super solid, but they did get one down, I believe, from Envy. Sap pushed them with a charge rifle from behind and got it down, but I think they should be able to get out. Speaking of getting out, though, EXO is going straight in instead, and Meteor get almost insta-wipe, only taking about 75 HP of Winnie, but you know, that's just how it goes. EXO is very strong if they get to engage on you.
So it turns out that our Skyhook teams, for as much as they got a zone in the first game, don't want to play zone. They want to be running other squads down. Funny how that works. And we finally get to see it in game number 2. ExoClan and GHS, boom, both have a squad wipe of their own. We are down to 17 teams. So the pace of this lobby a bit quick, especially for squads that we're anticipating a little bit more survivability when we're going towards the Fragment Monument area, but for Liquid Alienware, this pace is going to suit them just fine. They're a squad that loves to fight, and right now are just looking for somebody to do it with.
Liquid Alienware, although right now a little bit low on points, is a team that can pop off at any point. However, I'm a little bit intrigued by the Valk pick, because I don't think you really necessarily need it, especially if you're this late onto the zone. They might be just looking for that perfect mid-speed Valk ult into a spot, but I feel like when you know that you're strong at really fighting, you have the fighting prowess on your team, I would rather amplify that than just, you know, bet on a Valk ult, essentially.
Yeah, a couple of teams have gone for this. We noted Envy going for the Valkyrie as well, as a VKG running Valkyrie, and I believe that's all of them.
Looking at the zone shift as well, tends to be looking south pool, like I said, a little bit more towards blue boxes potentially. Could go east as well, we have seen that before. FWG is staying on top of the mountains, trying to get out, and they should be completely fine.
Liquid Alienware, it seems, found their fight, or at least their dance partners for now. FWG, who have even footing Looking at Team Liquid, but not overly pushing into this clear, deadly Rampart setup. Kurev on the front lines with the ability to get back to the team if he absolutely needs to. Has Jaguares backing him up, but FWG play on the low ground. They're baiting Liquid Alienware into them, into a spot, a trap that FWG can set up inside Harvester. And Liquid, I believe, are going to take the bait. In fact, they've got no other way to do it. Whether they want to fight FWG still or not, they must go through Harvester.
Yeah, they're most definitely looking to fight. They hit the scan and said, hey, there's nobody near us right now. We are running straight at them as we see the arrows on the map running straight for them and already poking out one of them. They are definitely looking to step up here.
Dark did lose his shields, so Kurev feels plenty comfortable holding this angle, knowing he had at least created a health advantage moments before. Jaguares making sure to hold another angle, keep Kurev covered, but Kurev's got to watch his back. This is a whole circular area. You can definitely be wrapped right now. And with the P20s out, it seems that he's prepared. North end of the map has ExoClan running it. Yet another team are winners of game number 1, S8UL. Sitting down in survey camp with ExoClan looking over them and already Ballistic Ultimate popped. I think you're not going to need a whole lot of indication as to what ExoClan want when they're popping Ballistic Ult this early.
They might have popped the ult a little bit too early. They're not really in the fight as of just yet. Chaotic, however, pushing up really far, winning a little bit more on the side as Chaotic trying to drop on top of their foreheads with thermites, nades, double P20 in hand, ready to fight as he might have catch Sharky off the side. No, he does not.
Genius disengage from S8UL. They're going to get out without a scratch on them, where Falcons make sure that VK Gaming, the same is not true for them. Swinging in onto Legacy and Jesco. ExoClan should have 2 more kills cooking. That's going to be 1 down, traded out, and Arctic, the last member standing of ExoClan, as S8UL had turned things around, is going to be looking for the last 2 kills. Sharky hits a shield bat, swings around, and takes out Arctic. Huge reversal from S8UL.
This was a fight. Okay, I don't know about teabagging and shooting the boxes. Yesko really feeling himself right now. It is what it is. However, guys. Exo did have more damage initially, could not collapse properly on them, and they got punished for it. Because that split, like we saw, 1 guy tried to go through the door where it was fenced, 2 guys went inside. Chaotic dropped first, and then later on we saw the fight close that way. You need to make sure that you're capitalizing on the damage advantage when you do have it. Be on the same page. Hold hands and triple swing, guys.
Yeah, like you can look at that setup from ExoClan all you want. At the end, doesn't matter, got wiped. That is so, so sad for Exo, who honestly were looking good in the fights earlier on. They'll get to run it back for 1 last time on World's Edge, but for this one, they'll be sitting it out and watching other teams take their glory. S8UL, one of those squads that continues their rampage from game number 1, moving in from the north side of the zone, and they are alone there.
Did everybody misread the zone? Was Envy the correct one? They played late, so I don't know if they actually read the zone properly. I think they just played late to make sure if they did it or not.
You mean everyone but you, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll say everyone but me, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I called it immediately. I knew that zone. It's old, guys. It's 5 years old. I know it. I'm old, okay? Envy, however, ends up in God spot because everybody over-macroed. This is one of those reasons where if you're not 100% accurate on where the zone is ending, do not over-rotate. Make sure you're playing somewhere in between to feel a little bit more comfy.
As a Zach Baser shill myself, what do you think of Virtus Pro's positioning? I know we're calling Envy's God spot, but it does seem like Virtus Pro are actually in a really good spot in the zone. Why is Envy so much better?
No, for sure, VP is in the better spot for the moment because they actually got rocks and stuff as well. However, Envy just moves down to blue boxes. VP will be, most likely, highest probability, be engaged from the western side of the map, leaves a easy 3P for Envy from that side of the blue boxes. It's not a sure of it is better than the other, it's just a probability at this point.
GHS gonna move in onto the same side as Virtus Pro with some pretty juiced up loadouts as well. Bow in their hands, and from what I've heard, 2 separate pairs of golden P2020s. If you're a GHS fan, excuse me, 3 separate pairs of golden P2020s. If you are a GHS fan, let me tell you, this is your game.
3 golden P2020s, 1 gold heavy mag, gold armor, red. Dude, what else do they need? They should be very good at closing out fights if it comes down to a 3v3. If they lose that, that's gonna take a blow to their egos, I would say.
They are either going to get a lot of points or they are going to give somebody a lot of loot. There are only 2 modes in Apex Legends. I know that well enough from my own games, unfortunately. Liquid Alienware making good use of the Valkyrie. We're starting to see why this was picked specifically for Liquid, who wanted to play the opposite end of the mountain and then slide into zone. The question is always with Valkyrie ultimates is where do you land it safe? They Gamba on the low ground and they're going to come out on top, but FWG getting engaged on by GHS, the juiced GHS with Exuvi sliding down on them. It is a ramped up rampage that makes quick work of FWG.
Very quick work indeed with the charge off Rampy. Huge by Suvi right there, getting those 2 double knocks immediately as the other teammates are helping him on that side. I honestly thought VP would 3P that maybe a little bit earlier. I think I saw Lou step up and get shredded. He is still looking for kills, but the timing was off a little bit. You let those guys reset with that loot. This could be exactly what I was talking about, DA. If they get engaged from the western side now, they might get thirded.
And actually, we're seeing them engage not just from the west, but from the east as well. Zach Mazer had to use the Newcastle ult just to get back to the team, and Virtus Pro are forced to play very small, extending out towards GHS. This is a big risk as Lou now gets shot in the side.
That's exactly what I mean when I said this spot is good, depending on how it goes. But if you let teams stay alive right next to you, it is very hard to find safe spot. It is very hard to get something rolling without getting engaged on, as more teams are now recognizing, hey guys, the zone pulled off of us, we have to move in.
Virtus Pro know as well as anyone, you got to clear your back, but taking the fight up against GHS, boom, it feels like a lose-lose situation. Virtus Pro are going to go for it right now. Revved up Rampage, just takes Lou down, doesn't even get the chance to fire it. These golden P2020s, these golden boys of GHS are going to take out Virtus Pro.
The Golden Boys do take them out indeed. They are so stacked. And they tried to walk up for the pinch and perhaps get a couple of kills. A little bit too late, but they are most likely happy with just having the space on this zone. They just want to make sure that nobody is going to take their space. And if they can hold this and push everybody into each other on the northern side, they can close this out.
GHS have a great position. Teams like 10K sure would like it. Playing off the low ground right now, it's not a matter of whether you make it out of Skyhook, or rather when you make it out of Skyhook, it is if you make it out of Fragment. A team like 10K now has just 1 member left standing, and it is very unlikely that they, as well as Aru, actually make it out alive. 10K are going to go down, 12 squads left, and we will be cutting that number in half in the next 2 minutes.
A lot of things happening on the screen right now. We saw a Gem, we saw EMP, we see double P20 from Panic, mopping the entirety of Empire as he just solo 1v3. Sure, they weren't ready for him, and he did Wising, but he hit every single bullet.
I mean, I heard Snipe down earlier. Panic is absolutely a star prospect to be looking at, and it's for reasons like that. Now Falcons looking at Team Liquid, hoping to take a fight right now. Even up onto the high ground, they are completely unshaken, unstirred. And Hal, with the backup of Waltzy and Zero, are going to take out Liquid Alienware, but get wrapped on by rivals just behind them. It's Fafif ready to take the fight, and already having taken down 2.
Rival woke up straight for that fight. This is what I mean when you kind of over macroed, you're forced to collapse with all the teams with the zone closing, and they still got the to the beacon. That's really good, actually. They might even get this res off.
Anyone see GHS Boom go down to Envy in that time as well? Really crazy that we are getting these massive swings this late in the game. SAUL even, our winners of game 1, might be taken down as Realize has shown no signs of giving them any room. SAUL have lost 1. Jesco gonna get knocked. Sharky going to follow. Legacy, the last member standing of our winning squad from the first game, and hiding in a corner right now. What can he do?
At this point, you just have to make sure that you can maybe get 1 more placement on that board for a little bit of extra points. They already have a lot of points, but you want to make sure you can get every single point as you can now, as Falcons is stepping up on them after that res.
Yeah, really nice res from Falcons. Got everybody back into the game and came right back to say, hey, rival, was it you who tried to fight us? Because we've got something to say. Zero with the P2020s is going to take a moment to heal up as he lets rival go down to his teammates. Realize even kicking in on that. Move us down to 5 squads left. Falcon, Realize, Unleash, and SAUL all on the low ground. And Unleash looking up at Falcons. It is not a really nice scenario to be in, but it's the one you've got to work with. Unleashed are going to be moving through the low ground. Falcons, with nobody else to focus on, are just firing down at them. SAUL will go down though, and it's Realized to do it to him.
Falcons using their innate ability, which is bird's eye view, as they are staring down at everybody, hunting all of them. As I believe Envy is now looking to join the fray as well. They have the best location because they are not in the fight as of yet. But Falcons opts for the macro to go south instead. This might come down to the strong 3v3 potentially.
This is the better play. Falcons don't force that into a 3v3 scenario. They keep Unleash alive by backing away. That shot from Drop, though, changes everything. This could be Envy's win. Let's take a listen in with Envy to see if they can close this.
Crawling still.
I'm swinging.
Shoot the rock, shoot the rock. Blind you.
Let's just go.
Oh, 70 cracked, one.
Get it back.
One.
Alright. We gotta go. Let's go. Everyone bat. Chill.
Yeah, batting. Yeah. I can literally just slam on him, bro. I can just slam on him.
Slam on his fucking
Yeah. Just move up. I can't really slam good. I'm just gonna slam it. Fuck it. Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go.
Envy take the win in game number 2. I'm just gonna slam it. I'm just gonna slam it, man. They knew they had that game in the bag, and a great win from Envy is going to push them up the leaderboards. I know that at the start of the broadcast, I was going, listen, guys, I predicted rival. It's not Envy. I should have just left it at Envy, man. If I have any hope of beating Rain Day in the predictions, I should have just left it at Envy.
You know what? I am so impressed with the fact that they wanted to go get KP, correct? They saw Falcons adjust to say, hey, we're going to go for the macro right now, see if we can reposition ourselves into the most advantageous positioning. They saw that, immediately went back and said, hey, no, you're not coming this way. Obviously, the bow check, humongous shots right there, closes them out, so they're forced to fight each other. And then, even when they all got cracked and it was up to a 3v1, they said, no, chill, everybody bat up, and then they can go ham, and we even heard it. I'm just gonna slay.
Yeah, at this point, there's a level where you have to play conservative Apex during the first couple rounds. There's a level where you gotta go, listen, guys, we're three professional Apex players versus one guy with a set of P2020s. What could possibly go wrong? Envy do take the win, 17 points, however, as they got relatively low KP, even with shots like that from Drop. Falcons, however, with 10 KP, do technically get first place in points with 19.
Some of these teams, though, realize Nova, 5 kills as well. Soul with 7, 5 on Aru, 8 on DHH, boom. So many teams manage to get all of these kills because, you want to know the funniest part? Everybody misread this zone, and then it becomes even worse when 10 or 5 or worse, at worst 10, when everybody said, see, there's 10 teams here. There's no way this zone is not pulling here. It pulled off of all of them, and they all had to fight their way out. And that's when we see all of these kills get picked up.
Yeah, and just to be clear, everyone but you misread this. I'm gonna keep dropping that one in just so that we don't forget. The comparison between Envy and Falcons, your top 2 teams. This was, of course, a really great game from Envy as they had the zone read. They knew exactly what was going on, and on the other side of that, we see the play for the kills that you talked about. The play that takes advantage of the teams that misread the zone. Envy play for the win, Falcons play to take advantage of the teams that don't know how.
I think this was a great example of how good Envy is by playing conservative, but also knowing when to push, like they did right there as well on the VP side when they try to pinch. Not only that, but Falcons coming from a spot that is a lot harder to fight your way out of. But they managed, even though they went 1 down, they got the rest, refought, and then did a bunch of stuff. Like, they did so much that could have gone way better, but a lot of signs of life in their eyes.
Empire, Envy, putting themselves into the top 5. GHS, boom, right up there as well. We are just 2 games in. Hey, look at that. We got a little bit of camaraderie backstage as well. Happy to see the interaction between Falcons and Envy continuing, as there is a lot of love at the ALGS Open between these teams, between a lot of teams, as the whole community is coming together now. The whole community is going to be here to be watching 10 teams get sent home. We got 1 more game on World's Edge before we swap it over. 4 more games to find yourself redemption, and in the grand finals. We'll see you after the break.
out incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest. So for real, nobody try me. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, but I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent, no mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's just go time, it's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fake, fucking bringing that no sound. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Refusal to...
I'm backing up fight.
I have a good angle here.
I'm going for
Go.
Nice! He's angling it.
Yeah, behind this rock.
I'm looking around. They're pointing out over here. Look at that guy pointing out zone. It's a full team.
He's crawling still.
I'm swinging.
Shoot it off. Plenty.
It's just two.
70 cracks, one.
Get it back.
One.
We gotta go.
Last guy.
Chill. Back. Everyone back. Chill.
Yeah, batting. Yeah. I can literally just slam on him, bro. I can just slam on him. Yeah. Just move up. I can't really slam good. I'm just gonna slam it. Fuck it. Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go. That shit was too easy.
Cool, calm, collected, kind of ballin'. Envy, take that game. It is just the second game on World's Edge, but for Envy, this means so much. For SAUL in game one, it means so much because a win is a huge step towards qualification. You get a win, a couple of other average games under your belt, you're gonna be in top 10. It is so much sweat off your back when you're able to just, or weight off your shoulders, I think is the expression I wanted to go for, when you just are managed to find this huge injection of points, especially if you're a team that likes World's Edge, because this is your last chance. For some of these teams, it's just their last World's Edge game until the Grand Finals. For some of these teams, it is their last World's Edge game of the ALGS Open.
It seems that everybody here heard about the slam and now they banned Newcastle. Unlucky for Envy, but I think they're more than happy. We also saw previous stages with Envy that they were kinda having a hard time finding their footing. But here, they look great. Very disciplined, very good comms, all on the same page, and that's really what's important. I believe now that the two winners of the game one and game two are feeling incredibly safe, like you said, a lot of weight off their shoulders. And I think now the other teams are looking, there are a couple of pointers here and there, but the other teams are definitely looking to, they need to make a bigger splash. If not here, next 3 games.
If you're a squad that has not put it together yet, this is your chance, and I dare say it is your last. As on World's Edge, we have so much competitive experience here. It should, in theory, be solved, and yet we are seeing that solution escape so many teams as the nerves are getting to them, the long days are getting to them, the caliber of the other squads are picking them apart. World's Edge has always been the trial for any squad in the ALGS, and now it's time to prove you belong here in the Open.
I think also that a lot of these teams, you know, you have to have confidence in yourself. None of these teams truly believe that they're going home until their back are against the walls. We're currently, right now, in Elim Finals, where it is your back against the walls. You need to make something happen. So I think right now we might still see the same type of playstyle as we have from the teams previously, but teams are going to be throwing haymakers. And speaking of haymakers, a repetitive zone. I'm not a huge fan of it. We all know it at this point. I think a lot of people say, no, they get gifted the same zones. But I truly, truly, truly believe more teams will read this zone correctly because they are not making the same mistakes twice is what I would like to see. This zone, not entirely the same though.
It's true. I was going to say, never met a bigger zone hater than Graceful. I've never seen somebody get so upset over circles. Like that. That's just the reality. Now, because you've mentioned it, this zone does have a pretty big potential to be quite different. The blue bins, I'd say a much more unlikely ending, and we could be dipping into Fragment. More likely, we're dipping out closer towards Overlook for this particular ending for the teams, of course, that make it there. Fnatic, one of the teams that wants to, but wants to get there with KP and with Evo as well. So they share some space for the moment with Orchid, who, to their credit, do try and defend the Evo, but Fnatic grab it.
I thought they were just going for the Evo at first, but no, they're looking to brawl. They're ready to throw hands. Already frags are coming out as they're stepping up on Team Orchid. Team Orchid wants nothing out of this. Rambo says, hey, no, let them have it. We're just going to keep rotating. We'll fight them later when we're more stacked because triple white armor into blue is definitely not fun.
Yeah, it's an extra 25 HP on each member, so 75 on everyone, plus the perks, which at this point in the game, white to blue are a massive advantage. Yuka F? Looking for a few shots right now. The Nemesis not going to one-clip anyone too soon, but what it has done is put enough pressure on Orchid that they are now achieving nothing and in a position where they realistically just lose. If Fnatic want to pinch this, there's nowhere for Orchid to go. On White Shields, trapped between two squads, it's Panic that's got to group up with Hambino on the low ground underneath Mirage, and that means FWG are overlooking them. It's a no-win situation, it seems like. Portal going to go out. Panic, does he survive this transfer? Yes, he does. Gets in the building. Has the team with him. Hambino, maybe not so lucky, though. He had to walk this in, and FWG, they know weakness when they see it.
FWG just hopping straight on top of them. Sure, Dark does end up getting fenced, but it does not really matter as he is chasing him down. I don't think really that this will be very helpful as Fnatic is actually chasing. If they are overextending at this point, it might leave a window for Fnatic to punish you, and they're looking hungry right now.
FWG, the kind of team that is ready to turn and burn on you, though. Oh, I wouldn't be wanting to play around with them. Even as Dark goes low, Libel Ace is going to hit the ground, actually take out Dark on the exit. And now that Fnatic have the numbers advantage, they should be taking down a whole team. Two members of FWG down. Orchid still have Panic sliding in here, but Libel Ace could be led straight to them. FWG are going to be taken down, but it's Panic that takes out FWG. So you know the last member of Orchid's still here.
It's not only the last member, it's two of the members. I'm not really sure if they're going to turn the fire and finish up this fight, but Fnatic punishing them right there. That's exactly what I was talking about. You could overextend. And speaking of overextend, another team joins the fray. EXO says, hello, we also want in on this.
You cannot make this up. Let's take a listen in with EXO as they hunt down two duos.
Flip for that guy here on the big boys.
Dropping out. I'm looking.
Get him.
One dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna go first him.
Yeah, they put ballistic ult there.
Yeah,
inside. I inhibit that.
I'm not there.
Okay, no, don't fight out. Just get the kill back in, Martin.
Going back. I'm zipping up. Zipping up as well. Zipping up. No.
You get your kill? Nice.
Yeah, I got my kill.
I'm going there. I'm gonna fuck for you.
Am I coming back as well?
Yeah, go high. Probably, yeah. You might have to STP on me. I don't know where they are.
They're here. On the building. Okay. I'm just heading on March for now.
They don't know you there. Just run maybe. They're gonna zip maybe. They're zipping up.
Very clear comms as we hear Chaotic really say there, I'm going to thirst. And then Swinny says, you know, okay, don't do it. Having those clear comms in this moment is very important so you do not overextend and get punished for it. Very clean. Even if, you know, it might not have been exactly what he hoped for, but getting something right there to get the ball rolling is definitely very good.
Yeah, not just the communication of intention, but reacting to what your IGL is telling you in real time, not committing to a play just because you think it's good. Now this could get a little antsy. Liquid Alienware are watching over the Fnatic rotate. They've laid a trap and they're going to spring it right now. Fnatic already got out of a risky situation, but Kurev going low as he was the other side of this trap does end up falling. Jaguaris alongside him should be able to pick the teammate back up. Kurev should get back into this. Has a nice invis res with Nazul finishing off 2 kills. It's going to mean 2 KP plus a nice bit of loot for Team Liquid.
Very good trap setup there. They had a 2-1 split where somebody was scouting from the side and 2 people from the front, and that's how you get that opening that you need. One of them getting down does not even matter, as he was so far forward push that they could just run back easily and reset the fight. Nia Sul playing this Wraith very beautifully, as we have said earlier in the tournament as well. ExoClan, however, also taking a little sneak peek, deciding to, hey, let's not fully commit.
Yeah, the fact that Fnatic had one member get out alive doesn't seem to bother Liquid at all. They're now looking at the next 3v3, the next team they can take down, and EXO don't seem to want to fight this because EXO already have KP. They already got what they came for coming down to Mirage à Trois, and if both these teams disengage, you can call me a happy camper because everyone's gotten what they want except, of course, Fnatic and Orchid, who, to their credit, have pulled off some respawns in Thermal.
Yeah, now, however, seeing this next zone, pulling more up this time, a lot better. This makes me a lot more happy because this enables more teams to close out these games. The reason why I don't like repetitive zones in general is because we don't want to see the same outcomes a lot of the times. There are some zones that you have a lot easier. We always like to say, if you have this zone, you should be top 3. Now we get to see a little bit more action, a little bit more gameplay, a little bit more brawly, and we all like a good clip, don't we?
Yeah, this is going to be really nice for a lot of the teams that land in the area. I'm actually going to include Rival in this specifically because they land Geyser. They've got a nice spot in zone alongside Virtus Pro to the south, but there's a lot of open space in this zone. The fact that we don't have Newcastle or Catalyst will be changing a lot of teams' games for perhaps the worse.
Fnatic, however, managed to get a full reset after getting out between 2 very hungry teams on the edge. That is something I think every fan is very happy of.
Yeah, we got a lot of folks in APAC North going, whew, big sigh of relief. Big sigh of relief. Liquid Alienware still are going to be mirroring Fnatic, though. There is the chance that that fight happens again for Falcons, who chose to move through Geyser this late in the game. I have to imagine that they're playing for control of a choke point out of Geyser later on, but as of right now, seem to just be hunting for kills.
One funny thing we do see now, though, is everybody's playing this zone like it might have played out a little bit more like the other one. Everybody's setting up in the houses. Some people are now playing choke more than before. But this zone might even be pulling further up north, and teams need to be able to adapt on the fly.
Envy, they've spotted Orchid on the way in. And if there's one thing Dia loves, it is charge rifle with a rampart wall. That is my classic solo queue toxic behavior. Zap makes good use of it, but for controlling the choke point, it's not going to do them too much good. Envy need to look out behind them at Team Orchid, and now at Falcons, who have taken the long evac in and will be rotating and even putting themselves in a pinch between Envy and Orchid.
I'm pretty sure that they drew out their drone right there and saw, hey, there is a team in our radius right here. They could be riding in the choke, as we see them very carefully inching their way in to make sure, hey, we do not want to get ambushed. Are they in front of us or are they behind us? As Envy is kind of split holding the choke right now.
And because Envy likely heard the sound cue from the jump tower as well, they should know that Falcons are in the area, which means they can't take a fight in front of them, and they can't very well try and spring on Falcons behind them without Falcons overextending first. So the Falcons-Envy fight has to happen before anything else, and it looks like it's kicking off right now. Zap pulled out Sheila. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage to Zero, but does control the angle before the rampart walls get broken, and a bunch of Sky Nades start coming in. Falcons forced to back off, even through the continued nades. But a full Bangalore ultimate invested turns Falcons around straight onto Orchid.
Orchid now looking to pinch Falcons, as Falcons is in a tough spot. If Envy steps up, they are pinching Falcons right here, right now. They need to make a play fast, and they need to make it smooth, because they are about to get pounced at.
Dropped up on the high ground. Zero tries to buy a little bit of space behind Falcons, but Sykes falls! No! Throwing that away for Envy. Falcons now have a chance. Zero does go down. Zap cooking with Sheila, but he'll fall as well, and in a very different way than Sykes. Orchid gonna try and ult through this with the Ash, turn things around on Waltzy. Panic gets away just in time as the shields got shredded, but Team Orchid following up on Falcons. We'll see if they can actually find the subsequent kills, because Waltzy's not very high HP. Hal's gonna cover him. Waltzy still unable to heal right now, but Panic dips back into zone, and I believe Falcons have done enough. Falcons take down Envy, fend off Orchid, all in a single breath.
Very messy fight right there. Falcons making it even out as a duo is an incredible feat from that moment where they're in a pinch scenario, managed to wipe Envy with the help of Orchid probably from a couple of shots. Orchid decides to say, hey, let's just get some loot and then see what happens, as Falcons is really striving to get that banner back if they can, because they want to make sure they grab it.
Walty's got the drone. Can just pull off a quick pickup like that. I don't love that Falcons are tanking zone, especially because it's given Fnatic the time to come up behind them.
It is.
So Falcons are now in the envy position where they are unfortunately pinched, and this time as a duo at an inherent disadvantage. They are going to jump down onto the low ground, see if they can survive that way, but UCAF not interested in letting Falcons survive. He's going to pull off the jump down, take out Waltzy, and now look for Hal. Finds him even as Hal pops the quick heal, but Falcons do not survive at the hands of UCAF.
Surviving one pinch is one thing. Surviving two pinch, it's almost certain death. Falcons fall there. But Fnatic, however, super solid reset from surviving as a solo into that KP is very good, as T-Law right here versus 10K is fighting on the hill.
Jaguar is down. Resets are limited for Liquid Alienware. Nazul has to do this, and he does. Turning things around onto Kashera. Kurev covering the escape. So Nazul still up, still alive. And with Kurev doing a really good job of anchoring for the team on Ballistic, it will be he who picks Jaguaris up.
Seems that this fight fully resets, but can we please get a clip count on how many times Nazul has been one-magging somebody straight into a fade, making space for their team? They still are not giving up. They're popping down an evac as they hear that they're getting engaged from the opposite side by Empire.
Liquid Alienware not in the business of giving teams space for free. Kurev leading the charge with the squad once again. We've almost got Jaguaris ult back up, and Liquid Alienware are swinging around behind Empire, who are fighting 10K right now. EMP going to be evaded. Jaguaris not giving up any free data, but Kurev gives up the free knock. Empire turn around and fry him.
Empire knew that they would try to swing that side and already had somebody set up for that. Immediately takes them down with the double P 2020 as Nazul says, hey, this time we're out of here.
And that is a difficult recovery. In fact, it might be an impossible one now, as I believe a full thirst should come through from Empire. 10K are still in this though. 10K have been playing very quiet while Empire turn around to deal with Liquid Alienware. They're full healed up.
Look at this zone as well. It is very, very far north. Whichever team managed to clear this side right now with 10K jumping, getting jumped by Empire, is going to be really hard for Kaisha as he just struggled. He's definitely going to go out. He's going out.
I thought he was built that way. I thought he was going to turn around and do it, but playing his life. Kaisha, we'll see how long he survives. We know Liquid Alienware in the area. They probably saw this disengage happen, but nobody from Empire at the very least can follow up. Liquid Alienware, who were playing as a duo, have gotten everyone back up, but Fnatic just keep going strong, picking up team after team. Jumping into the nades though, UCAF takes a lot of damage, still goes in for the thirst, picks up the shield swap in time to survive a Thermite, and throws out an Arc Star as well. Has a little bit of help from his friend Libel Ace, but still will fall. Fnatic on the ropes now. They've still got Chu available to be picked up, but limited space to reset. Team Liquid Alienware re-engaging onto Empire, have Jaguaris drop down on them from behind. The fisticuffs come out, but they're not going to do anything in the face of Team Liquid.
Jaguaris, Kurev, Nia, so we've seen all of these guys pop off as they take out Empire pretty much. Now, they managed to get into the fray again after getting shot at, but they came back.
And a nice job taking out Empire. Last member falls now. Riley not going to live to see the remainder of this game on World's Edge. What could be your last game on World's Edge, as anybody in the bottom couple of squads that falls now risks this being their last sight at these teams, at these players in this series. Virtus Pro fighting things out with ARU, will take them down. 10K fall, as do Meteor at the hands of GHS.
Sack the God RGL, was that your hot take? You know, if he plays like that, that's very, very good. That was very clean.
And Virtus Pro's position is really fantastic as well. I will say for the next zone, they're going to have to move. The crawl over towards Fragment actually goes better than I'd expected. GHS lose a member. Fnatic still on the warpath as always, and VK Gaming starting to drop down onto GHS. Want to finish the job. GHS do go boom.
They do indeed, as VK Gaming takes them out and gets a couple of KP, as Liquid is still fighting. They've been fighting this entire game. They're still fighting. Gets a thirst as two of their members are down currently. Will they get another reset?
with the high ground belonging to Team Liquid only in spirit. Jaguares drops down onto the low ground and will likely be unable to escape. That is going to be 2 full-thirsted members of Team Liquid, although Rival now own the high ground. Looking a little further into Fragment, we called out Virtus Pro earlier as they were on the low ground, still healing, still resetting, but in this cluster of teams that are going to have to make a swift exit from Fragment.
I see 5 teams right there in the same building. They're going to have to see what they can do to close this out because the zone is moves in 25 seconds. I really want to hear what they're doing, so let's go straight into a listening with VP.
Get down! Get down! I'm batting. Fuse it! Nice, I'm batting. Crypto cracked! Fuse it! Crypto cracked! Yeah, on the res! One roof. Get on the support res! Support res! Res. Hold. I have nothing. I have nothing in my inventory, guys. One on top.
Come in, we have to teams. We should probably have to just kill these guys above us.
I mean, yeah, bro, I'm gonna EMP and we just have to wipe everyone. Kill. Go get the KP, guys! We're not winning this fucking game. Get some fucking KP in the other building right now, the other building.
Kill this guy.
Okay, I'm dead to zone.
Nice.
Oh, come on, bro. Get me 5th. Come on, bro.
We knew Virtus Pro were in the sauce, and they were in the sauce deep. Zach Mazer still alive, though, holding out. Ooh, spoke too soon. Gets spotted out by Cap. Sony in zones, really proven useful on spotting those small details. Liquid Alienware have gotten 2 back up, but remember, the high ground that Liquid Alienware lost is now owned by Rival Esports, who from on high should, and I say should, Graceful, be able to win this game.
They should win this game unless absolutely everything goes south. Unless they drop and fight here, and maybe potentially, I see a rat on the map.
It's just one member of Orchid. VK Gaming, Rival Esports, and a single member of Team Orchid are left in this game, so largely this comes down to the fight between Rival and VK. In fact, I think VK have found the rat from Orchid. They're going to take him down. Panic ults up to the high ground. This may deliver a kill right into the hands of Rival, and it does. VK Gaming on the climb now with the Havoc are going to get shut down. Rival very aware of the win condition. And watch as Rival Esports with the Sentinel drops down. Fafif takes matters into his own hands, and Ash portals back up to the high ground, keeping Rivals large and in charge as they rain down damage. Now VKG answer back, but Fafif drops down again. His EVA is monstrous, and Rival Esports with Fafif at the lead take game number 3.
That was very impressive. Very beautiful games of how you play Ash right there. You start by going straight down, you get somebody down with you, go back up, go back down, go back up. That's exactly how you play. You need to take attention for your team. And also, if you can dish damage at the same time, even better. I need to say though, that in-game voice that we did hear from VP was beautiful from Zach saying, we are not winning this game. Make sure to get as many KP as you can because we are gonna die with walking in with this zone. That right there is God IGL quality.
That's what I'm talking about. Great recognized, great Graceful. I see you. I mean, really nice job, like you said, recognizing maybe not the win condition as we would call it, but the best case scenario that your team could go for. Virtus Pro do end up with a nice 9.6 of those coming from kills, the same as the squad that actually won the game. 6 kills for Rival Esports plus the 12 give them an 18-point game. And much easier time now that World's Edge is completed, and we will be swapping onto Stormpoint. Rival, who like to play this nice zone style, should feel a lot more comfortable knowing that they've got a buffer of points to work with.
I mean, this lobby is a lot more split evenly in terms of points, but we're also seeing some big teams taking a knee right now. Falcons on 3 points, EXO on 1 point, Envy on 0 points. You know, we have to make sure that they can step up because you can take a knee right now. We're halfway through, but you got to step back up.
I'm just really excited that we got these stats up right now because I really wanted to talk about Fafif at the start. And it's tough when Rival really couldn't get their feet under them for the first 2 games. But Fafif picking up all 6 kills for Rival in this game. Coming into this group, Fafif is one of the highest kill placements in this whole tournament. Top 8 in kills across the entire ALGS Open so far, and I'm very happy to see him succeeding thriving with the team and putting them all the way up in top 4. Rival Esports, big success story for them. Now looking down, Team Orchid, Virtus Pro, ARU Army, still in a bit of danger when it comes to whether they will qualify or not.
I mean, we saw the leaderboard overall there as well, was that a lot of teams are kind of split evenly. This average will be higher. I believe cutoff could be 35-ish. Some of these teams are pretty much safe, but it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, this series on World's Edge is really exciting, has been really exciting, but it is just the first piece. This elimination round will continue with Stormpoint. Graceful, it has been a pleasure holding hands with you on the broadcast. Let's go ahead and pass this over to our friends on the analyst desk.
Fantastic job, as always, Dia. Graceful, thank you so much for getting us through those first 3 matches because they were a doozy to start off elimination finals here, Jamerson. I mean, once again, we're seeing, sure, Falcons up there at the top with some serious slaying power, but when it comes to the winners, some really pleasant surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it was, of course, a little bit of a coin toss whenever it comes to those rings pulling all the way up to Skyhook. We love Skyhook zones, but, you know, being able to make that call, being able to recognize which zone this might be going up towards that northeast side of Skyhook. Falcons dropping down early, S8 dropping on top of them. It was an exciting end to the game number 1.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a very stressful second half of the series when we get into the next 3 matches. But before we do that, we're going to break things down here during halftime. So let's take a look back at that exact final circle that you're talking about, Jamerson. Game number 1, because out of the gate, people were screaming in the green room, it's S8. Starting off so strong. I mean, Zephyr, talk me through this, because the fact that they were able to close this one out with so many KP on top of it was impressive.
Yeah, we didn't get to really highlight it during the games, but Genome was going crazy because this roster made an incredible recovery, almost 4 revives over the course of this game to set them up for this final moment. That doesn't always happen here, and you have to give benefit of the doubt to Skyhook as a zone that allows for that extra bit of safety to pull this one off. Now, if you heard Graceful, he said there was a 90% chance that Falcon were going to win from the height. Which,
did you make him rush?
No, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. But I'll tell you what, there was no chance, especially with the drop in the timing. A beautiful Catalyst wall, especially cutting off that zone there, gave S8 this opportunity to really pull things out here. As a result, it forced the fighting to take place on the other side of the wall, and they came up janitorial style. I think they took more damage from the zone in this final moment before getting involved than they did from any other team in the lobby.
Yeah, they had the perfect comp there to have some serious control of the space that was available to them, and that is the type of start you need when you are in the elimination finals, because you need to give yourself a little bit of cushion. A first game win plus the KP means that they can afford a stumble here or there, and now they find themselves in a very, very comfortable place. We get a chance to look at some of these stats here too, Lace, and they're looking like a pretty comfy squad.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't really touched too much on this team like over the course of this, and I just absolutely forgot we've got Sharky coming back from retirement. Like, he has won lands before, added with Legacy as well, and Jesco. Like, I've been watching this team in Apex South just absolutely dominate, so it's incredible to see them pull out those sorts of stats.
Love a good cosplay here as well. It's one of my favorite things when we get to come to these lands is seeing some of the incredible cosplayers that we have in the community. And every time they show up at land, I want to get a picture.
There was a fantastic Wraith here yesterday, as well as the streetwear Wraith.
Oh,
it was
yes,
very, very cool. Got to take a picture.
I love that. I love that. Okay, well, we're gonna take a moment here to have a little bit more fun. We're gonna take a breather from the intense competition. We're gonna change things up a bit, and I will preface this by saying that Zephyr is 100% banned for life from Hot Takes, so he will not be participating in Hot Takes right now. He's still in the middle of recovering. So we're going to Lace and Jamerson here for our Hot Takes. So you guys ready?
Not ready for the hot sauce, honestly.
You can prepare the hot sauce if you'd like to get that ready.
I'll get her ready right now, but...
Jamerson, are you going to go first here?
No, I think it's Lace first, yeah. Ladies first, no?
I'm that type of person that pepper was spicy for a long time, so now
me too.
Yeah.
Would it make you feel better if... No? Okay, she's just going to commit here. All right, we've got the hot sauce down. Lace is ready.
Please, guys. Okay. Anyway, I've written down a couple of notes here. I would like to share a couple of... He's ruining my hot take. I would like to share a couple of notes about a certain country called New Zealand. Home to the longest town name in the world. More sheep than people. Home to Hobbiton, which was the film set for Lord of the Rings. And they speak English and Maori. You know who else is Maori? Mad Maggie. I am not the voice actor of Mad Maggie. I don't know how much I need to prove to you guys that I am Australian. Yeah, no, yeah, g'day mate, how's it going? Like, I do not understand how much more I need to prove to you guys. I am from Queensland. I am one of the most Bogan-speaking people from that country. You should start calling me the female fuse. Nicewig has to have a command in his chat to say Lace is not the voice actor of Mad Maggie. I get mad, I am not Maggie.
We let her go, all right? You know.
Exclamation mark, not Mad Maggie.
Google is free, chat. Google is free.
You do.
Could you do a voice?
I was gonna say, could you do sound similar though? Could
you can't spell problematic without M-E.
See? I get it.
I hate it here.
I get it. But I also love it. All right, Jamerson, are you prepared and ready?
Oh, hold on just a moment here.
You gotta follow that one up now.
Yeah, I know.
What's happening?
I need to clear my throat. I need to clear my throat.
Red Bulls are involved in this?
I just, yesterday we kind of jumped the shark a little bit, and I just need something to take the edge off, just.
Oh my God, what?
That's the next band.
This is now his drink.
Yeah, this is jumping the shark. That's what we're calling this drink. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Just, I've had a little itch in my throat all day, so.
This will clear it up 100%. Oh, it's you might be getting a ban next after this one. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Spicy.
That one tastes like I got a little bit of gochujang at the end there. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. My Korean lineage, my Korean blood, my ancestors are calling to me. I need the cough button. All right, there we go. So my hot take is that we need to make Apex twerk. All right, we need more teams like Twerkaholics in the ALGS. I want them in Pro League now. Not just them, I want 3 more teams just like them. Apex was the most fun when we had teams playing like Twerkaholics, right? We have our teams, of course, constantly complaining, oh, you're not gonna play like that on land. That's what they're doing, and you know what? It's fun. It's fun, all right? They're killing everyone. We saw them fart Furia for 5 KP yesterday. That was insane. How are you not gonna, just want to play like that all the time, right? Because at the end of the day, it makes you marketable. It makes you marketable. That's why we love Aim Assist.
I feel like these are becoming more and more unhinged, and I think a couple people agree with you because I can hear them cheering Jamerson, so I think they're loving the aggressive gameplay that we're seeing.
I love it. I love it.
All right, well, refreshing. Great job, guys. Absolutely crushed that, and I agree with both of your hot takes, so I'm here for that. But I'm going to give you a little bit of time to recover after the consumption that we just saw. Part 2 of Zephyr. Jamerson might also be banned, like I said. And now we've got something for all of you at home, chat, okay? Because we've heard the questions over the years. We see you in chat watching your favorite pros, trying to replicate the things that they're doing. And we know you're sitting there thinking, but how do I get as good as a pro? Well, you don't have to think about that or wonder how anymore, because we have the perfect solution here for you now and the way for all of you at home to learn. And what better place to showcase it than the biggest showcase of international and up-and-coming talent we've ever had at an Apex event. So grab your pens and get ready to take notes, everyone, because it's time for class.
Being an Apex Pro is a serious business. It takes blood, sweat, and tears to make it to the top. But how do you go from being a nobody to a somebody playing on the biggest stage of all? You need expert guidance so you can lock in and rise to the top.
You've got to be accurate, but how do you do that without sacrificing your style?
Remember, 10 steps forward and no dead slides back.
Apex is all about maximum damage and minimal effort. The first step is accepting your level. Now let us take you to places you could have never imagined.
The range is important to get a feeling for the gun you'll be using for the next upcoming tournaments. Mozams, practice. P2020s, practice. Learn the meta, define the meta, become one with the meta. But do not fear the meta. Because the meta is meta? Does it make sense?
As a pro, communication is invaluable. The VOD reviews can be tedious. But remember, as long as you're on the call with your team, no one can say you're not paying attention. Here's my tip. Simply unmute the call from time to time and say these power phrases. I agree. Let's work on that next time. Sounds good. They won't expect that one. Sounds good, coach. Could have always looked to play for more kills there. They didn't expect a thing. Oh! I wasn't talking to you guys.
Staying level-headed is a skill that takes years to master. It's what us pros use to avoid a mental boom every time a teammate makes a bad play. Just watch and see what I do to stay cool in this stressful situation. Bro, you just swung out on your own and threw. All good, man. No, I'm not mad. Just give me 2 seconds to cool off. This course isn't just about becoming a pro player. It's about the work that's done behind the scenes that keeps your stock rising.
Oh, we have to VOD you for another 4 hours? That sounds awesome.
It's about realizing your greatness, not just keeping your finger on the pulse, but the trigger too.
So many guns I'd like to use, but I guess there's another hour in the range with the P20s. Can't wait.
It's about finding your way to become a generational talent. With this course, you can be better than better. You can be really good.
All right then, everybody, a lot of fun been had in the break between the two maps, but now it's time to lock back in for our elimination finals. 3 maps already done, and now we head over to Storm Point.
Storm Point is where things start to get interesting here. World's Edge, yes, it provided with plenty of points for some big teams, but now teams that did prioritize Storm Point will get a chance to maybe put points on the board for themselves. We only have, though, 2 of the top 10 Storm Point teams in this lobby, Team Orchid and Falcons. But we've also got some big heavy hitters that have provided a lot of points on Storm Point throughout this tournament. Liquid Alienware, Fnatic, GHS Boom, Rivals, and Virtus Pro. I'm looking at those squads to be putting points up here.
I'm also looking forward to the chaos that is going to come from the legend bands as well. It's Crypto who goes most recently, Catalyst before that, and Newcastle. None of those 3 legends are available here. And this is Storm Point we're talking about, one of the most aggressive maps that we have in the ALGS, where kills are at a premium, and a lot of those defensive legends, well, they've been pushed to the wayside.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to try and find those rotations. You're going to have to utilize Ashe and Wraith a lot here if you are going to be able to move across freely in some of these zones and areas. Now, the teams that I was talking about, Team Orchid are going to be dropping over towards Trident, Falcons down at Echo HQ, Liquid Alienware at Launchpad, and Fnatic at Lightning Rod. Now, Fnatic do have a lot to do, but they were the #1 POI draft pick, and they took Lightning Rod, so they'll be hoping for some big points here.
And these are the most pressurized games that we've had so far in the tournament. Of course, Match Point Finals kicks off tomorrow to crown our champion here in New Orleans, but to get there, you've got to be top 10. Bottom 10 out of the tournament, that's the end of your run. You need to be in that top 10 if you want to play some Apex Legends on that main stage tomorrow.
And of course, Storm Point does provide some very interesting games. Historically, throughout ALGS history, we've had some bangers. Now, I spoke about Team Orchid. I set up towards Trident, while the zone is heading straight for them. So if they have a ring console, if they can get to one, they'll be delighted with that one. Liquid Alienware can also move straight from Northpad as well.
Yeah, good zone for Liquid Alienware there as well. They're on the cusp of elimination at the moment. They're in 11th place overall. So an opportunity for them to get into a really, really strong position here and play for that end game. And we know that this particular zone on Storm Point is probably one of the most difficult to access if you are arriving late.
Yeah, if you're going to be arriving late, there's going to be plenty of teams already watching and waiting for you as well with their eyes to the sky. I mean, we do have some Valkyries that have been appearing throughout this tournament. You can see VKG are running a Valkyrie at the moment, Realize also running one as well. Envy on the Valkyrie too. So there will be teams just trying to brute force their way in during the late game.
For now, a little look at Fnatic, 13th place overall. Only the 12 points on the board so far, which by our kind of average that we've put together throughout the tournament, 6 points per game is what we're looking at to get you through, kind of as a base mark. Not quite there as yet for Fnatic. Going to have to do a little bit of chasing on those points as the games start to disappear in front of them. Meteor, they're trying to rotate a little bit quickly here in towards the Trident area, getting through that choke, and just behind them is going to be 10K.
Yeah, 10K have to be careful here. I like this. Just stay ahead in the race and make sure you are there as fast as possible, because you know full well someone is going to be hot on your heels, and that is going to be Rival Esports. But they will get away as Fnatic. You said they needed points. Well, this is one way.
This is one way to get them. It might be ExoClan who are their victims. Swinny goes down as well. Yuka doing some heavy lifting for the team, and ExoClan will be eliminated. And look at that, just jumping up from that one team fight now. Fnatic are inside of that top 10.
And smiles on the face of Yuka as well. You can tell that just that little bit of a confidence booster is going to be important for their chances of progressing here to that grand final. As now we look across to Team Orchid, who are certainly going to have to play kind of friendly neighbors, I'd say, to people that are going to be joining them over here.
Yeah, it's interesting that they haven't decided to rotate yet from the wall, and just trying to see if they did actually have a ring console over here at wall, because it could be one of those zones that maybe they've just misread a little bit, thinking it was pulling towards them, and now they're going to be late to arrive a little bit later on. Rival Esports, 4th place overall, 24 points already in the bank for them. And they're looking to move towards the trenches here to play for that late game.
It was Empire that were next to Team Orchid as their neighbours, so maybe that's going to be a fight that happens. But first of all, let's see what happens between Meteor and Cat, because they are very close to one another, but it looks like there's going to be a height difference here, so they should be okay. And probably won't be engaging as I say that. They have a little peek at each other.
I was going to say, looking at the numbers alongside Cat at the moment, 13 points, 13th place overall. Not a good omen if you're someone who believes that 13 is an unlucky number. However, still a lot of games to go, a little Apex Legends to be played in this lobby, as Meteor will manage to find one of these bunkers to play, but only the white armors. So they have to get some damage output as this game goes on.
Yeah, these bunkers are never fun to play as well. Yes, you'll be comfortable right now, but in the late game, they're going to be so filled with players that you will not be able to turn a corner without being shot by someone. So white armor is probably not going to be fun for you. As Team Falcons, I mean, have they already done enough to get into those match point finals with 32 points? Certainly is usually the cutoff, so they are almost there already. But of course, they will want to be playing for a better place in that POI draft.
I like how you get the unpredictability there by saying it certainly is usually. You never know, though, in these kind of lobbies, especially at this stage of a tournament. But you are quite right. Falcons have some good points on the board at the halfway mark. Unleash, not quite the same amount of points, 12 at the moment. The Falcons who are kind of pressurizing them a little bit through this tunnel for now, but looking at their rotate towards Cascade Falls, looks pretty clear for now.
And even though Falcons, you know, one of the better Storm Point teams that we have in this lobby, they are playing down from Echo, and even though Echo can be a fantastic POI, this is arguably one of the worst zones that you would want. You have to traverse so much of the map, but it does offer the chance to get a little bit aggressive and look for some of those kills. As maybe Team Liquid Alienware, will they find anything at the moment? I think they're going to be okay for now as well. They can just hold this northern side. They will have to move in eventually, but they can work with the shoreline.
Well, Empire over at wall. This is where they've been for quite some time. VK Gaming are the team that they're now firing down the bullets onto. If you're wondering where Team Orchid have gone, they have moved towards the egg buildings, which are just below the zip line up towards the wall and the bunker. So they've left where they were and continued on their rotate. They'll be in a really good spot for a little bit later, but VK probably second thoughts about going through wall here with Empire firing back onto them, and the fact that they do have the Valkyrie in the composition as well. They might be looking for a little bit of a blind Valcult to zone.
Yeah, the skyward dive. Do you try and head for the trenches here? It can often be a strategy for this circle. And this is where your IGL really needs to earn his money.
This is a classic case of, I think this is free, and we'll hope this is free. Valkyrie, of course, with the passive, is going to be able to spot out a lot of those players and see where is free. Falcons back on our screens right now. GHS over at Sito Station might be the next target in their sights.
I mean, one more set of kills and it should put Falcons through. And perhaps they feel that's the way too, so they start to hunt this. Meteor eliminated in 19th position.
Falcons with the purple armor do have the advantage when it comes to the amount of bullets they'll be able to soak up in this fight.
Certainly trying to find them.
It's the last place you'd ever think to look, that middle structure. Check the top, check inside, check down bottom, check outside.
They must be gone.
They have popped the Tempest here, GHS, and Falcons have decided, you know what? Took a little bit too long to find that fight. Let's get out here. Back to the Void Nexus. Think about planning where we go next.
GHS Boom, 5th place at the moment. They've been averaging 9.3 points per match on Storm Point, so another favourite maybe to qualify for those match point finals based off statistics alone. You can just see the amount of Void Nexus on the map, by the way. Everyone,
Void Nexi? Does it become
Void
Void Nexi?
I guess. Void Nexuses doesn't sound quite right, does it? But plenty of escape routes or maybe attack targets for some of these squads.
A plethora of Nexi is what we'll go with.
I like that.
The zone is pulling a little bit towards the western side of where we saw that second zone go in. So a team like Envy are in a really, really strong position that they find themselves in one of these bunkers. The only issue with the bunkers is difficult to control the space around them. It's good for like late game cover and bunkering down, so to speak, you know, it being a bunker and all, but to actually command space, output damage and look for kills can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, look for kills and also win the game from bunker can be quite difficult sometimes as well. And even in the trenches, you can find yourself caught between a rock and a hard place. So you need to have an escape route or definitely a plan. Unless your plan is just survive and get to top 5 and put consistent points on the board, which it may be. Do you just want to get into that match point finals, or are you looking to try and give yourself the best chance possible in the POI draft? Of course, if you're coming from the elimination finals, the highest place you can have in POI draft would be 11th.
It's interesting as well, certain positions become more playable depending upon what legends have been banned as well. You think like, if you're playing one of those bunkers now, no EMPs are going to be available for Cryptos to hit that EMP and then play off of the stun and the damage that comes in from that ultimate from Crypto. So it becomes a little bit of a safer spot to play, a more traditional spot to play. There's Fnatic, who we did see on our screens a little bit earlier. Well, they're going to run it into Team Liquid Alienware. Let's jump into Fnatic listening and see how they take this fight.
Okay. 切ったら俺も降りるわ。あいつらバンガールと。降りていいよ。バリウル焚いて。バリウル焚いて。使った。一人上行ったわ。上行っていいよ。上行っていいよ。俺も行くよ。左下、家の方。バンガールズ踏んだ俺。
岩の下いないかも。
俺ここはピークするわ。いいよ。俺残ってる。一人一回。中行こう。巻いてる。ゆっくり固まって。かけてる俺。外出よ。いいよ。やった。ラスト。ミラージュ出る。俺出るこっち。いいよ。逃がしたくないな。こっちめっち。俺の方別。外行って。逃げていいよ、各地。これ、ワンチャンやれる。
Well, things were looking good for Fnatic as we jumped into the listening, but the third party now comes in from VP and things are starting to fall apart. Fnatic have been eliminated. They will not be able to get any more points in this game.
Third party, fourth party, it is just a party at this point. Empire decided they wanted to get a little piece of the action, but Virtus Pro have held very well. A ballistic of their own. There is actually 10 ballistics in this lobby. He's going to be banned for match 5, if you were wondering, and VP now will hold this area, and they should be comfortable because Empire were out of there.
Yeah, Empire just tried to overextend and see if they could pick up some KP. The Void Nexus was down inside of the bunker of the wall, so it was a smart play to try and overextend and see if they can make anything happen, just accrue a couple of points as that fight did take place towards the northern side of the zone. But VP healthy, up to 3 on that north side now as they go through the Black Sands and get their feet a little bit wet in the water.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting position on the northeast side where you've got Empire, Team Orchid and Virtus Pro, because none of them are actually in that next zone. They are all going to have to transition down towards trenches, and you have to kind of fight your way through the water against the waves and against the inevitable gunfire that's going to be happening as well. Liquid Alienware! Oh, hello! Javanese says thank you very much.
And that's another point that should be secured here. He's got to finish it off, though. It can be one of those frustrating moments where you can't find the finish.
It's a dangler.
Is he going to be able to get it, or is there going to be players? It does finally go down to the zone, so it's going to be a point picked up for Team Liquid Alienware. Jaguares as the solo. That's a nice job for him.
Extra points could mean a place in that match point finals, of course. And Team Liquid Alienware, they'll maybe be thanking that one a little bit later.
Look at Realize Nova, scarpering back to where that player just got taken down on the survey beacon, being like, what just happened?
Saying, we'll have him.
We're like, chasing down. Jaguar is out there. He's not stupid.
I mean, it puts Team Liquid Alienware...
Like, do you think I'm going to stay here?
It puts them onto 15 points. They're in 11th position. Again, every point matters here in the Elimination Finals. And now, he said he's just going to run him over.
Hit the cannon! Hit the cannon! Pops the Barry! Goes Camo! Oh. Could have been the best play of the day. Ruined. Liquid Alienware out.
He went full James Bond and was hoping to make a moment of it. Sadly, though, does get caught out, and it means that Liquid Alienware eliminated in 17th position. But I tell you what, went out with a bang.
Shh, everyone. Shh, shh. Will they realize? See what I did there? Ah! No, they don't! Maybe they do! No, they don't. Realize did not realize. Empire, you sneaky little devils.
I mean, that was quick. Blink and you'll miss it.
No danglers this time.
Nice, easy 3 kills as well. You lap that up. Again, all these kills are mattering. Now, Team Falcons, 33 points, 2nd position at the moment, in cruise control, moving over to Storm Point. And it looks like they're going to be heading to the skies.
Evac tower going to be taken. Zero has to bob and weave the best that he can. But the shields have been broken, which makes this landing a little bit more dangerous. How is the first player that's hitting the end of the evac? So he's going to be most responsible for finding a place for them to play. They're heading right towards the back of the zone, trying to find a place to land that's going to be safe, and they will be safe for now. Envy are the closest team to them, but overextending is going to be a little bit risky for them. So I think Falcons are safe for now.
I mean, it works, yeah, as you say, for now, as sadly for Rivals, they lose 1 as GHS are able to catch them out down in the trenches, and they get at least some bin resets. So you remember when we were talking about these trench teams being on white armors? Well, now they've all started to be able to find extra bits and pieces, and suddenly they're all on purples. Unleashed just got eliminated in 15th position as well.
Over to FWG. Only 8 points on the board for them. There's 10K who are inside. You can see the armor advantage they do have. But there's a lot of teams in the vicinity here, but one of them's just been taken down actually on the opposite building. It's 9 Lives Esports who just completely wipe ARU, and now you're seeing FWG move in through the void passage, and now they're trying to finish off the final remaining player, but they've got to be wary of the third player. 9 Lives don't need to be asked twice. They're going to move in here and try and finish off this fight.
God, Alter changes everything, doesn't it? But 9 Lives, they have to be careful as well. They've taken a lot of damage here, and you can see they're just trying to regroup and will use the Nexus to do so. Orchid eliminated, as now Empire looking to get involved.
Empire the opposite end of this zone, which is shifting right back, by the way, towards the trenches themselves. And Empire under somewhat of a duress at the moment. Lots of bullets flying their way from so many different angles. Somehow FWG have survived all of that nonsense that just went down in this building, and they look like they're going to be able to reset. 10K.
10K also alive. I feel like...
What has just happened?
The extra inclusion of teams just allowed everyone to reset. Rival Esports get eliminated in 12th. And FWG maybe just kind of take a deep breath here and say, all right, we're lucky to survive that one. How do we get into this next zone? Because in 8 seconds, round 4 is about to close, and I'm counting about 8 teams outside of this zone.
That Trident is keeping Empire alive right now. 10K versus FWG Part 2. Return of the FWG is happening right now. Temp is going to be popped on the side of 10K. So they're in the ballistic ult, and even though the armor advantage is heavily in the favor of FWG, Keshera doesn't care about that. Voodoo moves in, he'll go down as well. This is looking pretty clean. Dark will get 1, but Postkill and Kaisha should be able to finish this off. In the meantime, VP have just been eliminated. 10 squads now remain, 10K trying to survive, and Kaisha trying to find a portal for them to play.
Dark did have red armor though, as far as I was concerned, so there's still a chance for it to happen, but Empire do get eliminated, but FWG still living. As I say that, they'll get wiped, and 10K still survive.
Postkill gets the wall down, gets the Sheila out to try and hold for him to get Kaisha back on his feet. GHS Boom have been eliminated. In 8th position now, Cat. It's a full reset once again from 10K. You have to give them credit here. It has not looked comfortable for them. It has not been comfortable for them, but they're still alive. And now they're picking up some KP. Cat have gone down. SAUL will be the next to follow. We're down to 5.
Yeah, and as all this skirmishing's been happening, 9 Lives and Falcons have got into 2 of the best positions on the map. Falcons hold the northwest side of the zone, and 9 Lives will be on the southwest. Everyone else is on the eastern side here, and they're going to have to push in at the same time.
The tether is working alongside those grenades from Cersei. Now he's looking to start an Apex Legends barbecue down in those trenches. Not going to be able to get the knock though. It's 10K who are feeling the pain of those grenades coming in. But again, 10K just seem to be very, very reluctant in this game to die.
And with 4 of these teams within the top 10, a win here would pretty much guarantee you a spot in that match point finals as well. That's what's on the line here already after match 4.
Hopping on board with Zero then. Falcons who have had to go through the gauntlet of all gauntlets today, as has everyone else in this lobby. Would not have expected to be in this position, but in this position they are. 10K still trapped down in that trench, trying to find a way to escape, but Nine Lives Esports and Cersei in particular is just refusing to let them leave, and now they've got a motherload to deal with as well. 10K, this is looking rough.
Another advantage for both Falcons and Nine Lives. They both have the altar to work with them, and Nine Lives also have Ash, so plenty of portals to transition from point A to point B. Speaking of portals, VK Gaming are getting one down with Wraith.
10K also trying to find a portal, but it's not going to be a good one. It's going to be 10K eliminated as VK now move in to try and deal with Envy. Drop's going to be laughed alive. A little bit of a tap straight from him. The help arrives, but there's the shield swap for Casa. And Envy will be eliminated. We're into our top 3.
It's a double shield swap. Falcons were just watching this one unfold, as were Nine Lives. As I mentioned before, they're the 2 strongest positions, but with VK winning the Battle of the East, suddenly it does give them the opportunity in this game as well. If they can somehow force Nine Lives to fight Falcons here, they might be within a chance.
Falcons just have a little bit of cover from those bins that are available in front of them. The only problem is Howard's overextended, and Howard's been picked off by the Bojack. Waltzy on the Bangalore tries to get the smoke down to give him an opportunity to res, but Nine Lives want to push this.
Yeah, Nine Lives are fighting Falcons. VK maybe have an opportunity to win this one, but at the same time, Nine Lives are reluctant to push because Nine Lives don't want to give up the win either.
That knockdown shield just kept Waltzy alive because that nade looked pretty good. Waltzy actually did a fantastic job of outputting damage to stop the push coming in from Nine Lives, but the question is, can they get the reset here? It's looking like the answer's no, because Waltzy's down. And the last player alive here is going to be Imperial, excuse me, it's going to be Zero, I believe, for Falcons, but he's down. He now is down to just 2. It's a 3v3 to see who wins the game.
And as I said, the winner of this is going to be going to winners finals, almost guaranteed with the amount of points you're putting on the board here. Can you survive if you're VKG?
Don't think they can. They've already lost one, and Vayne is trying to get in position to finish this off. QQ, last alive, all 3 alive, still for Nine Lives. And they will be the winner here of the first game of Storm Point.
Nine Lives put themselves up to 33 points, which gives them a real chance of being in that match point final. I don't want to say guaranteed, because 33 is still a little bit dicey, but based off history alone, should be okay, especially with 2 matches left. As soon as they had found that southwest position of the map and were able to kind of bully and pepper Falcons a little bit, a surefire win was on the board. But what a different game that would have been if we had had Newcastle's there.
Yeah.
Falcons would have probably got an instant reset. They would have been able to get a castle wall down. But again, Legend Bands, that's what it provides.
Yeah, I mean, you even think about what Catalyst could have done in those final moments, right? Allows you just to cover, and it's just not there. It's like you say, the Legend Bands influence not just the games, but how those end zones will play out. And speaking of Legend Bands, you can see Ballistic will be the next Legend that will be eliminated from the Legend pool for selection in our next game. Talk us through these match 4 results now.
I mean, Nine Lives and VK Gaming both putting up 20 points each. I mean, 22 for Nine Lives, but plus 20 points, and both giving themselves a real chance of getting into match point finals. Falcons putting 8 on the board pretty much secures their spot in the match point finals as well, and Envy with 10 gives them a great chance. We really saw a lot of the kind of leaders, a lot of the top 10 teams get those extra points to get them one step closer and get that foot in the door.
Yeah, it's not the big games now, it's the 4, 5, 6 point games that really will just push them into safety. But we'll take a look at the series results when they're ready as well to give you an idea of who is still fighting for those top 10 spots. The cutoff, if we're to see on our screen that we have in front of us, at the moment is Team Orchid on 19 points. So it's pretty low, I would say. And there's an opportunity for everyone to have a look at it.
Yeah, because there's been about 7 teams that have all been kind of taking the points from one another, it has made that cutoff a little bit lower. There is still 2 matches to go, so that cutoff will certainly rise, obviously, but it gives a fantastic chance that all those teams who are still in that bottom 10, because they are not far behind the 19 points that are currently set.
Well, we'll get the series results ready for you as soon as possible. We'll get them ready for when we come back from this break, and that's when match number 5 will be taking place here in New Orleans. Storm Point continues. Who's going to take the next one?
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm knuckling them. I mean, I'm hitting them on the left. I'm hitting them on the left. They can't res. Yeah, they can't res. They can't res. I'm gonna get the full. Yep.
One more die.
No, that's another die.
Focus the right team. Focus the right team.
Yeah. I'm walking up right. I'm walking up right a little bit.
We can peek right.
Yep.
On me. 150. EQ.
I'm getting fucked. I have to bat.
Right on one. Tap on one.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm over. Push. I'm out. Super far. Behind you, Badger. One. Let's go. The fucking shit, boys.
Big fucking game right there.
Things are heating up here in New Orleans. We only have 2 more games left in our elimination finals to decide who is going through to our match point finals tomorrow. This is how it stands. Series results in front of you. We got them ready. In the break, it's going to be S8UL on top, but keep your eyes on 10th position. Team Orchid currently hold the final spot for that match point finals, and it's just 19 points on the board for them.
Top 4 should already be through to those match point finals. 5 and 6 most likely will be going through as well. Everyone else, it is very much still up for discussion. Big shout out to GHS Boom, by the way. 20 kill points and only 8 placement points. They are going to be brute forcing their way into this match point finals lobby if things carry on. But you look at 11 through 20 and they are not far behind. Even FWG on 9 points, only 10 behind the cutoff right now.
Yeah, 10 points. It's all that separates the team who's at the bottom and that 10th place cutoff, like you say. So 10 points is not a lot. They fall out of the lobby very, very early, Team Orchid. Everybody else who's behind them only needs not the great game, but a good game. And those leaderboards are going to completely change. So keep your eyes on those little scores that we do have alongside your favorite team's name that you're following in this game, because those positions will change every single fight, every single placement that goes down. This is going to be a hellacious last 2 games.
Hellacious indeed. And I think that's the case. You know, when it's just 10 points, we've seen teams do that with a 3rd place finish and a couple of kills. We've seen a 2nd place finish and just 1 kill before to get 10 points. You can kind of rat your way. You can just play placement and still put really big points on the board without having an incredible game. And I think that's what certainly teams that are on the cutoff need to be focusing on here, is just consistency. You don't need a massive game to get into the match point finals. Sure, it would do you a well of good.
It would be nice.
And it would probably get you there, but at the moment, just play your game and be consistent.
The 2 more games to go here on Stormpoint, and now the nerves start to really ramp up for these teams. Think about the road that all of the teams in this elimination finals have been on, right? Some of them dropped into the elimination bracket straight away, almost. Round 1, round 2, and fought all their way through to play here today. Up to 18 matches, I believe, have had to be played to get to this point in the elimination finals. And if you're on the cutoff and you're so close to achieving what you wanted to achieve, you've only now got 2 more games here on Stormpoint to make that dream a reality.
And it was certainly a difficult game for some of those teams that had to move all the way from the southeast side of the map, and they'll be hoping maybe for something a little bit more central in this one. But there was certainly some early fights, maybe some nervy fights as well, and sadly I think there was going to be even more nerves when we get into matches 5 and 6 here as Legend bans begin, or Legend selection, excuse me, begins.
I see.
Because we have had Ballistic now banned, and we'll have to see how the Legend selection goes into match 5 and who's going to be banned for match number 6. It looks like it's going to be Alter, Fuse, Ash or Bangalore, as they are all tied on 9 picks.
Okay, I'll leave that one to you. As we get into game number 5, and we do indeed have a Seer in the lobby. It's going to be Team Orchid who are playing Seer. What do you think of that one?
Not sure I like it, but I can understand why they're doing it. I mean, we've seen a few teams experiment with it as well, just to have that extra recon character to do a little bit different, get those survey beacons scanned as well, so we'll see how it works for them.
Well, as I say, when you see your favorite team's name, Fnatic on our screens right now, keep your eyes on the left-hand side of that name. That's the position they are in the overall leaderboards. And we saw it like in the last game, Fnatic one team fight went from 15th to 10th. If it ended there, they would have been qualifying for the finals, but a lot more work to be done as we take a look at this zone.
Well, we're going to be heading down towards Mill and the surrounding areas, certainly closer towards the western side. 10K Exito Station will have an early move if they have a ring console. GHS Boom down at Cenote Cave might enjoy that one as well. Of course, they have the Trident to move it if they wanted as a little bit of defensive structure. And S8UL, the team that is currently in first place down at Mill, they might be able to really set their chances of getting that 11th POI draft position really in stone with this kind of circle.
Yeah, speaking of stone, Godrock is going to be a very good place to play if you're just playing for that consistency. Getting up there is going to allow you to have so many LOS on so many teams who are just trying to rotate in towards zone. It's such a power position to pick up KP and cut down teams as they try and make their way there. But it's looking like it's going to pull down towards Beam potentially. We'll have to see how that third zone does look as we jump on board with VP, who are holding on right now. They have 20 points overall. They're just inside of that top 10, but like we've highlighted, there is barely any points between where they find themselves and the team who's currently sat in 20th.
So 10K moving fast on your screens, but it is going to be S8UL who get to Godrock first. They did have that ring console we were speaking of at Mill, and they'll be able to command so much of this zone and this circle. And if they have the weapons to go alongside it, which, you know, a triple take, that's not particularly bad for a Godrock either. You can certainly do some damage here and maybe pick up some kills.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling for quite some time here. Spots one team rotating in towards Mill. That's going to be Envy from Down Beast, who have already made their way towards it. Elsewhere, down on the southern side, near Devastated Coast, we are having FWG, who are at the bottom of the leaderboards at the moment, but not by far. Things could change for them very, very quickly with one good game here.
Yeah, like we said, 10-point difference. They are not out of it yet. And with how they were fighting in the previous game, I mean, they've certainly shown signs, and throughout this entire tournament, they've shown they are good enough to get to that match point finals lobby if they have that one big game. It looks like Unleashed are going to be their targets here, and you can see the angles that Dark is trying to take just to try and create a little bit of something.
Oh dear, gets taken down though, but it's traded out almost immediately. But FWG might have to retreat from this one because one player was 1 HP. That's going to be finished, and VP do not need to be asked twice. They are late arrivers, they are fully dressed, they are ready to party, they are ready to third party and pick up some KP. That is a beautiful ultimate. The Motherload doing so much damage here from Lou.
Yeah, VP trying to put points on the board here, trying to solidify their spot in the top 10, and Unleashed, even after holding well previously, are going to have to back off themselves. FWG do survive. That seems to be a tradition with their games at the moment. They start a fight, and then someone else comes along to save them.
Smart. End up in first place if you can do that consistently to get everyone else to kill each other, and you just walk into zone at the end. 9 lives then. You saw the owner in the crowd getting hyped for his boys performing in that previous game. We saw them momentarily as we jump on board with Unleash. It's Big Vibes who's going to be the last player alive, and it might not be for long because Falcons have heard him. And Falcons are now chasing down that free KP that's going to be in front of them. They are done for game number 5. It's Imperial Hal who adds another kill to his tally for the tournament.
Yeah, Unleashed just going to have to sit in their booth and watch and think about match 6 because it is going to be a bit of a task to find themselves in the top 10 after this one, as Empire looks like they're going to be retreating back to the Void Nexus here after being put under a little bit of pressure. They are going to be safe at wall. No one has moved from that northeast side just yet. I was wondering whether maybe Fnatic would have traversed the map fast enough to get there, but no. Fnatic are just going to be waiting at Zoo Station.
S8UL still on that high ground on the Godrock, you can see, and Arrow Army down on the low ground will know what it feels like to have a team up on Godrock, because this position here, even though they've got decent enough armor to survive, if S8UL can get some good angles, they're going to burn through those resources, those shield cells, those batteries so quickly.
If you're smart here, you don't really want to be trying to take any sort of gunfight against S8UL. It's not going to go well for you. You just have such an advantage with that high ground. But 9 lives, you can see, just taken down GHS, or the first member of GHS, should I say, and maybe they're going to look to try and move in on that one.
Should get the finish, will get the finish. See if he's going to be taken down. That means 9 Lives get another point on the board, 34, very good. When we talk about that point total, 9 Lives looking like they might be in the kind of precipice of doing enough to be in our match point finals lobby tomorrow. GHS still alive, but it's a solo drive for Yalari, man, to try and get his teammates back in the game.
Solo drives can be relaxing sometimes. Put some music on. Think about how the day's gone. As FWG respawning Dark, by the way. So somehow, some way, FWG back up yet again, maybe to start another fight that they will begin to lose, get an escape, because another team helps them.
Begin to lose is crazy.
Well, I will, if I was to assess that original fight.
No, you're right.
When you are FWG and you send one player on that flank, it is a very risky play. I mean, often Apex is about death balling. We've already seen it all go in the same way. It's something I've always fallen victim for. When I'm playing ranked, I like to try and take an angle, and then suddenly you get swung on, you get focused by 2 players, and you leave your team in a 3 versus 2.
Well, Cat Hero Mill trying to hold out ORC, who are in a pretty good position, but I think he's going to pull down towards the southern side. We expect that. You can see from the lay of the land and the lobby overhead where a lot of teams are hedging their bets on where the zone is going to be pulling down towards Bean. And yep, indeed, it's going down that way. Envy in a fantastic position on the bridge. Will be able to avoid the shots coming in from height for quite some time. And for everyone else, it's a really, really tough rotate to try and make it in towards this zone now. You're going to hope that maybe you've got an evac tower that you can play a little bit later, see a third-party opportunity break out while you're in the sky to take a spot away, but it's going to be tough.
GHS are currently crafting banners in the southeast side of the map as well, so maybe they will also have a full squad to work with. As finally, Fnatic are making their way into zone after it seemed like they traversed the entirety of the northern side in the Trident.
Wait for me.
And there you'll see confirmation of GHS getting the respawn as well. But is this respawn just going to end up with Virtus Pro taking the kills?
Well, they want the kills. Getting them is another thing altogether, but Lou on the swing isn't going to be bamboozled quite enough, but the shots are pretty good. They'll be traded out though and will be able to be res, but it's in the LOS of the landing players here, and this is looking a bit awkward all of a sudden, but a lovely shot with a 30-30 repeater. But now it's a 1v1, VP are down! GHS Boom turned that one on their heads!
I mean, GHS Boom have been booming their way through the lobby. We already saw it with the amount of kills they've been putting up, and yet again, they show what a strong fighting team they are. If they do get themselves into the match point finals, which they are on course to do so, it has mainly been down to their fighting ability.
Felt like VP just had full control of that fight for the majority of it, and then something went horribly wrong for them. Fnatic on the northern side of zone, playing under the bridge for now, do have the Trident just to provide that extra little bit of cover for them. As now we see Falcons moving through Cenote Cave, and they're going to run into 9 Lives here, who are more than happy to fight and feel very, very confident about doing it with what we've seen from their screen so far.
Alter comes into play, and Alter allows you to reposition on top here. Falcons will be very aware of it though, but there is other teams that are looking at this one, so you have to be careful.
Oh, Peekaboo got stuck on the door. Cersei just kind of waves the white flag in that situation. The door takes another victim. Cannot get outside and just lines up into the sights of Waltzy and Howe.
P2020, over 2,000 kills, door 1. Added to the tally, but Falcons have been able to do enough just to force 9 Lives away, and now they can retreat back into the building just to hold tight for now. And again, Falcons have done the job to hold off a team trying to push them.
Also have zone information. They have hit a ring console on their way here. You could see that on the green outline at the top left of their minimap. Vayne. He's looking for this res here. He does have one banner at least.
He can craft the other.
He can craft the other and get him back in, as you say.
So 9 Lives will maybe get a second bite of the cherry as long as he heals correctly. I'm a little bit concerned looking at that one. Okay.
Big chillin'.
I mean, it had me tensing. By the way, looking at the map overhead, there are a couple of teams that are down in like 15th to 18th position who are almost dead center zone below that God Rock with a real opportunity in this game to put big points on the board. And it could really be the difference maker for their chances of getting into the finals.
Even though 9 Lives have managed to get back into this game, it might be a bit tough for them to get back into zone because Falcons are still holding them out, or in a position to hold them out.
Yeah, they're going to have to go all the way around, wouldn't they?
Let's turn our attention towards Mill now as Liquid Alienware are trying to take height. There's a team inside of this building. Near's all going to just 50-50 his way up the rail to try and get an angle onto Cat, who are inside of this building. And with a little armor check here, they might think about taking this one. Team Orchid and Fnatic are close enough to think about a third party as ExoClan take a fight themselves. Chaotic, who we saw made a couple of clutch plays for them, is going to have to make another one here because FWG will win this fight. And they should be able to get a reset, but no realized Nova here.
It wouldn't be a fight with FWG if there wasn't another team to come in third party, but maybe they can get away again, or maybe not. It looks like there's going to be too many teams. Try as you might, though. I tell you what, you're going to go out with a bang here.
Moyo was taken and so were Hearts. That is an amazing play from him as a solo player. Now he gets the red armor delivered to him as well through the red helmet. So all of a sudden there's a chance they can reset this.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is just
take them all on, son.
I mean,
maybe not.
Just having that ability is always going to be good. Having someone on your team that can do that kind of thing, but they will fall. Now, this is a huge fight for Team Liquid Alienware. If they were to lose this one, they would have so much to do in match 6.
14th place overall. Karev is inside of the building, just retreats. It looked a little bit scary. That's a big sky nade. Didn't quite see the numbers. But there's more than one team here. For Team Liquid Alienware, they have to play this so well. Envy in the feed as well. They're picking up a few more KP. That means points when we go into them. They should be feeling more and more confident as those points do start to be accrued about being part of our match point finals. Fnatic, not so confident as it stands. 12th position. It feels like every team inside of this building has so much riding on this one fight.
This is literally 12th versus 13th versus 14th. It's funny how these things work out sometimes. You lose this fight and you have so much to do in match 6. You win it and you may just be pushing yourself into that top 10 because you would have that chance from the northwest side in this final zone.
Well, Fnatic aren't safe right now. Liquid Alienware, from the position they have, are safe for when that zone closes. And Cat playing on the height and can play just outside will be safe as well, but it's not comfortable. Fnatic will have to make a play, essentially, here. Over at Mill, they will have to try and force a fight or look for a rotate. So a lot of action will be taking place there. Realize Nova, 16th overall at the moment, but inside of zone. But for how long? Look how they're being peppered from all kinds of angles.
Oh, it's just so hard to traverse these rocks as well. You're getting caught on every nook, every cranny, but you have just been able to dip, dive, and dodge your way through. And they were getting peppered, but it looks like they'll have the chance to reset. I think Imperial Howl got the last bullet on them, but I think they should be able to get back up.
GHS Boom. Oh, the Lottery Man will...
I lied.
Will add a little bit of damage to the down bodies essentially here, but actually some nades are starting to hit because Nine Lives tried to take that position away, and now GHS Boom are going to go and get aggressive. It's going to be Vayne who's down, but they've lost a player as they try and be aggressive and force their way towards this zone. They're going to go for the stick here. But they are being fired upon, and now you got to worry about those health meds. 9 Lives have been eliminated, 13 squads remaining. They should, big inverted commas around that, be able to get the reset here, but it's not looking good. Now back to the Mill. This is where the action really matters for these teams. For Liquid Alienware, they have to survive, but they're not going to. Liquid Alienware are out.
Fnatic and Cat still fighting tooth and nail though, and Cat looks like they'll get the better of Fnatic, and they will win the Battle of the Mill. And that does send them temporarily into the top 10.
Into 9th place they find themselves. That is... Ooh, that's a fight you don't want to be involved with if you are not still alive at the end of it. A massive moment for Cat. That could be a huge swing in who qualifies for tomorrow's match point finals. Falcons 2nd place overall. For them, it's all about wins. It's all about finding form, keeping consistency, and finding a flow to their game, as they will be ready to try and take that championship away tomorrow. Envy right at the back of zone here. They're going to have to move.
Envy on 36 points. Again, another team that is closing in on that number that should be enough to get them into the match point finals. But they are also the team that's looking over and pressuring Cat at the moment. But I think Cat will probably retreat and head north. So Envy just needed to apply enough damage, enough pressure to force Cat the other way.
One team is in a very good spot inside of the armory is going to be Meteor. And that is going to be one of the only buildings. It is the only building that's inside of where this zone is pulling to.
And they're currently in 19th position. So again, that could really change the lay of the land with this top 20 and more specifically, the top 10.
Couple of long-range frag grenades from Cat heading towards Envy, who will have to move very soon. VK Gaming. It's a spot where there's a lot of death boxes. Howl's going to have a little poke at this one. Motherload goes in, but the Watson gen goes down just in time as well. The interception pylon is good enough to stop all of that damage. and also to force Holloway, who wanted to command this space. This spot now becomes more playable as the zone starts to close.
I like those Watson fences though. They go down straight away just to make sure the Falcons can't push them on that side, as now Cat is starting to push it as well. It's going to be Army on the other side of this, and it's going to be 2 kills in favor of Cat. Yet again, these are massive kills for Cat.
Yeah, but this might be the end of the game for them, because S8UL have dropped off of the God Rotling. They've dropped off the fight. They want to take this position away, and Sharky with the R9 in his hands is going to get at least 1 KP here, but there's a flank coming in, and there's Envy out of nowhere, and Sykes, who's causing all sorts of problems. It's an absolute battle down by these boxes. S8UL will be eliminated. And Falcons are now down to 1 as well. 0 left on his own. The knockdown shield a problem, but he manages to just about do enough. He doesn't get credited with the point, but he will stay alive here.
Well, the Falcons will hold on, and he does get both banners as well. All he needs is a respawn beacon, and Falcons could be right back into this game. And you can see that VK Gaming, though, are maybe trying to finish off the pieces of Falcons here because they've decided to take a little position on this rock.
VK Gaming with some really good angles here. Castle fires the missile swarm in towards where Zero was trying to respawn, but if there's one thing you don't want to do, it's let Falcons get Waltzy and Hal back into this game, as we now only have a few squads remaining. They have got that reset, but are they going to be able to land softly?
I mean, this dropship, just like Falcons tournament, you thought they might have been down, you thought they might have been out, but they have crawled and fought their way back through a long, grueling elimination bracket, and it's looking likely that they're going to get all the way back into those match point finals with how they've performed.
10K, who rotated extremely early towards this zone. And now on the far side of it, they're going to have to move extremely quickly. The 2 teams who are kind of pinching them at the moment and will have LOS are going to be Rival Esports and Falcons, and they've lost Kaisha, the Wraith, who was probably trying to get a portal down to get them towards zone. So now, no rotational characters really going to have to rely on the 1 Bangalore smoke here for Kashira.
What a chance this is for both 10K and for Meteor, by the way, when you look at that leaderboard. But of course, 10K down to just 2. But with Kashira with red armor, you never know. There's still some magic he could work here.
Second smoke comes back just in time. The armory becoming a very, very busy place. It's somewhere that you need to be wearing armor as well as the bullets start to fly. Falcons are wiping one side of zone here, and Rival Esports will be their victims. It's a shield swap available for Zero, but he can't get into the box just in time.
And all the meanwhile, Meteor are surviving this. Meteor, who are down in the bottom 3 just mere moments ago, and now pushing their way up this leaderboard very quickly. As I say that, though, VKG, they swoop on in, and suddenly Meteor are under fire.
They take the high ground. Look at Hal's position as well. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't aware there was a team on high. Kashira still last alive. He'll go down. 10K eliminated. It's 4 squads now remaining. And like you were saying, when it feels like Falcons are down, when it feels like Falcons are out, they get the opportunity to res it.
And the crowd starting to whisper, starting to murmur, starting to spur and cheer on this Falcon side. But VK Gaming, they're the ones with the height right now. And they're still, by the way, GHS Boom on the south side. That team that was able to scrap their way through in the zone, take down squads. They still have a chance to win this.
And they're just watching everything happen in front of them. Just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Both these teams, VK and Falcons, will have to damage each other as they leave. PK in the hands of LQ here. We know how hard that can hit. Oh, that is a beautiful knuckle cluster coming in from Hal.
Worth noting, GHS do have Ash, so they can join this fight very quickly whenever they want to. Also have Mad Maggie to work with, as voiced by Lace that we heard earlier. But maybe there is a real opportunity for GHS to win this game, especially if they see damage. And there's the Ash portal I was talking about.
This could create an opportunity for everyone. Now it becomes anyone's game.
Was that too early?
VKG, QQ will get the first knock of the GHS. Zero might be the first knock on that Falcon side. And VK Gaming, they control the height. They're trying to move in and win this game.
VK Gaming are taking on both teams. It's just like a gauntlet at the moment, saying we'll have whoever steps into our sight lines.
But there are still 3 squads alive. They are not full squads, but they are still alive. GHS Boom and Suvi. Might be a little bit of a surprise for them as he jumps up from behind, but they're going to spot him out. He does tether absolutely every single player up on the height. QQ now with those P20s in hand. Red armor for him to play with as well. Waltzy and Imperial Hal, the last 2 alive. But there's the Maggie ball. And Hal gets bonked backwards.
Oh, I like this portal from VKG. Just create an angle, and then suddenly QQ, he will be able to take just a slightly different portion here.
Yeah, he's done the damage, but it's going to be VK Gaming up on height. The Peacekeeper hit for 100. Can't quite connect the second time, but the third time is the charm. Can you finish it with style here, VK Gaming? Oh, becomes a 1v1. QQ will win it though. VK Gaming last game of our elimination finals. Oh, it all comes down to that.
And all of those three teams, they were quite intimate, getting to know each other, and for good reason, because all three of them are going to be going to the match point finals with the points they've been able to accrue so far. But the real question, who's going to be going through to those match point finals with the 11th seed, and arguably the best seed you can get from this position, because at the moment, it's VKG who hold first place.
Fascinating to see some of the teams involved in that endgame. Like you say, it was teams who were chasing points, and the leaderboard, surprise, surprise, have made a big change after that game. Now we find ourselves heading into the final game of our elimination bracket, with the threshold being just 22 points. 22. ExoClan in 20th have 10.
Yeah, this has been one of the more lopsided lobbies when we look at points as well. There's not just been 1 or 2 teams taking the points. There is a good 6 or 7 teams that have been able to put big points on the board, and that just means that it is even tighter and less of a point threshold down in that top 10. But it does still mean that all those teams, exactly any team, can still make it into the top 10 based on that cutoff.
Yeah, any team, literally any team can still make it into the match point finals. Their destiny, so to speak, is in their own hands with just one more game to go. Ballistic will be banned.
Ballistic was already banned.
Excuse me, Bangalore will be banned as our next legend to go. It takes another rotational character.
And the reason why Bangalore was banned, because of course the winning team had that Bangalore and yada yada. You guys get it by this point. That's how you do the tiebreaker. There was 4 legends that were all selected by the same time, and as I say that, by the way, it wasn't Bangalore. It was going to be Fuse. So excuse the graphics. Fuse is going to be the banned one instead.
The fun of the tied legends.
I mean, 4 tied legends. I mean, it just shows that how important each one of them was. But in the end, Fuse deemed the most useful.
Well, this is what it looks like. This is the series results. 1 game remaining. 10K holding on for dear life. 22 points. VP just behind them with 21. 20, 20, tied between Meteor and Team Orchid. And ARU Army, so 20 points for them as well. Then you go down to ExoClan, like I said, even though 20th position sounds like almost impossible going into the final game to get into the top 10, the fact that it's just 12 points, it's not even a win. You know, if they go out early, and they get a good game on the board here, ExoClan, they could take that spot away.
I think it's as simple, if you're in the bottom 10, win and you give yourself the chance of being in. I won't say win and you're in, because there could still be the chance, you know, 9th and 10th get 2nd and 3rd, for example, but certainly you still have the opportunity of getting there. But the real question is, who is going to get to the match point finals? There's only one way to find out. We have to jump into match number 6, but first we are going to take a quick break. Do you not go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have one of the biggest and best games that we've had so far this weekend. So much on the line, and we'll find out right after this.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in all the overtime. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny. Later, champ. Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah. Been getting so right for this. Hey. Been waiting my whole life. Hey ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Open. We are amidst the elimination finals, and Red Bull are bringing the energy to New Orleans with the Red Bull Gauntlet booth. They have 4 stations where you can hot drop into solo lobbies to get your score on the leaderboard for a chance to win Sony in-zone gaming gear, as well as other premium prizes. So head on over to the Red Bull Gauntlet booth, grab a can of Red Bull, and throw your hat into the ring mark.
The stuff is tasty, let me tell you, and it's keeping our energy levels just where they need to be ahead of this final game of the day, the final game of the elimination bracket, and for some of these teams, 10 of them, the final game of the tournament.
10 teams will be going home. 10 teams will be marching on to glory, to the best finals in Apex Legends. Match point finals will be amongst us tomorrow on Sunday, but we still have 1 match to try and decide who is actually going to be there. About 6 or 7 teams may have already secured their spot with how things have been going so far, but still a few more positions that have to be decided here.
10 points. That's the difference between the last place team ExoClan and that 10th place position. These are your legend bands. Fuse will be the next one to go. And there's a lot of aggressive legends still left to pick from. Got the feeling this is going to be a game that a lot of people are going to remember for quite some time.
Yeah, expect to see a bit more Maggie, plenty of Ash, and plenty of Bangalore as well. This is when you really need to dig deep and find points, but because it is this close, I think that one mistake could be the difference here to risk your chances of getting into those match point finals.
Well, here we go then. They're the 60 players who are sat on that main stage right now. It's the final game of the day. Our energy is where it needs to be. New Orleans, I hope you're with us, as this will be the final game of the tournament for some. Who's going to the match point finals tomorrow? It's match 6, let's find out.
VK Gaming, Falcons, SAUL, GHS, Envy, Empire, and 9 Lives. They should have already secured their spot in matchpoint finals, but 8th, 9th, 10th is very much still up for grabs here. Rival Esports, Cat, and 10K currently sit in the top 10, but they are being chased down by the likes of VP, Meteor, and Team Orchid.
I don't know if you get the same feeling heading into these elimination games, the final ones, that just as it starts, I get nervous. And like, it's so nervy, just the feeling in the lobby, the feeling in the room. Nobody's quite sure what's going to happen. The first fight that you take could be the end of your tournament. It could be the fight that puts you into match point finals tomorrow. There is so much on the line for these teams who have battled through so many rounds of this elimination bracket for a chance at making the match point finals. And of course, that's where the big money is as well. It really is just the lobby that is so tough to be a part of.
Well, a very similar zone, but it is going to be slightly more north, but certainly transitioning over towards the western side of the map yet again. I mean, you spoke about, like, nervousness. Imagine how some of these players feel. Every single fight you engage in, am I going up against one of these teams that's already qualified, where they have nothing to lose, where maybe they're going to take a risk, maybe they're going to do something a bit stupid that could ruin my game, or is it going to be another team that is just so close to getting to that top 10? We have plenty of legends in selection, by the way, and we do even have a Bloodhound featuring Vicky Kitty. We'll be delighted.
ExoClan going full aggro. Ash, Bloodhound, Bangalore. That's what they're playing. And they are the team who need the points more than anyone. Team Orchid, who were just inside of the top 10 very, very recently, well, now they feel a mile away. 13th place overall as they move here towards Cascade Falls to hit that ring console and find out exactly where they've got to go.
Well, I think the ExoClan POV could be a very interesting one because they are going to be playing one way and one way only, and it is holding down that W key. Here's the Ash Ball, here's the Bloodhound ult, and suddenly their first target is below them here.
The Beast of the Hunt is activated. Swinny wants blood.
And it's Fnatic, by the way.
Fnatic who are in front of them. Damage is coming in. Shields are broken, but Swinny has to back up to pop a battery of his own. Fnatic, 15th place.
Yeah, loser of this, out of the tournament. If this fight does actually unfold, but of course ExoClan will want it to. Fnatic on 19 points, maybe they were wanting a slower game here.
To give you an indication of how isolated this fight is, by the way, the closest team is Empire, and they're about to leave Wall to the east side of the map. Nobody in Command Center, nobody Stormcatcher. This is about as isolated a fight as you could possibly imagine.
So this is basically Arenas, which is coming back, it looks like.
Well, jumping over to Nine Lives Esports, 7th place overall. And they're picking up a couple of kills. They're certainly getting the knocks. Can they stop the passage through the wall? Yes, they can indeed. That's going to be 2 players taken care of. And that's 2 more points, which should, and probably will, secure their place in the match point finals tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 Lives should be fine. However, Rival Esports, the team they were just taking players off of, they're currently in 8th position on 29 points. Less solidified, but again, still possible with how these points have been going in favor of a lot of these top teams at the moment. And by the way, the fight that was happening in the Northeast between ExoClan and Fnatic did not continue. Fnatic got out of there and they ignored ExoClan, but they are now running towards FWG. So another fight could be happening at Stormcatcher.
Yeah, FWG just counter-rotated, maybe to play for the Evo Harvester that's available.
Here we go.
Actually, they're up on height, so they're just taking this one. Maybe they just beat Fnatic to the punch, so to speak. Lively Ace is in a really terrible position, separated from the rest of his team here. Down on that low ground, he's somehow going to find a way to survive, and he's on the Valkyrie as well, so doesn't have the ability to cross without really giving his position away.
I mean, maybe it's bad news for Fnatic that they literally run into 19th and 20th, but FWG have just been able to take down the first member of Fnatic, and could we be seeing our first team fully eliminated from the tournament in elimination finals here?
Fnatic, you got to get out of there, and Yuka says, give me the car, give me the opportunity to hit the accelerator, and I will do my best to survive. Lively Ace is thinking the same, but instead of going laterally, he's going horizontally, straight up into the skies with the skyward dive to try and find a way to get back in this game.
Every means of transport is being used just to keep Fnatic alive at the moment. Give him the keys, give him a ticket, give him whatever.
Oh, ExoClan's still here, you can realize this.
Just give them the chance to actually play the game, because they would have wanted to just slowly rotate, loot up as they always do in zone, and they've been pushed by 2 teams who are desperate for kills.
So where do Fnatic look to res? Looks like Launchpad could be something they could play for.
Yep.
I mean, for Lively Ace, he's on the Valkyrie, so he can take a little bit of time here at Command Center. He can think about going and waiting for that ultimate to come back, hit the top of Command Center, maybe the cannon, or just hit a Valkyrie towards where Yuka is finding himself, so they can regroup a little bit longer, but it's awkward, to say the least, for Fnatic. Just 2 of them, completely split, and it looks like he's actually going to hit an evac tower from Command Center to get a little bit more height. So elsewhere, similar pattern of play. Could have been game number 5 here for SAUL. Back on Godrock.
Very familiar indeed. It's a bit more of a different situation for Aru Army, though, because they're going to be in 14th position, 20 points. Very close to that cutoff, though. Only 2 points between themselves and 10th place. It is going to be so close here. The difference between getting to match point finals, I feel, is just going to come down to 1 kill, 1 team wipe, maybe even just 1 placement point that you can gain here by getting into the top 10, for example.
Maybe a rat play. Haven't seen too many of those so far. Maybe this is going to be the lobby for it. Maybe this is going to be the match and the moment for it. 10K in 10th. If they finish this game in the same place, you will see massive celebrations from them. ExoClan still on the hunt, but even with this composition, not really been able to find anyone as yet. It's Liquid Alienware who are closest to them, and they've managed to spot them out, but they are aware, ExoClan, of the position of T-Law.
Well, Fnatic have just respawned their 3rd back in, as Liquid Alienware will use the Void Nexus just to avoid ExoClan. And this is the thing, ExoClan, yes, they want to fight, but there are so many teams in this lobby who do not want to fight, who want to play the game, want to play the survival aspect, want to rotate as the zone continues to move west.
It's pretty much identical, this zone. It was zone 3 from what we saw previously. In game number 5, Fnatic, like you mentioned, they're back up to a full complement. ExoClan, I think frustration is Alta's still very heavily picked in this lobby, so there's still so many Void Nexus down. Even if they get 1 knock, chances are they're not going to be able to get the 3 points very, very quickly because everyone's going to be staggered, getting back through those Void Nexuses, being able to be rezzed. So if you're chasing points, even with this composition, so difficult to convert the knocks into kills and team wipes.
And sadly, with the time that's gone by, we can already see most teams have rotated towards that zone, and ExoClan may struggle to catch off loose teams on the edge, and instead are going to be forcing their way into said zone where teams are going to be prepared for them. So this is going to be a rough ride for ExoClan. Doesn't mean it's impossible, just going to be difficult.
Same rotation here for Falcons that we saw from the previous game as well. Through Cenote Cave towards the southern side of where this zone is going to be going. VP versus 9 Lives. Now VP, they are not the side of 10 they want to be. They are one spot outside of making those match point finals. It was fascinating to see the evolution of Lou, or the evolution, I think they called it a little bit earlier, how the placements have always kept going the right direction. But if you're not in that match point finals, he's not going to be able to keep that trend up.
Can he go that one step further? That's the real question. But as you say, you have to get into the finals first before you can even start to think about lifting trophies. See Empire just holding the position and holding out Liquid Alienware at the moment. 7th place for Empire, 37 points. Again, I think they're probably going to be in the match point finals on that amount of points. It's going to be so tough for 3+ teams to put that many points on the board and break out of that top 10. So we're probably going to be seeing Empire tomorrow.
VP make their move towards zone just outside of Sito Station, but they're under a lot of pressure here. Zach's going to have to get that battery off, and just about does in time. Medkit's going to have to be popped. Slayer's going to pop the ultimate as well from the Mirage just to confuse things if the team does try and play a little bit more aggressive. Realize Nova trying to surround them for now. You can see one player was pushed up, ready to pounce on them.
God, you can feel the nerves with how everyone's playing as well. Like backs against the wall, finding any sort of hidey hole that they can work with at the moment. Reluctancy to take fights as well across the board. But Fnatic, remember we checked in with them a little bit earlier and they were finding any vehicle they could to escape. Well, now finally all 3 of them are together and they have found a home on the southeast side.
Been so impressed with this gentleman on our screens right now, Cersei. He has put in so many big games for them. Very aggressive, but not in a way that is risk averse. You know, he's not taking a lot of risks. He's just making sure that if opportunities present themselves, that he's always in a position to turn damage into kills for his team. Liquid Alienware, let's take yourself back, remember, this is the team that on Stormpoint as well made a miraculous last game run to qualify for match point finals and stay alive in the elimination bracket previously in another tournament. So they know how to get it done. They do have that ice, but how many times can you go to the well and come up successful? Team Awkward 15th now. It's changing just second after second, it feels.
Ring 2 closing. Still 20 teams left on Stormpoint. No one has blinked yet. VK Gaming will get the respawn. So again, players back up, but it does look like VKG are under a little bit of pressure after getting that respawn.
Liquid tiptoeing their way into a safe spot in zone, but it's a long way away from where we believe this zone will be pulling, and yet it's pulling down towards the mill. So Falcons in a fantastic spot. Might pull up towards those 3 bins, those loot bins that are up on that hill. So S8UL is still going to be in a very good position, and also they have access to that mythic bin as well if they want to make a play for it.
Realize Nova, you just saw them darting towards the south side of this zone, but it looks like they're going to be greeted by Fnatic, and here's the fight that's happening, but Fnatic have lost one. But maybe the man cannon can play a part in this one.
Fnatic's still alive. Colonel Garcia, the youngster, can you do something here? Can't find the target, and Fnatic, they will fall, and that will be the end of Fnatic's tournament. Unfortunately for them, no match point finals for the APAC North Juggernaut.
A round of applause, though, from the fans, because it has been a heck of a journey for Fnatic, even just to get to this point. But it means Realize Nova will fight to live another moment here on Stormpoint. But there is action in the kill feed. Liquid Alienware now starting to get involved. It's going to be ExoClan on the other side here, and they are right behind them.
And ExoClan are pinched. ExoClan are in trouble. Liquid Alienware were trying to wrap behind them. ExoClan have lost one in Arctic at least. Swinny and Chaotic now trying to turn their attention towards Cat. Tether goes in. does manage to catch one. FWG have been eliminated as well. So that's the end of their tournament too.
Again, another valiant effort, but Liquid Alienware looking to try and clean up the pieces of ExoClan, and they are just scarpering, trying to stay alive, trying to cling on to the elimination finals and cling on to this tournament. And it looks like they have been able to just about escape. Chaotic Much, we've seen some pretty incredible individual plays from him already this tournament. Now he's going to have to go big.
I mean, Chaotic has just been blessed though, because the attention has been taken away from him, because Cat and Liquid Alienware will now go into a 3v3 themselves, so he can get out with that evac tower and maybe think about getting a respawn. Nine Lions Esports have been eliminated in the meantime. Liquid Alienware, no bullets to play with here in the R9. Kurev's down. Nirzul, it's a 1v2 to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Liquid Alienware. The zone is closing behind them. Chaotic is still influencing things, by the way. He took down a member of CAT. This might allow Liquid to live here.
I mean, Chaotic is helping Nirzul, but you've got to try and survive. Your tournament life is on the line, and the zone is going to help, and Liquid Alienware will be eliminated, as will ExoClan. Two teams fall. CAT will also be eliminated, but CAT were in 9th place. There is still a chance CAT may hold on to their position in Matchpoint Finals.
You could put all of VP and the ground they're covering on a poacher's stamp right now, all just stacked up on top of each other. Now they start to take a little bit more space. Falcon's still in the area, Empire also in the area. Lou's going to turn around very, very quickly, but hopefully he's not going to fall too quickly here for VP fans. Just about survives.
The Miller's the place to be at the moment. There's a few teams that have been holding this down for a while, but now you're starting to get some noisy neighbors. Team Orchid being one of those squads that were there right from the very start. VP are just about getting back up to full health. Aruami have just lost one as well. Again, all these teams, one death, and it could be your tournament done.
This might be the end of Aruami as well. They took an evac tower, I believe it was, to just fly in towards this zone, but there's so many teams already here at Mill. You're asking a lot to find space in one of the best spots. And even with 1 HP, it might not be enough. Envy now under a little bit of pressure. 10K trying to defend their position they've held down, and with a massive now, Kashira, he's last alive. It's Sykes versus Kashira. It's a 1v1. The Trident is a... Oh! I was gonna say a problem, but he flicks upwards on that mouse and key and snaps onto Sykes.
That is a huge fight for 10K to win, to put themselves to 27 points and create a 5-point gap between themselves and 11th place, and also catch up CAT, who were in 9th. As for Envy, they were in 5th place when they were eliminated. They'll be fine. We'll be seeing them in the Matchpoint Finals of 41 points for sure.
S8UL, Godrock owners, Godrock landlords, still up here. Surprise, surprise, with the zone still being in their favor. It will have to transition a little bit though. That evac tower's not going to be too good, especially for GHS knowing that S8UL are above them. Legacy's already picked up 1 kill elsewhere. And even with the tether, I don't think this is going to be a comfortable opportunity for them to hit this evac. I'm not really sure what they do from this position. Maybe just trying to slide down underneath them is going to be the play. Is anyone from Mill looking at them in the moment, GHS Boom, or have they just managed to kind of thread the needle here?
I mean, the rest of the lobby are going to want this fight to happen. You want GHS Boom and S8UL to be taking this fight here because it opens up more points for the teams they're chasing. As Meteor, they're trying to break into that top 10. They're in 11th right now, a 5-point gap between themselves and 10th place. GHS Boom will be eliminated, but they've done enough in 4th place. We'll be seeing them in the Matchpoint Finals, as we will see S8UL. They get eliminated as well.
Rival Esports, 8th place overall now. They're in the top 10, and just a note, 10K have been eliminated. That makes things very, very interesting. Meteor, who are in 12th place at the moment, but something to note, they have double care package weapon at the moment. They have Peacekeeper and a Kraber to play with. Realize Nova have gone down as we find ourselves into single digits of teams remaining in this lobby. 9 squads are left.
Realize Nova will be eliminated from the competition. Now 10K, with them going down, they have to sit and watch on and hope that Meteor, Virtus.pro, Aruami and Team Orchid all get eliminated without overtaking them. It's going to be tough. I mean, Meteor and Virtus.pro and Aruami are all on 25 points, and even Unleash on your screen, 18th position right now, but a victory would put them into the top 10.
BK Game eliminated in the meantime, so they're already job done. They're going to be with us tomorrow for match point finals, but finally just a little bit of calm here. But not if you're in the headsets of Virtus Pro, 25 points, 12th place. They need at least 2 to get into that top 10, but with everyone else just still around them, matching them for points, it's going to have to be more, you imagine. It has to be more.
That's the thing. It can't just be squeaking over. You kind of have to force your way into this match point finals now, because all of these teams on the cutoff are right there, and Meteor is one of them, and they've got 2 reds to work with, may I add.
Still some Kraber bullets and might find a few KP here. That's going to be 1 taken down. But on the cross, they're taking damage themselves. And it's Virtus Pro who are doing that damage. Last player alive here for Meteor. Kuba trying to find a corner to pop this shield barrier and keep themselves alive.
10K just praying that Meteor get eliminated here. But maybe there's a chance, and oh, that's a big kill!
Right, here comes VP!
Eliminated, but now Virtus Pro, they can take advantage.
Here comes VP on the swing. Can they find a few KP themselves? Swinger. It's gonna be Slayer. Can't find the angles that he needs to. Meteor have been eliminated in the meantime. 6 squads now remain.
Meteor out of the tournament. It's now Virtus Pro who have taken 10th position. 10K will also be eliminated as they drop down as we look to Aru Army, Team Orchid, and Unleash.
Oh my word.
They all still have the chance to break into that top 10. Cat are now at risk on 29 points.
And you know how seriously the Rambo's taking it. He's not even holding the Prowler in his hands. He's got the P20s in his hands. And he's looking to go to work here. It's a scary moment, of course, for everybody in this lobby who wants to be part of Match Point Finals. Virtus Pro now moving to 10th.
Virtus Pro have that position on the south as well. If you can steer clear from all of this gunfire and you can let all of this unfold within Mill, Virtus Pro should be in Match Point Finals, but it's easier said than done.
Might be getting focused here, though, by Team Orchid. And with a Sentinel in the hands of Hambino.
Oh, this could be a push. They thought about it, but there's a Kraber in the hands of Zach Mazer.
2 bullets, Zach. 1 bullet. Aru Army's still alive, by the way.
You said you wanted a rat play.
On the Wraith as well. They know it's a solo here, VP. They want to get this kill, and the placement points is going to come off the back of it. IZZ jumps into the void and takes the height. And there's no one up here. He might be able to survive a little bit longer.
Still a real chance of sending yourself into match point, sending the rest of the team. As you can see, Army's just picked up 1, goes into the void as well, just to see if he can maybe get another. It's Empire, though, who are going to be trying to take this fight.
3 seconds until his Q comes back again. Can he survive long enough? No! They are going to be eliminated as well. VP into 9th position, but it's not done yet. Remember, Team Orchid, they're still in this. Rambo outputting a huge amount of damage, and they're basically controlling half of these hallways here. Falcons are in a little bit of trouble, as Panic will get the knock on to Hal. This is doable for them as well.
Both Team Orchid and Unleashed still with the chance here to promote themselves into that top 10. You can tell they're nervous. Rambo sends himself in, does some damage, but needs help. He's going to be the last one remaining now. Rambo has to get this bat off.
Rambo gets the bat off. Can he get the med kit off in time? Zach still has 1 bullet to play with in this Kraber. It's going to be the knockdown shield that gets struck, though. Blind firing through his own smoke here, but he might have just swung into trouble. But here's Rambo trying to repeat history up on high, and now it takes to the sky. All of the action taking place in front of him, but also in front of him is Lou. He's on the Valkyrie as well. Unleash are gone. Empire are gone. Rambo, it comes down to you. It's not going to happen. Falcons will be the champions. But you get the feeling that VP might have done enough.
Team Falcons stand tall after a long, grueling road through the elimination bracket. They will find themselves in the match point finals as the 11th seed, the highest seed they could have achieved. As for Team Orchid, sadly, I think they were just 1 point short. Cat were able to hold on. Virtus Pro did do enough. But it is Team Falcons again who write the headlines here in the elimination finals.
If you're a social media enjoyer, you would have seen that how after they went down to the elimination bracket, said, hey, time to be the first team to win a LAN from the elimination bracket. Well, they've given themselves the opportunity. Falcons have gone through the gauntlet. They have run the gauntlet. And they close out with a statement game in game number 6 of the elimination finals with a big landmark win for them. The fans, of course, love to see it. But now the target changes from making match point finals to becoming champions.
Of course, we'll give you full confirmation of the 10 teams that did qualify shortly, but these are the match 6 results. Falcons 21 points, Virtus Pro with a 14-point game to ensure that they will go through to the match point finals. At one point today, they were down in something like 17th position during elimination round 4 after 3 matches, and I thought maybe it was going to be it, but no, they qualify. 35 points. Cat will take 10th place on 29, just squeaking out Team Orchid. Meteor at 10k, also getting close. Aru Army on 27. But then those are the guaranteed 10 teams that we'll be seeing tomorrow in the match point finals.
A statement performance from Falcons. You look at the overall leaderboards, like you say, they will have the best possible pick from this lobby in the POI draft. VK Gaming, very impressive from them. Envy make it through as well. Think of the run that they have been on. And for every single one of these teams that's run the gauntlet of the elimination bracket, you have to tip your hat. You have to give them credit because it has not been easy. It has been draining. It has been one of the most demanding runs you have to go on, and probably the most demanding run you have ever been on in Apex Legends. But it smiles for the boys as they will be here tomorrow for match point finals.
I mean, that was very important what you just saw there as well. Zero was on the other side and made sure he went next to Hal. If you are someone who studies body language, very important for tomorrow that they are good friends going into
Social
Sunday.
media clout, that's what
But you saw after they had finished, straight onto the PC screen to see who else had qualified and maybe already thinking about that POI draft that's going to happen prior to tomorrow.
I mean, Zero's probably already firing up the VOD. That's what he likes to do after scrim, so maybe that's going to be the case. I'm sure they will do some work, of course, overnight, and the fans of the CEO will be happy to know that he will be in the match point finals tomorrow. And I mean, that concludes today, Dan. What a day of action it's been. You know, that elimination finals, I said it, match point finals, probably everyone's favorite part of the event, but the elimination finals just has something special about it because it's as close as you can get to that kind of nervous energy that we have in Apex Legends.
I mean, you can only imagine what Rambo was feeling in those final moments when he was up in the sky and really only needed, what, one more extra placement, and they would have made it as well. But then you see Lou also with the Valkyrie, and it was almost like a dance in the air for them too, but sadly not enough. But still nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, being eliminated in the elimination finals means you finished in the top 30 out of over 150 teams at this tournament. That is still a very impressive feat.
Yeah, an amazing, amazing feat. It was a very, very impressive performance from everyone, like I say, who went on that run to the elimination bracket. And even though it's not a trophy, we always say in the ALGS, even when it's a 60-team LAN, making that finals sometimes feels like it because you have to run through so many different teams, different situations, and now you've got different legend bands, you've got different maps. It is the most testing it's ever been. So to make it a match point finals, especially from the elimination finals, is an incredible feat for everyone who's made it. But for now, damn, we're done. Oh, we're done. We're going to give it back to the desk for now because we have our 20 teams who are going to be set for match point finals.
Get some rest and prepare for those match point finals tomorrow. Thank you, Onset and Gaskin, for closing us out here in our elimination finals. A little bit of heartbreak for those 10 teams that just missed out on tomorrow, but lots of relief that we saw across the board as we were kind of getting a chance to look at some of the faces of those players, Jamerson.
Yeah, I mean, there is a special energy, right?
Yeah.
Of course, with match point, but that's all hype. But here, it is about the heartbreak, and also on the opposite end, that relief that you were talking about. Oh, it was so heartbreaking because we were all watching Orchid and with bated breath just to see if they would make it 1 point off to survive. But, you know, for a Cinderella run, for a team that just were like, yeah, let's compete in the open together, they had a brilliant showing.
It's always the 1 point. We talk about it every single LAN. It is always that one kill, that one placement point that you will unfortunately think about for quite some time after Zephyr. But there are those teams that were able to pull it together when they needed to, the likes of VP in those final moments.
Right. I mean, and it was a very similar situation. You heard it from Onset and Gaskin there. Like a dance upon the sky, Lou took just as high up there, and it was literally down to final moment timings that made the difference. And it's funny enough, it wasn't even the likes of VP that they had to beat there, because in difference, VP were getting very aggressive, and that was a very nice solidifier in their top 10 finish. It was actually Cat that knocked them down. And they, as we saw from their exit from checkpoint, were facing all kinds of difficulties, but still managed to eke through.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things, a team that people were watching the entire event, wondering what performance we were going to get. Was it going to be a good series or a not so good series? Expectations were high, Lace. Let's talk about Falcons, because they're able to close it out here when it matters and get themselves to the point that they really wanted to get through the entire time.
I mean, I just feel like they're just playing with us. They're like, you know what, we just want to do something different. We've been playing for the longest time. Let's just, like Hal said, make it all the way through the elimination bracket and then win the whole thing. So I reckon it was just a whole debate, to be honest with you. But look, no, their determination, obviously, through all the games that they had to play to get to this point is clearly showing off. You know, I couldn't even count how many they played, but this is something that, you know, we expect of them in that sense, but they really pulled it together when it made incredibly necessary. And, you know, it's just, we have to have them in there. I reckon everyone would be pretty mad if they weren't playing a match point, don't you think?
Yeah, I think they would. And when you get a performance like this, where you're getting 5 out of your 6 matches, our top 3 finishes, you're ending in 6 with that win. That's the Falcons we were looking for, that handles the pressure, that gives us consistency, and then closes things out when they need to. And that's what all of these squads have to do when it gets to match point format tomorrow. So I think now that we know who's going to be participating, Jamerson, this is going to be a banger of a Sunday.
Yeah, I can't believe that somehow, over the course of the last 3 days so far, that we were able to whittle it down to our top 20. I mean, just the feat alone is, it's crazy when you really consider the scope of it, right? We were running 4 lobbies at a time, the entire time, basically, until this final day.
The players are probably tired. They're going to need to go home and get some rest when they're competing, for when they're competing here tomorrow. It's been a long weekend, but we've gotten to see throughout the day so many clutches from all of our squads and some really top performances from some individual players as well. So it's time for us to highlight them. Let's take a look at our Sony InZone kill leader race. 121 kills go to the CEO himself. Hal, top of the list with triple digits, Zephyr.
I know he's played just about as many games as anyone else here at this tournament, but I mean, even then, Zero catching up behind him just goes to show the dominance that we have seen recently out of the Falcons here. Top 2 in a tournament with over 140 teams. Quick Mac, 420 players there. You possess the 2 best kill leaders in this entire Open. That is a statement within itself. We talk about dominance. That's a statistic that goes above and beyond. And today was no shortage of that. You looked at it, we all saw it. 5 top 3 performances in a row. It didn't feel like they ever stopped. We talk about pressure. It forges diamonds here for the Falcons. We can only hope that they have the opportunity to shine as we approach match point finals.
It took them a little while to get where they wanted to be, but they did get everything together locked in, and showed up when they needed to. And I think they also felt a little relief, Lace.
I think so too. And, you know, I was actually going to touch on those kills. I was speaking with Panic, and I was like, are you going to take over kills of the CEO?
That's right.
Not today, Panic, I'm so sorry. But you know what? It's a great feat from, obviously, the Falcons themselves and having those sort of playbacks and seeing exactly those stats. But you know what? There's still room to improve for a lot of these players. But goddamn, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that was a showing and a half. And we talked about the clutches throughout the day as well. Let's take a look back at some of those specific clutches, because it's time for our Alienware Aces segment. And I'm so excited to talk through these moments, one from each of our series here today. And starting things off, Jamerson, it is the insane res on behalf of Timmy to get the team back in right at the end for the win.
Yeah, and it was just so absolutely perfect that it was, of course, Timmy that survives here on that altar. Being able to take the high ground with that Q allowed them just to buy it more time, as Twisted Minds did try to come in for that cleanup, but now Gilderson's with the drop down on him. This was just the perfect ending for them, and it was kind of crazy with how close it was to not even surviving. Timmy was able to just eke it out there on that rotation, on that final rotation into the zone, and the crowd just went wild for this one. Again, just the kind of energy that this format has produced has been amazing.
Absolutely. That Moby in the back pocket was huge. But then, of course, we talked about this one as well. Jamerson, the clutch by Envy from the pit.
Yeah, I mean, this was an incredible one, but I mean, it was Zephyr that really popped off with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to hear it from the green room, the absolute chance from Envy there in the end. Envy coming through here off of the soft revives. You got to give credit. I can't believe a Newcastle made its way all the way through an entire series into Game 6, because that's not something that we've typically seen through the bands today. And when it was necessary, came through. I love that. 0, Sykes, 1 massive embrace. These are guys who have been around each other for such a long time, and you can still see the love is there.
And then, of course, we got to just watch this up here on the main stage. VP just managing to do what they needed to do when they needed to do it here, Lacey, get themselves through to match point.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And this is kind of how they've been playing throughout the whole series, just, you know, making it happen when it matters, but having, I guess, this whole entire space to themselves, clearing out any sorts of rats that may be hiding around the corner. I just mean they have to play a little bit patient here. Obviously, you know, there's only 1 shot left in the Kraber. They could have been doing some more damage, but like having Lou dance around in the Valk is the most insane plays. Having that versus, you know, obviously Team Orchard as well. It's just so thin to the wire.
The fact that we had 2 of them in the sky, the chances.
It was majestic,
right? Great. It was a great day of matches, to say the least, and those were just some of our standout moments that we got to see all day long. But now that we're done with everything, let's take a look as one final confirmation comes through for all of our teams in our match point finals here tomorrow. It's going to be a stacked lobby, and honestly a lobby that has a lot of teams with the opportunities ever to make a name for themselves if they're able to win this.
I mean, we've got repeat winners when we look towards teams like 100 Thieves and Falcons, Alliance internationally that go as well, but such new faces. People like Empire, who have been around from the Challenger circuit, are now here in the top 20. Twerkaholics, we've talked about them all week long. These are guys who, in our old format, would have never gotten the opportunity to pursue something like this after having to sit through the grueling CC format, and now are on main stage, match point, up against the best of the best.
This is going to be amazing, chat. So hopefully all of you at home are ready to tune in to tomorrow and see how all this goes. It's almost time for us to say goodbye. So Lace, before we do that, give me your thoughts on today and what you're looking forward to here tomorrow as we get to see, for everyone at home, match point finals will be starting at 4 p.m. CT.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a long day ahead of us, and, you know, we've had some match point finals that have gone for many a games. I am really hoping that a lot of our teams that, you know, aren't those big sorts of names, like Zephyr said, Twerkaholics, I am just excited to see them play again and what they can do in this format and bust out those P2020s, but they're doing it with style. So that is what I'm looking most forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Jamerson will agree with you after that hot take that we saw earlier today. But give me your thoughts on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if Twerkaholics take it, that'd be fantastic. But what I really noticed there is that I think this might be the most representation from APAC North and APAC South in our match point finals. And honestly, I would love to see another APAC North or an APAC South win at this point. We've been kind of throwing around the crown across this last year. It's been any region can win at this point, and I think with this kind of power coming out from both regions, it could definitely be either of their shot.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be such a good day. Don't forget, when we do see you tomorrow for our Match Point Finals chat, all 4 maps for the first time will be in play for that as well. So it's going to be one of the most wild Match Point formats that we've ever seen. If you can't make it, follow us on social media and check it out from there. But when you tune back in tomorrow, we will be crowning a winner. Will it be a new squad or one of our veteran teams? You'll have to tune in to find out. So until then, hop in the game, play some Apex Legends, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm done with that. All you.
Nice!
Let's go!
Let's go, baby.
Trying to buy a little bit of space behind Falcons, but Sykes! Oh, no! Good attack!
Support rest!
EK Gaming starting to drop down onto G. GHS want to finish the job. GHS do go boom. Finals, and now he said he's just going to run them all over.
Hit the cannon! Hit the cannon! Pulls the battery! Goes cannon!
VKG ends her back, but back and drop down again. His Eva is monstrous, and rival esports with Bapping at the lead. Take game number 3. Oh, QQ, last alive, all 3 alive, still for 9 lives. Or maybe not, it looks like there's going to be too many teams. Try if you like though! I tell you what, you're going to go out with a bang here. Finish it with style here, VK Gaming. Oh, becomes a 1v1. QQ will win it though.
Unleash is on! Empire is on! Rambo comes down to you! It's not going to happen! Falcons will be the champions!
On fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold.
Welcome in, chat. I started in Plat 2 days ago. 2 days ago, we started in Plat. We're in Masters. We're solo queuing in Masters now. So we solo queued 2 Masters in 2 days. And now we are solo queuing.
It's been a long time, Ethan.
Your mission, should you choose to accept. Everything you are. Everything you've done.